This is blunt politics. And we ain't stopping till they put us in the grave. We ain't gonna be quiet. And we ain't gonna be scared. And we ain't gonna go along with the crowd. This is blunt politics. And it ain't about left or right. It ain't about Dem or Republican. It's about right and wrong. It's about us versus them. This is blunt politics.
All right, what do you say, kiddos? What's happening? What's new? How's everybody doing? Welcome to the show. It is Wednesday, 3 June 2026. And as always, I appreciate you for coming back and joining me. Shout out to this space, everybody over there. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to Matt. And then obviously thank you and a big shout out to the Blunt Politics community here. You guys are fantastic, continue to be fantastic, and I really do appreciate it. A few things to discuss today. Obviously, a lot going on. Obviously, U.S. and Iran have exchanged missiles as the situation pretty much collapses. We'll be talking about Todd Blanche and his claims that the $1.8 billion slush fund is now canceled. But not Trump's tax immunity. Not Trump's tax immunity. The slush fund apparently canceled. Won't put it in writing, of course, but it's supposedly canceled, but not the tax immunity for Donald Trump, his family, his cohorts, and of course their businesses as well. We'll be looking at the horrible-looking Trump. I know he hasn't been seen in about a week after the visit to the to the doctors that he seems to make once every few days at this point. But apparently he sat down for an interview when it was taped. I'm not really sure with what's her name, Miranda Devine. So we'll be taking a look at a couple ridiculous clips of that as well. Not looking great. Everybody pointing out now his hands look swollen, not just bruised, but they look pretty swollen. So again, a new development as far as health concerns in that one. Obviously, Ukraine strikes St. Petersburg, and the orcs are furious. They are not happy to see that. And then we have a battle plans exposed. Talking about Ukraine's jet-powered drone. Hopefully we can fit it all into the shortened show today. Only an hour show tonight. We got 2 hours. Speaking about tonight, we're going to be interviewing Tom Hendrickson, who is running for a state rep position here in Western Massachusetts. So again, trying to use our platform to to build up everybody, whether they're in our communities, outside our communities, if they have the right policies. We're going to try to do the right thing. Tonight we'll probably have to speak about Ivanka's Island, Albania, the whole ridiculousness surrounding that. Scott Pelley being let go. Barry Weiss at CBS trying to do her best to gut 60 Minutes even further. And yeah, we got a lot to cover, a lot to talk about. Hopefully, like I said, we can cram that into the show. What do you say we bring in the chat? Say hi to you guys for a couple seconds. You guys deserve some screen time. What's going on, guys? What's up, Tiff? Salute to you. Thank you for everything that you do down there. What's up, Moms? How are you? What's up, Kristen? What's going on, Yakov? Appreciate you, brother. You guys getting ready for that camping trip, my man? You got your sleeping bag and and your pillows all ready to go? Let's go. Appreciate it. What's up, Flipper? How are you? V Sawyer, what's going on? What's up, Carol? Make sure you guys hit that like button on the way in. What's up, Nola? What's up, Namaste? Victor, what's happening, brother? Slava Ukraina. Slava Ukraina. How's it going? What's up, Graphene? Yeah, like I said, hit that like button on the way in. Let me see if I can put this on the screen real quick, because as we typically do, I want to start off today by saying a big thank you again for our recent developments on the ongoing campaign with, again, Help 99 and the 69th Sniffing Brigade. Let me throw this on the screen real quick. Bam, there we go. So again, we've made progress. Progress has been made. And let me just see, I'll do a quick refresh just in case. You never know. You never know. So right now we're at least 20% of our goal, which is a good thing to see. We've now raised over 4,265 euro, the equivalent to somewhere, I want to say, 4,700-ish, maybe something like that. Let me know in the chat. But 38 donations so far in just a few days, guys. So again, a big thank you. I really do appreciate the support from people, whether or not you're donating yourself or if you're just sharing this out to friends and family or putting it on social media. Obviously, with the ongoing attacks we've been talking about inside Ukraine, obviously the frontline activities and everything encapsulated in this war, the necessity to continue funding the frontline soldiers and to give them the ability to be mobile on the front lines without having to expose themselves to drones. Like we always say, the vehicles, if they take the brunt of the damage, if they take the brunt of the action, that's a good thing, which is why we need to consistently resupply them, because that's what we want. We want the vehicles to take the damage. This time, obviously, going to the 3rd Operational Battalion, which is an artillery platoon. like I said, I really do appreciate you guys for getting in this far and even getting us to this point as a channel where we can affiliate with some of these organizations and they find it kind of worthy. They find it, worth their time to work with us as well. So again, real big shout out to you guys. Thank you guys so much. 20% of the way there in just a few days, I think is fantastic. So like I said, 4,265 euro. Let's see if there's anybody on the old board there. Rocks, there you are. I see you, Rocks. Let's go. Slava Ukraine, Heroyam Slava. Let's go, Rocks. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for your donation. Alicia, thank you so much for your contribution. Slava Ukraini, true American standby allies. F you, Piggy Trump, and your lover boy Putin. Let's go. Love it. Love it. And then I put one in on behalf of our dear friend in the chat, Nancy. So thank you so much, Nancy, for your contribution as well. I think it was just a little bit difficult to navigate as far as that was concerned, but more than happy to help. And again, thank you to everybody else, Tom and your family, and Nicole and Christina, Yakov, obviously, for everything that you've done. It's really good to see Beres Yakun, Mark, everybody else. Like I said, not everybody gets put on the wall. Not everybody wants that, wants that name recognition out there. So anybody that hasn't been mentioned, I do appreciate you as well. And everybody in the backgrounds, like I said, sharing that out there. But let's see if we can go over. I just want to dive into this before we start into the craziness of what's been going on as far as the missile exchanges between Iran, obviously inside of different Gulf nations, some pretty big damage, some pretty significant damage seen in some places. So we'll be going over that in just a second. But I did want to just dive into some of the California, let me throw this one on here, the California results from yesterday and something what's going on here. Let me see. I'll refresh it so we can get the most up-to-date and accurate information. I'm going to go up. Let me see. Oh, nope, don't want that. I want this one. So right now for the California governor's race, updated 11 minutes ago, we got, shut up, I don't want this. No, get out of here. Steve Hilton, which is at 28%. He's got 1.386 million votes. Javier Becerra is in second here with 25% of the vote with 1.267 million votes. And then you got Tom Steyer in third with 20% of that. So I'm not 100% sure how much is still left, how much is to go, when they expect to call this. But this now says updated 2 minutes ago. So 28%, 25% here, which is, again, what the fuck is going on here? Just when you think you're making progress, just when you think, people are pissed off enough in this country, and they're starting to smarten up, you got fucking idiotic decisions like this, and 1.386 million fucking morons in California who voted for Steve Hilton, right? Let's take a look at the LA mayor's race. This was the LA mayor's race, and I'll do a quick refresh on this, like I said, just in case anything has changed. I believe this is Karen Bass is advancing to the general election with 172,720 votes, or 34.8% of the voting. I do believe that if they don't get a majority, there is a runoff. Let me read here. Maybe it'll tell me. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass faces two serious challenges as she battles for her second term amid major criticism of her time in office. Former reality star Spencer Pratt, yada, 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 Republican who buried the 2025 Palisade fire, is coming at Bass from the right, yada, yada, yada. It says if a candidate, right here, if a candidate gets a majority of the vote, they will win the election in one go. If not, the top two candidates from the all-party primary advance to the general election. So from what I'm getting from that, from what I gather from that, does that mean that Spencer gets another crack at this? Let me know if you're a California resident, how in fact that goes. Or if you just know more about that. But from what I'm getting there, if you don't get the majority, it seems like that the second place runner-up there, the runner-up gets another crack at it as far as as it says here, the all-party primary advance to the general election. So Spencer, again, another 151,149 absolute fucking dickbag morons in California who voted for Spencer Pratt. Nithya Raman coming in with 22.3% of the vote, or 110,000. It says 63.1 expected votes, estimated remaining 290,000. Did it say on this other one how many votes were remaining to count? Let's see, I don't think it says anything about how many is still to go. It just goes into the different elections that we had. Let's see, expected vote reporting. Expected vote reporting was 100%. You can see it underneath there. So this says expected vote reporting 100%. And that's as far as the governor's race updated 2 minutes ago. So again, let me know in in old California. What the hell is going on there, guys? What is happening? What'd you say? Did Felon mess with the votes? Jackie Hobson says yes. What is wrong with people, says Billy the Kid. I agree. Yeah, like I said, just when you think you're making some progress, and not that we haven't made some progress. Obviously, you can't take back the special elections and the success that the Democrats have seen in those, obviously. But you'd like to see that continue and be a through line in all of these elections, both statewide, federal elections, governors, mayors races. Like, you would love to think that people are waking up, but unfortunately, I think we're in this position right now where, like, it's the position and the situation is bad enough to recognize. It's bad enough for people to recognize, and almost at a point where it's going to be very difficult to recover from. But it's also not bad enough for people to act, right? It's bad enough for people to respond. It's bad enough for people to maybe call it out in some instances. But unfortunately, and it pains me to say it, I think we're going to have to see a lot more people, a lot more destitute, in order to see the fiery reaction that a lot of us are hoping for, as far as demanding change and accountability from the people, whether the billionaire class or the corrupt politicians that are now making it almost impossible for you to live your daily life, right? So that's kind of the situation that I think we're in. We're kind of in that halfway house of, it's definitely bad. It's definitely it's bad enough where, we're starting to get to a point where it's going to be tough to get back to normalcy, whatever normalcy was. But it's also hasn't crossed that line for people. Like, there's still, everybody's living daily life, right? You're still doing things, and people are still doing things and taking kids places and going on vacation, right? So it's like, it's that weird, like, alternate universe of, holy shit, everybody thinks the world's collapsing, while at the same time, everybody going about their normal day life, right? You know what I mean? It's just costing you 3, 4, 5, 5 times more than it was, several months ago. You know what I mean? So I think it's just, it's an unfortunate situation where, like I said, I'll repeat, I think a lot more people have to be a lot more destitute. And, we're just not there yet, even as far down the rabbit hole as we are. And, it pains me to say it, like I said, but, let me know what you guys think in the chat. All right, let's go on here and talk about some of the hypocrisy here going on with this non-existent, fake, never was a ceasefire that everybody loves to talk about in the Trump administration and beyond. This is coming from U.S. CENTCOM here, U.S. Central Command, from last night. So this is 20 hours ago. It says the U.S. disabled an unloaded oil tanker that was attempting to sail toward an Iranian port in the Arabian Gulf. June 2nd, U.S. CENTCOM enforced the blockade measures, yada, yada, yada. About 3 hours after that, it says U.S. forces, and I'll go into this. Let me click this real quick. It says U.S. forces successfully defeated multiple Iranian ballistic missiles and drones and conducted self-defense strikes on Qasem Island in response to attempted attacks by Iran across the Middle East on June 2. Iran launched several ballistic missiles towards regional neighbors. However, all failed to hit their intended targets. And it's really fucking painful how they word this so specifically. So you see what they said there? They all failed to hit their intended targets. They didn't fail to hit targets, right? They did damage, they hurt people, they killed people, right? It didn't stop that. But as far as the intended targets that they were likely to be going after, as far as CENTCOM is concerned, they didn't get to hit those. But it's not like they didn't cause any damage. So they try to word this. I'm sure a bunch of lawyers were involved in talking about this as well. It says 2 Iranian missiles fired at Kuwait fell short or broke apart en route, and 3 missiles launched at Bahrain were immediately intercepted by U.S. and Bahrain air defense forces. And again, in just a second, we'll show you some of the video coming out from last night. It says moments earlier, U.S. Central Command forces shot down 3 one-way attack drones launched by Iran towards civilian mariners that were rightfully transiting regional waters. American forces also conducted self-defense strikes on an Iranian military ground control station on Qasem Island. Again, how the fuck that's possible to conduct defensive strikes over somebody else's airspace is again, somebody's gonna have to let me know how that works in the chat. No U.S. personnel were harmed. CENTCOM forces remain vigilant and ready to defend against unwarranted Iranian aggression, yada, yada, yada. And then it went on to further talk about this one here. They decided to put out their own fact check, I guess. It says the claims Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard claims they struck U.S.'s 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain and a U.S. air base in the region with missiles and drones today. CENTCOM says that is false. It says all Iranian attacks on American forces failed. U.S. forces remain vigilant and ready to defend against unwarranted aggression. In addition, an additional wave of Iranian drones attempting to attack U.S. forces in Kuwait failed to impact, quote, the intended targets tonight. Not failed to impact any targets, just the intended targets. U.S. Central Command Air Defense has successfully downed multiple drones and ensured no American personnel or assets were harmed. Now, after those 3 or 4 posts there by U.S. Central Command, does that in any way sound like a ceasefire? We talked about missiles, drones. We talked about U.S. Bases being targeted. We talked about, allied regions, Gulf nations in the region being targeted. Does that sound like a ceasefire? Regardless if they hit their intended targets or not, I'm going to say that's not the firing being ceased, right? I mean, and again, it's not like I have to reiterate for you guys the ridiculousness of all of the claims here and this goes back to Gaza. I mean, we were saying the same thing about Gaza. That fake, never was, non-existent ceasefire that, again, to this day continues to persist, right? People love to say that but no, there's no ceasefiring. The firing has definitely continued to happen. So let me see if we can go on here. I wanted to throw this. This is by the Clash Report. And this is just some of these statements, just a kind of an example of the statements coming from the Iranians here, right? Just to kind of dictate the situation that we're in and how it's broken down, right? From whatever situation we were in, it's collapsed even further. We've talked about the Iranians basically cutting off talks altogether because of what Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel are involved in and continue to escalate. In Lebanon, obviously people around the world having problems with not only Lebanon, but their actions in the West Bank. Obviously Gaza continued. But this is from senior Iranian official Mohsen Razaei, and he says, neither in negotiations nor in the ceasefire process will we allow America to overreach. The response to every shot and aggression will be a barrage of missiles and drones. History will not turn back, and the aggressor will swiftly be punished. I mean, again, does this sound like a nation on the verge of capitulation? Does this sound like a nation that seems like they're losing this or sees themselves to be losing this, neither negotiation war or the war in general? That's just not the sentiment that I've seen at any point in time from any of the, supposed spokespeople, military leaders, people within the government, IRGC, any of them. It's none of them. So again, there was also this that I wanted to dive into because here was just some of the evidence and footage coming in from last night's strikes, right? So we'll just kind of filter through this. This is from Drop Site 17 hours ago. IRGC launches missile strikes on U.S. bases in Kuwait. Explosions also reported in Bahrain and Iraq. Iran's IRGC has claimed responsibility for the missile strikes on U.S. military bases in Kuwait, saying the attacks were retaliation for an American strike on Qasem Island, a strategically located island in the Strait of Hormuz. Kuwait's defense ministry confirmed it is under attack from drones and missiles. Iran state broadcaster IRIB said strikes hit both Camp Afrajan and Ali al-Salem Air Base in at least 2 waves. Right. So again, contradicting what CENTCOM just said. So this is just going from one side to the other and just showing you the separation in between. And somehow we're left to kind of find out the reality that it obviously lies between what the Iranians are saying and, the reason they would have to, to kind of elevate some of their attacks or to, again, propagandize some of it to a certain extent. Like, that's pretty clear. They have a clear intent. They have a clear reason to do so. And obviously our government tries to do the same thing. So somewhere in the middle is the truth. Somewhere in the middle is reality. And we're kind of left here to pick up the fucking pieces. As you hear, no bases were attacked. And then you hear here that, strikes hit both Camp Afrajan and Ali al-Salem Air Base in at least 2 different waves. 8 explosions reported in Bahrain, which is also under attack according to various monitoring accounts. Explosions were reported near the village of Masan on the southern coast of Qasem Island, Fars News reported. Iran also appears to be heavily striking Iranian Kurdish opposition groups near Erbil in northern Iraq. Earlier, CENTCOM said that U.S. forces fired a Hellfire missile into the engine room of a Botswana-flagged commercial tanker, the MT Lexi, after its crew ignored warnings while attempting to reach Karg Island. CENTCOM said it has now disabled 6 commercial vessels and redirected 122 since imposing a naval blockade on Iranian ports on April 13. The IRGC warned, quote, the time of a strike and run has passed, adding that any further aggression will be met with a seismic, decisive, and crushing response. Right. So, again, we're just kind of filtering through. And here's the video going up. I believe these. Patriot missiles going up to intercept the incoming Iranian missiles. And I believe this is, did they say over Bahrain? If I'm not mistaken, missiles over, no, this is Kuwait. My apologies. So this is video coming in from Kuwait. And you can see there, pretty bright moon. I think, what was his face? I can't even think of his name now that I was thinking of it, but they were calling it a bomber's moon, right? Kind of, what they utilize as far as being able to see where they're going. But, pretty clear indication there of I believe the Patriot missile interceptors going up to go up and get the incoming Iranian missiles. See the two puffs of smoke there from the missiles that were intercepted. Now hear the bang, just getting to the camera. So that was that one, like I said, coming over from Kuwait. This is Clash Report, says that Western officials says the risk of Iran secretly pursuing nuclear weapons is now higher than before the U.S. and Israel launched military strikes in June 2025. Midas Touch reporting the same thing. How ridiculous is that, right? I thought we obliterated their nuclear capabilities, right? Operation Midnight Hammer. I thought that was the complete obliteration. They were never going to have the capabilities to come up with the nuclear weapon. They were going to it would take generations to even try to attempt to dig it out, right? So as you can see here, it says a year after the U.S. and Israel launched strikes on Iran, Western officials are now warning of the risk of Iran secretly pursuing a nuclear weapon, maybe actually higher at this point than before we undertook this war. Like, what in the fuck? Like, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? It says, according to new IAEA report, inspectors can no longer verify the status of hundreds of kilograms of near bomb-grade uranium that was previously under regular monitoring. The agency says it can't draw any conclusion about the material's current whereabouts, raising fresh proliferation concerns. Good job, Donald. Great job. Looking fucking great. And here's coming in from some of, I would think probably one of the more prominent strikes that's gone out on social media here. This is footage of what is left of Kuwait International Airport after Iran strikes, right? And then again, going against what CENTCOM was saying, or, you know what I mean? If they're just specifically talking about anybody in the U.S. and they don't typically give a shit about our allies or what was struck, that's what I'm getting from the CENTCOM statements, right? That's what I'm getting. So don't worry. No United States personnel was harmed. No, they didn't, if they were able to, or they were trying to strike or target any of the U.S. personnel or bases, they weren't able to, and again, take that with a grain of salt, considering it's coming from CENTCOM, who has been shown to have been wrong or lied outright before in this for the purposes of propaganda for the benefit of Donald Trump. But again, here's footage coming in from Kuwait International Airport, and it seems like CENTCOM couldn't give a shit less and doesn't really care about the effectiveness on strikes about, on anyone else other than either our ships, our people, or our bases. So here you go. There's a clip coming up from Kuwait International Airport.
هذا الحريق هذه المسيرة طاحت هني فوق أمل الكويت هذا.
So what appears to be the just utter devastation of at least that section of the Kuwait airport. Obviously, you can see the pictures above me detailing even more destruction. I'll hop out of the way here so you can see the ones that I'm kind of covering up. I'm assuming detailing where the missile came through the roof. And then from just kind of a further back position there, detailing, I would assume, take this with a grain of salt, but where it entered into that space coming through the roof, or just the resulting damage from the explosion there. But, apparently nothing was hit, no targets were hit. Everything was intercepted. Nothing to see here, guys. Absolutely nothing to see. This is how should Iran's latest attacks on U.S. and create infrastructure. This was 3 hours ago. Let's see here if we can see any of these here. Give me sound. Where's the sound? No sound. You can see the rockets going up in the back. Tough to kind of see if those are the interceptors going up or if that was the missiles coming in there. But clearly some footage coming in there. Let me see if there was any more that we could go into. Get out of this one. Let's see here. This was obviously the airport that we were talking about. At least 63 people were injured as a result of Iranian strikes on Kuwait. The country's airport was also damaged. We just watched that one real quick. Here's another one, I want to say. That was the first one that we took a look at. Here's one more. See if I can throw this one up there real quick. I don't know if there's any sound on this, but clearly see what looks to be the interceptors going up. It looks like one of the interceptors there malfunctioned. You see that? See that it didn't. Let's see. I'll play that one again. See if I can play that one again. See that first one looks like it malfunctions. That second one continued to travel. First one looks like it exploded over the town. See that right there? Clearly not going to be good for anybody that's under the raining down of material from that as well. Let's see. This says oil climbed overnight as the latest U.S.-Iran clash rattled the Gulf again. Crude rose more than 1% early Wednesday, trading after U.S. strikes on Iran's Qasem Island. Let's see if we can see any more. This is after an attack by U.S. forces on an Iranian ship. Iran struck several U.S. bases in West Asia, Middle East, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Saudi. Additionally, Iran also fired at an American vessel in the Strait of Hormuz. The ceasefire stands on again, you just reported on several strikes on several different nations. So to end this fucking post with the ceasefire stands on fragile ground is just fucking diabolical to me. It's just wild. Like, what ceasefire? What are we talking about? You're reporting on these explosions. Typically, explosions don't happen during a ceasefire. But here's just more evidence. Here's another video coming in. It looks to be the remnants, possibly, of a downed missile. Tough to tell as far as that one is concerned, but definitely something burning on the ground. What's this one? Ooh, this could be the alternate angle here. Is there any captions to this one? Because this looks like it could be the alternate angle to that Patriot, if it was a Patriot that malfunctioned or looked to malfunction. This might be that opposite angle because this looks just like the the video that we just watched. So check this one out. Jeez. One more time. Definitely looks like a similar video than the one that we just watched. There's another one. You can hear the drone. You can see the drone. There's a strike. Well, it certainly doesn't get shot down within that clip. I can tell you that much. As we continue, U.S. and Iran exchange strikes overnight. Here's what actually happened. Iran hit back on 3 fronts. Container ship MSC Panaya disabled U.S. airbase in Kuwait, targeted U.S. Navy 5th Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, struck. The response would be different and harsher. These should serve as a lesson. CENTCOM says Iranian missiles missed. Social media footage from Kuwait shows active air defense. So again, here's that active air defense that we were showing earlier there. But again, how much do we need to show in order to prove that this ceasefire is just an asinine thing to continue to say? Here's from the Voice of Tehran. It says Iran hits a U.S.-Israeli vessel. U.S. then strikes a communications tower. Iran responds with missile and drone attacks on regional U.S. air base and the U.S. 5th Fleet. Harsher response as promised. What's this one? Do you see this? Tough to tell when that's from. That's just the typical propaganda footage being put out there by any and all sides that can. That's the airport again. But yeah, to call this and continue calling this a ceasefire is just you're a moron. You know what I mean? You'd have to be either brain dead, you'd have to be just willing or part of the part of the inner circle where it's it's on your agenda and it's to your benefit to continue this charade. But obviously. This is continuing night after night. We've talked about this several times now, and not pairing this up with the Iranians basically calling off the negotiations because of what Israel is engaged in. It doesn't look like this is ending anytime soon. Doesn't look like we're getting out of this anytime soon. Certainly doesn't look like we're coming to an agreement anytime soon. And it's I I don't, but I almost give the Iranians credit for they're almost striking within the bounds of what the United States is doing, right? So it's not like and I'm sure they have the potential to lob 50, 70, 100 missiles into a specific area. But again, that's not what they're doing. They're kind of hitting in I don't know what you'd call it, parallel, right? Just kind of, oh, this is what you're doing. Okay, this is what we're going to do. You hit us tit for tat. We're going to hit you tit for tat. You think you can do this? Well, watch us do this type of thing. You know what I mean? But that has a way of slowly climbing up the ladder of escalation as well. But how does that go with the United States stockpiles at what they are? How does that go with the interceptor stockpiles for these Gulf nations? At the levels that they are, can they even engage in another full-scale war like we saw, another hot war like we saw at the beginning of this, or is the pause really because of the lack of ammunition in the amount of ordinances that we expended during that first, section of this campaign, section of this war, and it didn't look like we could carry that out much longer and clearly be able to maintain our dominance or power in other aspects and other theaters on the globe. You know what I mean? So it makes you wonder what the pause is actually because, and let me throw this next one on here. But to continue calling it a ceasefire is just, it's again, you find the words in the comments. Let me know what word you come up with for the people that actually still consistently call this a ceasefire, or the people that, even worse, believe that it's still a ceasefire. But all right, let's go on here. This is Attorney General Todd Blanche basically sitting in front of Congress and saying that the slush fund, the anti-weaponization fund, as they would call it, the $1.8 billion, money grab for the criminals associated with January 6th and Donald Trump's fake elector scheme and all of his, corrupt partners and allies for them to enrich themselves. Apparently now Todd Blanche is saying that's been scrapped, much like the P-47, right? P-47 was that. It's been scrapped. If you can tell me what movie that's from, I will love you even more. But again, this is posted by Grace Meng, and she is asking Todd Blanche about this fund. And Todd Blanche is saying that it's not going to happen. It's definitely not going to happen. And she asked if he could put it in writing, basically guaranteeing, so that there's something that we could look back on above and beyond this video, above and beyond the transcripts from this little session here, for the American people and for everybody else writ large to look at and say, well, they signed it, they put it in writing, so this is it right here. If they break that, we have a clear, we have clear evidence and a clear route to prosecute or to hold them accountable in some way, shape, or form. But Todd Blanche, for some reason, doesn't want to agree to put it in writing. He thinks it's sufficient enough for him to sit there and just, rhetorically announce that this fund is not going to happen. And again, Grace is kind of skeptical that they are not going to find some other routes for this, if they're just not going to find some other methods, another path to make this possible. And again, just, kind of ditching this option based off of the, the backlash that they've seen, the how pissed off the American people are about this. Obviously the coverage that it's gotten in foreign press as well. I mean, this is, it's something that a lot of people are talking about. It's blatant corruption. So absolutely they would be talking about this, but this is, again, just Todd Blanche sitting here saying that it's not going to happen anymore, promising the American people, promising Congress that it's not going to take place, but not agreeing to put it in writing. So just play this clip here.
Mr. Attorney General, I wanted to ask a few questions about the anti-weaponization fund. We know that the department has agreed to pause this effort until at least June 12th. I wanted to ask what your plans were for the fund after June 12th.
So thank you. So look, we're not moving forward with the fund. You're right that there's a date that in the case in the Eastern Virginia in June, but we are not moving forward with the fund, period. The reasons for the fund is something that President Trump talked about for a long time, which is the fact that there were a lot of people in this country who had their government weaponized against them. The reasons for the fund, I think, it remain as important as they were before, but
which is again why it's necessary, I think, and probably a good move to have these to have these congressmen and women demand this be put in writing, because again, he's sitting here defending it. He thinks it's such a a noble cause, and it's just and it's rightful. Then what's stopping you from, again, trying to figure out some sort of route for this to take place, right? Some other method for this to happen where Congress may have less power to interject, right? Or it may not be even publicly known to the American people if they could have it their way. So it's probably a great move that it's been asked here to have him put it in writing, but you can hear him basically say, why would I do that? That's not necessary.
Not moving forward with the fund.
Not moving forward ever.
Correct.
Oh, there's no more fund then.
Well, to the extent there was a fund, and remember, the fund wasn't set up yet. There were no commissioners named. There was no no claimants brought anything in front of. There was no claims made yet. So yes, we're not moving forward with the fund.
You and Associate Attorney General Woodward signed earlier documents regarding the settlement and this fund. Would both of you now sign and release documents reversing the DOJ's position on the fund?
We're not moving forward with the fund. I'm not sure what that means to sign documents reversing. There's nothing to reverse. We're not moving forward.
And this is where he plays dumb, right? This is where he acts coy and he's like, well, I'm not sure really what you mean by kind of reversing something that never was implemented in the first place. Definitely understanding what she's asking here. Definitely recognizing that, you know, to put it in writing, for him to make a statement from the DOJ and sign it himself, again, would reaffirm what he's saying here to a certain degree, and be able to be looked back on by Congress, by the American people, if in fact they do decide to take another route at this, another crack at this. So again, he's playing stupid here. But you know, why he would be unwilling to again put something out with the letterhead of the DOJ stating exactly what he said here is a little fishy, right? Is kind of raising some red flags, let's just say.
The fund.
We know about,
again, just to reiterate, they're talking about doing away with the fund, but keeping the amendments there that Donald Trump and his family and his corporations will not be liable. They'll basically be immune from tax investigations and prosecutions based on their taxes. That will go forward, which we have a clip of coming up here. But she goes on here to just ask again about the writing, and he goes on to deny it.
the court case, the decision, when we've heard press reports, obviously. But is there any way that you could put this in writing? I don't know if there are other ways that you could use another vehicle to move forward with a similar fund or similar intention. And we just
she announces her skepticism, right? I don't trust you, sir, is basically what she just said. Like, I need this in as many forms of writing with as many signatures that I could possibly have. If you could make a TikTok video, if you could stand in front of a few cameras and say this again in private, that would be fantastic too. But the more times that you put this on record, the better off we're going to be, because I distrust the shit out of you, considering that you're, again, the president's fucking personal goddamn attorney and acting head of the DOJ at the same fucking time. Don't tell me that he's not, right? That, you know, throws up some red flags. That's cause for concern, let's just say. Not only that, but with everything else that he's been a part of, you know, all the bullshit he's tried to get through, all of the nonsense rhetoric he's espoused, all of those things, again, lead to the distrust that she's now showing here, which is like, you know, put it in writing, because I don't know what other vehicle you're going to try to use to get this through, right? You're a fucking scumbag fraudster that works for a scumbag fraudster. So yeah, I know she didn't say as much. I'm ad-libbing a bit, but you know, she wanted to.
Reassure the American public. We've heard from both Republicans and Democrats, constituents and Americans across the country about this fund. And I think they would love to be reassured that this fund will not progress.
I'm telling you, it's not.
It's not enough. Not enough, brother. Sorry, not enough. I mean, you work for the most corrupt administration in the history of this country. That's told more lies than any other administration in the history of this country. That's been responsible for more death and destruction, I would say, than most, if not all, administrations in the history of this country. So excuse us if we don't just believe the shit coming out of your mouth, okay? There's been a lot of people sitting in that exact fucking seat in that same administration that have lied to the faces of the people in Congress, and then went on to do exactly what they said they weren't going to do. So fucking excuse us there, Chief.
Sure, I'm not trying to be flippant with you. I'm just saying.
No, you are. But again, that's about all we need to catch from that one as well. But there was one other one here. Yeah. Was this? Oh, this was Rubio, though. This was Rubio. Was there another one? I thought there was another one here from... Let me see here. Was there another one? Yeah, here it is right here. Here's one Tennessee Holler posted. I knew there was this one as well, because now he's getting questioned on the tax portion, the amendment for Trump, his family, and his corporations that isn't going away, right? That is going to happen. That is, well, if it's up to Todd Blanche, something that's absolutely going to take place. But here he's being kind of reprimanded by I'm blanking on this woman's name. It's D something, I know, but my apologies. But it says here, friends, listen to what's being said here. This is extraordinary. You just gave the president and his family immunity And then Todd Blanche tries to push back. Let me know in the chat. I apologize. I hate forgetting people's names, but here we go. Let's see if we can check into this one. I'll play it from the beginning. Let's see. No, from the beginning, I said, Brad. That's not the beginning. That is, though.
Is the first document identified, which is the anti-weaponization fund. There's still a settlement agreement, and there's still the second document I signed is not an addendum. It's a separate Attorney General order.
Okay. So, but you're not going to rescind the addendum, not an addendum, the second order?
No,
The only thing you're talking about here, so the blanket immunity is not something that you're going to move back on?
it's not blanket immunity. That's not true.
It is.
No, it's not.
Read it. Okay. United States releases, waives, acquits, and forever discharges each of the plaintiffs from and is hereby forever barred and precluded from prosecuting or pursuing any and all claims, counterclaims, causes of actions, appeals, requests for any reliefs. I mean, this is an order from you, but you're not prepared. You are prepared to say that the president and his family will be barred, are immune from. That's a yes.
No, it was not a yes. I had not answered the question. I can't answer if you want me to.
What are you doing with this?
Okay, so there was a settlement, which is one of the documents you
Yes.
showed. Okay.
Right.
Part of the settlement included the second order that you just held up.
Right.
And that is still, nothing has changed with that. What I said today, what I've said a couple times today. as
Yeah,
we
nothing
talked
has
about-
changed. Exactly. It's still basically the president of the United States getting immunity, his family getting immunity, his corporations getting immunity by the government that he's presided over, by the DOJ, again, run by his own personal attorney that gets him out of any tax, fraud, any tax investigations, basically giving him immunity for any of the crimes that he's committed, any of the crimes his family's committed, any of the crimes that his corporations have committed. That's exactly what's taking place here. And to give that into return for the president suing his own fucking government is the most blatant act of corruption, the most blatant act of self-dealing, and the family of the fucking, the first family benefiting, profiting from, and getting off on, the power, the proximity of power that they have right now and wielding that over this fucking country. So she rightfully goes on to talk about how ludicrous and asinine this entire thing was. Good for her. Here's the one where Marco Rubio, this one where this was pretty funny because I don't know if you know the story about the shoes that Donald Trump apparently gave Marco Rubio, and they were like fucking 3 sizes too big. But Marco Rubio, having lost his nutsack, having absolutely no guts or balls whatsoever, didn't dare say to the dear Fuhrer that the shoes were too big, and pretty much has to wear them anywhere. I don't know if he stuffs them with socks. I don't know what he's doing, but this was a pretty funny exchange here. At least in one moment where she goes after his shoes. But she asked him, again, a pretty simple question that puts these guys on the hot seat right the fuck away, right? This is a very basic, easy to answer question for anybody that isn't in a cult, right? Let's just say. So when asked who won the 2020 election, especially if you're now working inside of our government, if you're part of the current administration, shouldn't be fucking difficult for you to answer. So this is a clear indication, it has been for quite some time now, of people getting in the hot seat, getting in front of Congress, and being unwilling to answer this question because of the retributions, the backlash, and the likely fucking reaming they're going to get from Donald Trump if they in fact say that Joe Biden rightly won the 2020 election. So this is one of those moments where Marco Rubio is being questioned here by Rep. Jacobs.
Lisa, I have one last question for you. Mr. Secretary, who won the 2020 presidential election?
I'm not here to answer a question. We're talking about 2020. This is a foreign affairs committee.
Okay, great. You can't answer the question,
No, I
even
don't
though we
answer
all
the-
know that
I don't
President
answer the
Biden won.
question because the Secretary of State, I do not participate in domestic.
This is not
political
about
issues.
We're supposed to believe that the Secretary of State, the current Secretary of State, is not allowed to tell us who won the 2020 election. That's what he wants us to believe. Please show me the rule in which that states the Secretary of State is not allowed to acknowledge reality. You know what I mean? You can't acknowledge reality as Secretary of State. You have to live in fantasy land, apparently, according to Marco Rubio here.
Political issues.
certainly
This is
is.
about our
You're
democracy.
asking me to opine, just like I don't do campaign
It
rallies.
seems
I
like
don't do
you,
because as
it's-
Secretary of State, we're not supposed to. That's been the long tradition of the department, and you should know that if you've been on this committee for any period of time.
Mr.
you're-
Secretary, it seems like you have an
Questions?
issue admitting facts. You can't say that the president lost the 2020 election, just like you won't admit President Trump is losing this reckless war of choice, and just like you couldn't admit that the shoes the president bought you were too big. You clearly don't know what winning means. And not because the facts are unclear to you, it's because telling the truth would cost you your job. And the American people are entitled to a Secretary of State who tells them the truth even when the president doesn't want to hear it. And my constituents, our service members, deserve better. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
And I love it. I love it. I know the shoes thing was kind of thrown in there to belittle, right, Marco Rubio, and I have absolutely no problems with that. And again, he pushes back and calls it some sort of clown show here because of that question. And no, I don't know what you're talking about as far as the shoe thing is concerned. He did give me very nice shoes, but they fit perfectly. Oh yeah, did they fit perfectly? What the fuck is this then? What the fuck is this then? Doesn't look like they fit perfectly. Look like you could fit a fucking 2-story condominium behind the heel in between that and where the shoe actually ends there. You know what I mean? Looks like you'd have to stuff in about 14 and a half socks in order to make those things fit. Marco Rubio is probably wearing about 10 socks already, but he just stuffed a couple either in the toe or in the back somehow to make those shoes actually stay on and not flop around like flip-flops as he's going on these really important meetings. Right, but this is Rubio would rather defend wearing literal clown shoes at the behest of the Deter leader than state the obvious that Trump got demolished in the 2020 election. I don't know what he's talking about. What big shoes? What shoes that don't fit that I wear every time because Donald Trump would be pissed if I didn't wear them. What an absolute fucking twat. All right. Running out of time quickly here. So let's just kind of fly through a couple of these clips and then we'll get into the updates and some of the footage coming from the strikes in St. Petersburg by Ukraine. But let's just go through a couple of these because Donald Trump looking very bad. And again, I don't know when this was taped. We've talked about Sasquatch's fucking absence from the camera, for the last, 6-7 days at this point? I'm not sure what the calculation is, but, after his trip to Walter Reed, after his, multiple visits and to his yearly checkup, how many times you have to do a yearly checkup? I'm not sure before it's not a yearly checkup. What are you going to do? But a lot of people speculated, a lot of people asking what's going on. As this kind of appearance here, this interview with Miranda Devine came out, people are recognizing that his hands are looking very swollen, right? They were looking bruised before. It looked like, was it the left hand? No, it was the right hand that was bruised first because they used the handshake excuse. And then it was the left hand that started developing the bruising. And now it's like the hands have gone from bruising to swelling. So again, I'm not sure what, health concerns brings that on. But looks like people are starting to notice and recognize. This is Aaron Rupert says, look how swollen and disgusted Trump's right hand looks during his new podcast appearance. And, I'll stipulate it's kind of difficult to see in this one, but there is I think a still photo that somebody got that does kind of more clearly detail kind of how like swollen and big Trump's hands look. I'll get out of the way just in case I block it. But here's this short clip where they're talking.
Teddy Roosevelt's portrait is above your head.
Right.
Tell me, is he one of your favorite presidents and why?
I mean, you can kind of see it there, but it definitely looks fucking swollen around his knuckles, right? Sorry that line's in the way. I don't know if can I get that line out of there?
Well, it was a good one.
No, that'll probably stay there. My apologies. But you can definitely see around his knuckles, his right hand looking pretty freaking swollen. I don't know if he bashed it. I don't know if it's an unrelated thing to his bruises or anything else, but it definitely looked like that. And like I said, there's a kind of a still shot that gives you a better indication, a clearer picture of that as well. But there's a lot of ridiculous moments in this as well. He talks about Iran is a big success. Wait until you see. The economy is unbelievable. Like how much do you have to live in an alternate universe to continuously say this, right? Like how much bullshit can one man espouse it's apparently endless as far as Donald Trump is concerned. But to try to actually get people to believe that this is somehow a raging success and has been fantastic for the economy is like you are in fucking la la land, dude.
Well, one thing is working out well. Venezuela was a big success. Iran's a big success.
Yeah.
What do you see?
Iran, big success. What benefit have you guys seen in your daily life that we can attribute to the actions in Venezuela, that we can attribute to those, the fishing boats that were continuously struck and all the people that died as a result of those strikes? Like, what benefit have you seen now that Maduro's in a New York City jail? Like, does that help you guys? I'm sure that helps you guys, right? Or is it just basically the oil conglomerates and the CEOs that are, sucking the shit out of Donald Trump's asshole daily, that are profiting from the, the rise in oil or whatever barrel, how many ever millions of barrels of oil they're stealing from the Venezuelans? Because it sure as fuck ain't me and you that are profiting. It sure as fuck ain't me and you that are benefiting from that, as we continue to sit here and watch the cost of every single thing that we utilize go up basically on a daily basis.
Very big success story. We've essentially defeated the military. We'll see what happens. We're working on a deal. And if that happens, fine. If it doesn't happen, that's okay too. We'll do it the other way. But
it's not okay. It is not okay if this thing doesn't end. It is not okay if we don't get a deal. It's also not okay if we sign a deal and it makes Iran much more powerful. Having the rest of the world needing to respect their ability not only to control the strait if anybody acts up, but also their ability to withstand not only the United States in joint military actions with Israel, but also a pretty concerted effort by the United States to set in a blockade through the Strait of Hormuz. Like we've seen time and time again, whether it's journalistic reporting or the U.S. intelligence assessments that say, look, it seems like they have a pretty decent ability to withstand this for a lot longer period of time than we originally anticipated. Right, which is not a good sign and not a good signal. Pairing that up with the missile and drone capabilities that they clearly still have left. Like, I mean, we've gone through so much bullshit in this that we almost forget that Donald Trump says he's eradicated all their missiles and drones. So what the fuck are they shooting? What are they shooting? Spitballs at fucking Kuwait airport? What was that? I'm curious. What they shoot at the airport to destroy that fucking airport or that part of the airport? Because it certainly looked to me like either a missile or a drone, much like we're flying around on camera and being shot down by Patriot interceptors and ones that got through, right? Because that's what it looks like to me. But it's just we've gone through so much bullshit in this and so many lies and different changes and stances and goals and all that. It's almost like you gotta sit down and write them all down to be able to remember all of them. You know what I mean? And this is where Donald Trump says he inherited high prices, which is an absolute fallacy as well.
And whether we like it or not, that is a big indicator of where we got people, 401ks are all high. They're all setting records.
What about people who don't have 401ks and they're worried about gas or groceries? We hear about that
I
a lot.
inherited very high prices when I came in. I inherited the highest inflation in the history of our country. Biden had...
Fact check anybody? How about we fact check? Did Donald Trump inherit the highest level inflation that this country has ever seen? Because he just made that clear, very concise statement right there, right? There was no ifs, ands, or buts about that. This is the president of the United States telling the world that he inherited, when he came in, the highest inflation that the United States has ever seen. What do you say we do this? Let me throw this on there, make sure I'm not muted. Okay, so when Humpty Dumpty, this fucking decrepit orange bastard, took office for his second term, right? In January 2025, the exact annual inflation rate was 3%. The figure was measured by the 12-month change in the headline consumer price index. Let me see here. This also goes on to state. Let me see. What was I? Hold on. Let me go back. How do I get back out of this? Get me out of this one. Oh, here it is right here. Let me go to this one. And this says U.S. inflation rate by president, right? We'll just go by president. We'll scroll down here. Make sure I'm not muted. I'm not muted. We'll just continue to scroll down here. Why don't I move this over here so I can see you guys both at the same time? All right, so now I can see you both at the same time. So we'll just scroll down to old Joseph Robinette Biden down here. Okay, and let's just read this. So average year-over-year inflation rate, 4.9% for Joe Biden. Again, the average year-over-year inflation rate under Joe Biden was 4.9%. Biden signed the American Rescue Plan Act in 2021, a $1.9 trillion stimulus package, helped the country recover from COVID-19. In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic recovery and the soaring gas prices after the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, inflation rose to record levels not seen since the 1980s. Inflation peaked at 9.1% year over year in June 2022, the highest increase in 40 years. The Fed responded by raising interest rates 11 times in an attempt to cool down the stubborn inflation. While inflation did not come down from its peak in 2022, peak in 2023, it remained above Fed's 2% target. Did come down. It did also remain above the 2% target. In September 2024, the Fed made its first rate cut in 4 years. Biden's economic policies are now referred to as Bidenomics. And this goes on to say that which president had the highest inflation rate? President Jimmy Carter had the highest inflation rate so far, with year-over-year inflation rate of 9.85%. from 1977 to 1971. What's the highest inflation has ever been? In the United States, inflation is commonly measured by the Consumer Price Index, or CPI. Since the CPI was introduced as an economic indicator, the highest rate year-to-year inflation in the U.S. was 17.8% in 1917. Was Donald Trump elected in 1917? He looks old enough to have been elected in 1917. But again, as far as the statement that he inherited these ridiculously high prices and he, inherited the highest inflation that this country has ever seen, it's provably false, right? Provably, objectively false, ridiculous. No pushback here by Miranda. Obviously, nobody's going to call him out on the nonsense. He continues to say this and the 2020 election nonsense. It never ceases to amaze me the amount that he's allowed to get away with this. But she asked him a bunch more questions here. But let me see if I could just show you this. We'll probably have to hold off on the let's see. I probably have to hold off on the last couple videos that I wanted to do. One, or at least just the battle plans exposed, because I've run out of time, my gents. I've run out of time, but we can cover this because this is from Kate from Kharkiv, and she says, "Morning in St. Petersburg." And it looks like there may have been a little action. I'm just going to say that plume of smoke in the background is telling me something just maybe off a little bit. Browser has lost connection to your screen share audio. God damn it, for crying out loud. All right, let me put myself big. Couldn't happen at a worse time. I'll put it back on. Screen share again. Kate from Kharkiv, how you doing? Back on the screen, and we're back at it like a crack addict. Here we go. All right, so morning in St. Pete, she says, and this is a picture, but it goes on. This is more fire spreading at the St. Petersburg oil terminal, by the way. St. Petersburg Economic Forum starts today, which is, again, another reason why the Ukrainians, I'm suspecting, would do this. Obviously, it was going to get the attention of the people there. Obviously, it was going to get the attention of the world media as well. But again, here is just some more footage coming in from that. Here is St. Petersburg oil port is on fire. Just a really quick video showing you the fireball in the flame in the background. Сука, блядь. So obviously clear indication of a strike there. NATO Secretary General Rutte arrives in Kyiv. This also says, okay, she says, okay, I'll stop posting about St. Petersburg soon, but I promise you, not yet. Here's just another angle, I believe, of that strike there by the Ukrainians. Sounds like another drone overhead. Hear that buzzing in the background? Sounds like wasn't the only drone in the area. So again, that's coming from St. Petersburg as well. And I think there was more from this. Let me see if I could. Yeah, there was this I wanted to show you before I get you guys out of here. This was, again, one Russian trying to shoot down the incoming drones. You know what I mean? Like, this is just the lack of air defenses in this area and how, like, lackadaisical these Russian soldiers are. One guy's firing. There's two soldiers there. One guy's firing. The other guy's just like, I don't have a weapon, so I guess I'll just sit here and watch type of thing. But check this out. This is where he's literally, it says, amused residents film Russian service members trying and failing to shoot down a Ukrainian one-way attack drone with automatic rifles during this morning's large-scale attack against the northwestern Russian city of St. Petersburg. So here's that footage here. I'll go back. I'll play this one again. Ready? You hear the drone. Here's the drone. And here's fucking Ivan trying to take it down with his rifle. This is looks to be the extent of the Russian air defenses in this area. It's just fucking Ivan sitting there with his rifle, like, I shoot down them all. Not the fucking one drone come through here, some bitch. I shoot that motherfucker down right now with my rifle. Although I miss every shot, unfortunately, and it makes strike. So, my apology. So this is that one. Here's another angle. You just got the Russian citizens in the background, just like, filming away with it. Like, this guy's an idiot. Like, absolutely no chance. Look at the success he's had, obviously. Don't worry about smoke in background. This is from nothing. These drones don't get through my rifle fire, I promise. Although there is several strikes you can see right beyond me. But, I try my best. Look at doesn't even look like he was shooting at that one. There was one going over his head, and he's shooting at the other one. Watch this. Oh, that's the other one. Shit. This one. Play. He's shooting at the wrong one. Then again, there, just the evidence of the successful strike there by the Ukrainians. And sorry, unfortunately, run out of time today on the early show. I'm going to throw it over to my main man, Jeff Waldorf, over there on this space. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to simulcast over there. Thank you for the opportunity to join up in coalition with you guys. I really do appreciate the mods for everything that you guys do over there, and obviously Matt for putting this all together. So my apologies for running over a minute, but I'll send it over to Jeff. Thank you to everybody over there. Much appreciated. And for everybody over here at Blunt Politics, make sure you stick around. All right. Thank you.
You're not going to be a dictator, are you? I said, no, other than day one.
Donald Trump has successfully moved the Overton window in a way that is as dangerous for the future of democracy in this country as anything else.
This is what Vout and Project 2025 wanted.
Newsom is he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it if I were Tom. I think it's great.
They control the Congress, they control the White House, and they control the courts. And so, of course, they're massively overreaching. And yes, they are getting away with it right now.
This is clearly a man who cannot tolerate criticism of him or what he does, which is exactly what authoritarianism is all about.
The New York Times is just as fake as CNN and MSDNC. They really are the enemy of the people.
What he is saying, rather bluntly, if you stand up to Donald Trump, he will punish you.
Protesters in Philadelphia, state capitals in California, Minnesota, Michigan, Texas, Wisconsin, Indiana, and others showed up to oppose Trump, Musk, and Project 2025.
The US and President Trump has overseen America's largest military parade in decades as nationwide protests take place against his leadership.
Demonstrations are happening right across the United States today to oppose the Trump administration.
Two visions of America. On a day the country's deepening divide was there for all the world to see.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the show. I'm Jeff Waldorf, and you're watching The Logical Leftist right here. This space, I got a great show for y'all. All right. Stick around for the next hour. I've got a bunch of different stories to talk about. We've got a lot of consequences, obviously, and a lot of corruption to talk about, including a former Republican mayor getting free college on the taxpayer's dime. I don't want to give away too much, okay, but it's an amazing story. So, and there's just a giant layer of hypocrisy on top of that shit cake that I can't wait to get into. So, I love it. But first, we have consequences for a man who threatened federal judges, of course. So, we're going to get into that. That's our first story. Then we've got stories of I mean, a woman getting arrested over a Facebook post. I kid you not. That was actually trying to warn the community about her water, the water in the community. We've got just Republican fails. So it's going to be a great day. So with that said, please like and share the stream. Let's get logical. Okay. The Constitution will reign supreme when we start executing filth like you. You're a dead man. No, that's not me saying that. That is a message that a man named Spencer Gear had left for a sitting federal judge in a voicemail. So on Monday, that same man, Spencer Gear, ended up standing in federal court in Las Vegas in front of a judge. And this is what he had to say for himself. Quote, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that I ever talked to people in such a manner. Oh, you're embarrassed now. Really? So you're saying that for 7 months, approximately, you called up federal judges on the phone and called them filth and trash, and then told them that you would spill their blood, and then promised them that their executions were coming. But now that the consequences of playing your stupid games have shown up at your door, the only thing that you could say about it was, oh no, oops, I'm embarrassed. Really? More like, embarrassed that you got caught. And honestly, embarrassment is not even the right word to use, okay? I mean, embarrassment is when you accidentally leave food on your face or you forget to button your fly. Not, oops, I accidentally issued death threats at federal judges. Oh, no, how embarrassing. Oh, oops. No. So now, as a result of this, court ended up giving him 60 months in federal prison, about 5 years. Now, the best part, or at least my favorite part, is that the judge who handed down this sentence happens to be a woman. Now, why do I say that? Because you're going to have to tune in to see. Let's get into it. Now, Spencer Gear is a nobody from Las Vegas. Real loser with a penchant for making unhinged threats. According to court records from late November of 2023 through early July of 2024, Spencer Gear decided that the best way to defend his new daddy, Donald Trump, was to start calling up judges and threaten to murder them. And it wasn't just one. Oh, no. It was multiple. Now, in February, a jury convicted him on 20 counts, 9 for threatening a federal official and 11 for transmitting threats of injury. So let's be clear about what this was. It was a campaign of terror, specifically a right-wing campaign of terror. This wasn't Antifa or the radical left. No, this was a MAGA guy threatening to murder the very people whose job it is to uphold the nation's laws. So here are the details. Prosecutor Sid Gear had threatened 8 federal officials, including judges, but also 3 state employees. Now, he didn't pick these people at random. Oh, no. Gear went straight for the judges and prosecutors tied to cases against President Donald Trump, now President Donald Trump. So, for example, he targeted Juan Merchan, the judge in the New York hush money case that Trump had complained about, very loudly, by the way. He also went after Alvin Bragg, the Manhattan DA who brought that case. And just days after a jury convicted Trump on 34 felony counts, Gear left Merchan a message about executing filth and ended it with, "You're a dead man." He also went after Lewis Kaplan, the judge who handed down the E. Jean Carroll defamation case that could still cost Donald Trump $88.3 million in total damages. He is currently appealing. Gear also went after 5 judges in Washington who had overseen Trump and January 6 cases. Beryl Howell, Colleen Codley, Gia Cobb, Reggie Walton, and Chris Cooper. So he threatened all of those people for simply doing their jobs. And none of this was anonymous either. Oh no, he made absolutely no attempt to try to hide himself. The Justice Department noted that the threats came through a string of phone calls and an email, of course, aimed at those officials over the 7-month window. Let me tell you, Donald Trump clearly has the smartest people, the best people on his side. Dude literally used his own voice to leave messages a jury could simply play back. which is part of why a trial like this only took about 6 days. I mean, when the evidence is the defendant's own voicemails, there's not a whole lot left to argue about here. I mean, maybe he thought that Trump would pardon him or something. And speaking of Trump, by the way, the very language, according to prosecutors, was reminiscent of the Holocaust. He was calling his targets filth and trash, which is the exact kind of dehumanizing rhetoric that makes threats a little easier to throw out there, okay, and makes violence that much easier to perpetrate upon certain groups of people. So, in fact, here's a quote that he used in a voicemail to a female judge. He said, "You're a woman. You have to have men do things for you. You can't do anything to Donald Trump unless you send a man to do it." Yes, those women, always counting on men to do their dirty work, let me tell you, which is pretty funny because these are the same men that keep complaining about the male loneliness epidemic. But to me, it kind of sounds like they need women more than the women need them. And they're so angry about that. But here's what's actually going on underneath all of this. Gear's own defense actually told on him. You see, when his lawyers tried to explain these threats away, they decided to bring Trump into their argument. They said that Gear's words were actually no different than the ones that the president uses every day. They said that politically engaged people now commonly describe their opponents as treasonous, and they remind them the punishment for treason is death. Now, look, I don't think that's normal. I think that's extremely messed up. But now they're using that as a defense for death threats against federal officials. I mean, they didn't say like, oh, he didn't actually mean it. He was having a hard time, or, he was having a mental health episode. No, their defense was, hey, look, what's the deal? Everybody talks like this now. Even the president. So why is my guy the one standing in the courtroom? And that's actually a pretty good question. Just not in the way that they've probably thought it was. And I say that because this is actually strangely honest when it comes to the right wing. Look, this guy clearly wasn't inventing this kind of rhetoric alone in the basement. No, he was simply repeating what he had heard from a lot of the people around him. I mean, he saw President Donald Trump call people vermin. He heard Trump call people the enemies from within. And he has heard from numerous right-wing message boards, tweets, and right-wing shows, podcasts, that the punishment for treason is death. And that it's the Democrats that are treasonous and the judges that are treasonous. Look, this guy felt emboldened by Trump's language. And the fact that Donald Trump is now president, so of course he thought that he could use that language to help Trump against 8 judges. This rhetoric came from the top. Funny enough, the 60 months landed right on top of this guy's head. Hey, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. And so on Monday, he stood in front of U.S. District Judge Jennifer Dorsey and received his prize. 60 months federal prison and 3 years of supervised release after that. Now, prosecutors had been asking to have him locked up since his very first bail hearing, where they had called him a ticking time bomb and a far-right extremist. Now, as I mentioned, Judge Dorsey is a woman, and the irony is that the man who left a voicemail saying that a woman can't do anything to Donald Trump, or I guess by extension, any of his followers, without sending a man to do it, just had that woman send him to prison for 5 years. I don't need no man. And then the tough guy who promised to spill the blood of the filth, to have them executed. Now his own public defender stood up and said that he is both embarrassed and is open to rehabilitation. See, the difference here is really something. This giant gap between the voicemails that he had left and what he said at his sentencing. I mean, it's like the Grand Canyon, okay? You see on the phone and in the email, he was a tough guy, an alpha male. He was the executioner. But apparently in the courtroom, he showed everybody who he really was. A little bitch. He spent 7 months telling federal judges that the executioners were coming for him. And spent about 10 minutes on Monday telling a judge that he is really, really embarrassed. Ladies and gentlemen, this man effed around, and now he's finding out. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. That is a desperate defense strategy indeed. Indeed. All right. Let's move on here to something a little bit more serious, actually. And something that, you really wish the free speech defenders, the so-called free speech defenders would actually want to pay attention to. Jennifer Combs had lived a normal life, following the rules. She'd never even had so much as a speeding ticket. She is a grandmother, a small business owner, and a volunteer in her community. However, in May, her town of Trinidad, Texas, put her in a jail cell. Not for stealing anything or for hurting anybody. No, they arrested her over a Facebook account, her Facebook account, sharing information about tainted water in her community. Now, the water in Trinidad had been coming out of people's faucets a sickly brown color. Turns out it was full of rust. It was full of sediment. Now, that's the kind of thing that kind of wrecks your home appliances and could even mess with your health. It's absolutely unacceptable for anyone to have this kind of water flowing out of their taps. So the city, of course, knew about it, and they'd even put out a boil water notice over all of this. The discoloration of the water is not at all in dispute. Everyone, and I'm saying everybody, knew about the city's dirty water problem. Now, Combs had run a community page on Facebook, and it did what a lot of those pages do. Basically tried to get information about the community, spread a little bit of news. And on this page, she encouraged her neighbors to send in photos and to report what they were seeing about their water. She also passed along reports on her page that some people had gotten sick from drinking this water. And for that, Trinidad police actually arrested her, charged her with a felony, and held her in jail overnight. They even impaneled a grand jury who had looked at this entire thing and asked, wait, are you kidding me? That's right. At the end of the day, the grand jury refused to charge her with anything at all because it's not like she had done any crime. Let's get into it. So now Trinidad is a small town in Henderson County. It's about an hour southeast of Dallas. And like many places in this country, their infrastructure has been quietly falling apart for years. We're talking about aging pipes here, a relatively small water system, and no one seemingly in a position of power willing to fix it. So back in early April, residents started noticing something wrong with their water. It was brown. Ugh. Now, on Combs' Facebook page, called The Southern Bell Watch, she had encouraged folks to post what was actually happening in their homes in order to raise awareness and to get this problem fixed. Members of her community immediately flooded the page, claiming that their appliances were getting ruined. People said they couldn't cook with it, bathe in it, or even do their laundry. Now, the city's own boil water notice had placed the blame on low chlorine levels. They called the boil notice just a precaution. But a boil water notice is still a boil water notice. You don't just sit there and tell a whole town to boil water that's perfectly safe to drink, do you? No. So Combs was, in plain terms, doing the kind of local reporting that the town wasn't doing for itself. And why exactly was it left to a Facebook page to bring awareness to this issue? Because this town had made a different choice. You see, after Combs put up a post saying that she'd received reports that some citizens had been hospitalized due to bacteria in the water, something she rightly called a serious public health concern, the city responded by calling her a liar. They claimed that there were no confirmed hospitalizations related to this water. Now, I'm going to be honest with you here and say that I don't know for sure about the hospitalizations. But here's the thing. This kind of situation can absolutely lead to hospitalizations. You see, bacteria from sediment in the water can cause all sorts of health issues that may seem to be fairly random. Look, you can experience symptoms like nausea, vomiting, or stomach cramps, intestinal distress. Okay. Now, on their own, those might not seem serious enough to, hospitalize someone for. It can vary. And they can also have devastating impacts on kids. So, and look, when a lot of people start experiencing similar symptoms right after there happens to be a visible change in the quality of their water, it's not exactly a stretch to think, maybe this water might have something to do with all this. So yes, warning the community about this is a good thing. But apparently the city did not agree. In fact, on April 6th, the Trinidad police tried to shut down any conversation about it. They had posted a public notice warning that warning residents that knowingly spreading information that is false or baseless, as they had called it, or could place the public in fear, may be charged as a felony. So that right there is a threat. If you're warning your community about tainted water on Facebook, they're telling you that you could face jail time. Hey, free speech warriors, where are you guys? Where are you? It turns out we've got some serious problems in Texas. Wait a minute, Texas? This is happening in Texas and not in California? What is going on here? Look, on May 8th, the cops came and made good on this threat. They arrested this woman, a woman with no criminal history, and booked her on felony false alarm charges, okay? And held her in a cell for the better part of an entire day. She actually called this one of the most humiliating things that she's ever had to go through. Now, 2 days later, facing public outrage over this arrest, Police Chief Charles Gregory went out to defend it, of course. He called this a quote-unquote very cut and dry case. I did not take this position to be a yes man. I'm just out here standing up for the truth. Oh, sure. You're just out there standing up for the truth, right? Against misinformation. How? By jailing a grandma while our president sits there and lies all the time? While Fox News goes out there and creates another outrage segment about Somalis in Minnesota allegedly stealing all the welfare? Despite the fact that the one person who was arrested for running a daycare scam was a white woman who is a U.S. citizen. Funny enough, if you actually cared about fighting harmful misinformation, then it kind of looks like you've got a lot bigger and better targets than a woman posting information for her community on Facebook. And here's the thing. A constitutional law expert who looked at this case had even questioned whether arresting this woman over a post violated her First Amendment rights. And of course, spoiler alert, it absolutely did. So now here comes the best part of this entire story. You see, the case went to this grand jury, who immediately came back with a ruling of insufficient evidence against Combs. Oops. You see, it looks like this cut and dry case couldn't even survive contact with a grand jury. I mean, what an absolute violation of free speech rights and an epic embarrassment for this town and the police. And look, ultimately, embarrassment is what this was really about. You had somebody in power getting super embarrassed because they weren't actually doing anything about this water. And look, at a town that has brown water, it's not like they don't have options. They've got a few. Now, option one is the hard one. It involves fixing the pipes, finding the money somewhere in the budget, and even admitting that, yes, we dropped the ball on this one, our system's failing. And then spending however long it takes actually fixing that problem. Now, the second option is a little bit cheaper, or a lot cheaper. You find the loudest person pointing at the problem and you make them the problem instead. We see exactly which one of those options Trinidad had picked. At the end of the day, arresting Combs was never about, whether 3 people or no people went to the hospital. And it was never about fighting misinformation online. No, it was all about sending a message to every other resident with a Facebook account. Hey, if you keep posting about our water problem, you could end up in a cell. And that's really the whole ball game here. If you can't make the water clean by Thursday, well, then at least you can make an example out of the people, who are calling attention to this problem. We just want them to keep their mouths shut. So one of those things takes a lot less work than the other. And the tell here is a felony charge. You don't try to get a felony, charge on somebody for making a factual error. No, you reach for a felony charge to try to scare people into quiet acceptance. But thankfully, it had the opposite effect. I mean, look at how this actually turned out for the town. Trying to silence one woman did not go the way that they planned it to. It went national. The Streisand effect strikes yet again. Combs sat down with the local Fox affiliate, and that interview, it's been seen millions of times. And now a town most people in Texas couldn't even find on a map is known as a town that tried to suppress a grandmother's free speech over brown tap water. And it's not over, by the way. Following her release, Combs turned around and sued the city, calling the arrest exactly what it looks like. Retaliation. Oops. Well, that turned out well, didn't it? They tried to silence a woman and failed. Big time. And here's the irony. In all the effort that they spent to go after this woman, they could have just fixed the pipes. But they didn't. And now, not only do they have brown water still, but they have a federal civil rights lawsuit to contend with. That's the thing about trying to scare people into silence. At the end of the day, it never works out the way you think it will. So Jennifer Combs tried doing the right thing for her community. Her city tried to punish her and failed. And now the town that wanted her to be the problem has unintentionally become a cautionary tale about free speech. Okay. Let's see. Making her go through the legal hassle is the punishment. Yeah. And again, trying to chill the free speech of other people. So it's about sending a message. I'm sure it's a cut and dry case because there's no water. That's a good one. That is a good one. Okay. Let's move on here and go from Texas to Oklahoma. And then we're going to go back to Texas. A lot of southern states here, but don't worry. We've also got Connecticut on the docket. Do you know that about half of everyone living in Oklahoma right now lives within a mile of an oil and gas site? And most of them have absolutely no idea what is underneath their feet. Because the agency whose entire job it is to know and to tell them has decided not to do any of that. So let's go to resident Mitch Meredith. Now, he and his family had built what they had called their dream home. Now, these people are devout Christians, okay? These are the kind of people who write like Bible verses into the studs of their house before hanging up their drywall. And now they build this house and then find a black, oily sludge coming up through the ground, first around their house and then into it. So the state had that sludge tested. The state's own environmental department found heavy metals in it that they themselves describe as commonly found in oil field wastewater. The regulators, they know exactly what's going on here. And yet, in every single public statement they have made about this family's home filling up with toxic petroleum sludge wastewater, they referred to this as just water. Let's get into it. Now, in March, the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, that is the agency that regulates oil and gas in that state, held a town hall. And the room was packed with concerned residents. The director of the commission's oil and gas division, a man named Jeremy Hodges, he stood up in front of this crowd and he took questions. Now, Jeremy Hodges' team had taken a gas reading inside the Meredith home. That gas reading hit explosive level concentrations, specifically focused in their bathroom. Not good. So during that town hall, a woman in the crowd asked him if he would be willing to live in that house as it is. His answer, of course, was a non-answer. Again, literally saying, I'm not going to answer that. Now, Mitch's brother, Matt, had pressed him and said, so you won't say whether you live there yourself? Hodges said, well, that's just hypothetical. I'm not going to answer that. And there it is. So the man put in charge of the response would not say in public that he'd spend a single night in the house his own agency kept calling safe to live in. Obviously, the crowd didn't react to that one well, and I don't blame them one bit. But let's back up here and define the very thing that they keep trying to soften. Because the language that they use is doing a lot of work here, a lot of heavy lifting. So what is coming up through the Meredith ground is what the industry politely calls produced water. In plain terms, it's the toxic brine that comes up alongside of the oil. It is saltier than the ocean and laced with heavy metals and toxins. Not exactly good for drinking. Where's it coming from, though? Likely a well drilled back in the 1940s and was plugged up poorly decades ago. Long, long before the Merediths ever bought that land. Now, here's the thing. This is where the receipts kind of stack up, okay? And they belong to the agency. State sampling came back with salt readings consistent with oil field wastewater. The state's environmental quality department found elevated levels of barium and bromide. Again, those are your heavy metals. Now, Mitch also had paid for his own independent lab results, and they found the same thing. So everybody's findings matched up. This is clearly oil and gas waste. So now the question is, what are they going to do about it? Well, the commission's administrator, a man named Jim Marshall, stood at the front of that same room in that town hall and told the family whose home was filling up with explosive sludge that don't worry, just file a claim with your insurance company. They'll take care of it. Wait, what? Now, I got to note that the same insurance company had already denied them any coverage due to something called a pollution exclusion clause in their policy. And it's actually standard in a lot of home insurance policies. Basically, it denies coverage for property damage, personal injury, or cleanup cost caused by the release, discharge, or dispersal of pollutants, irritants, or contaminants, which is what this oil wastewater qualifies as. So basically, the message is, man, you're SOL, buddy. Then you have the agency's spokesman, a man named Jack Domrell. who said the commission recognizes the seriousness of this issue and will continue to evaluate any new and relevant information. Wait, what more relevant information do they need? Y'all already have the readings. You don't need any more proof. What you need to do is to do something to help this family. But they won't. Now, here's how big the lie of omission surrounding this case really is. You see, currently the state officially admits to only about 19,000 orphan wells. These are your old abandoned wells. And this is what the state is on the hook to plug up, to make sure it doesn't leak into people's homes or into the land or into the groundwater. 19,000, but what's the real number? Federal researchers say it's more than 300,000 wells. That would mean the agency is off by a factor of roughly 16 on the size of its own problem. That omission is not by an accident. Look, at the end of the day, a badly plugged well from the 1940s is the oil industry's garbage. Now, the cost the company had never paid and likely never will. They just decided to leave it in the ground for somebody else to deal with. Hey, it's not our problem, they said. And it's not the insurance company's problem either, apparently. No, it's the homeowner's problem. They get to take care of it. And that's how this works. So a private company pumps out all the oil and then sold it 80 years ago, reaped all the profit. That profit left the state a long time ago. But what stayed behind was the poison and the bill for cleaning it up. So when the commission just calls it water, it's not being cute. It's not confused. This is the commission protecting itself and the big oil companies. Because the minute that the agency says out loud in writing that this is oil and gas waste from a well that it's responsible for, the liability shifts to the agency. So it can't say that. All it does is just pass the buck. You privatize the oil and socialize the poisons. And then claim when something happens, it's just water? What's the deal? It's not our problem. It's your problem. Now, here's the part where the trap kind of closes in on itself, and it's almost like too perfect. State Senator Avery Fricks had passed a bill to create a fund to compensate homeowners exactly like the Merediths, which kind of sounds great, right? Unfortunately, it has a huge caveat in it. You see, it turns out that the fund only pays out if the Corporation Commission officially confirms that an old well is the source. And that Corporation Commission is the very body that has refused this entire time to confirm that an old well is the source. They keep calling it water. So the legislature built a door and handed the only key over to the one agency with every reason to keep it locked. Yes, the relief technically exists, but it just requires the regulator to indict itself first. And the regulator has reviewed that proposal and decided that it would rather not. Meanwhile, the agency's official position on the Meredith home is that because the family's house now sits on top of the old well, blocking access to it, the commission has reached the end of its legal ability to assist. Well, ain't that convenient? Oh, golly, we can't clean up that well now because the cleanup wasn't done when it should have been done. And now your house is on top of it. I guess you guys are SOL. Sorry, not sorry. Look, this is the part where you should be bothered. Even if you've never set foot in Oklahoma and never plan on it. Understand that this is not the fault of the family for moving in and building that house. Half of the state lives within a mile of one of these sites. Half. On top of hundreds of thousands of potential wells that regulators haven't even accurately counted or won't or have refused to release an official count. And it's overseen by an agency that when a citizen asked its director if he would live in a house like that, said, I'm not going to answer that. Well, I mean, he's right about one thing. He didn't have to answer it. Not directly. You know why? Because his refusal to answer was an answer in itself and tells you everything you need to know. All right. Man. So we go from Oklahoma. Well, first we were in Texas. Now we go back to, or we went to Oklahoma. Now we're going back to Texas. Okay. Weird how it seems like it's always seems to be these Republican states where these stories happen. It's got to be something to that. Guess we'll figure it out. Okay. It's kind of a weird story, but stay with me on this one. So there is a fly making its way towards Texas right now, whose entire reproductive strategy is to lay eggs in the flesh of a living animal so that the maggots can eat it alive from the inside out. That, my friends, is horrifying. Nature is scary. Now, what am I talking about? I'm talking about the New World screwworm. And trust me, this is going to have big implications, okay, for this country, and specifically for grocery prices. So what happens is that the female lays her eggs in an open wound, for example, on a cow or deer, or even in some rare cases, a human being. And the larvae, they hatch and they burrow inward, feeding on the living tissue as they go. I mean, again, horrible. Now, as of this week, according to a Texas Republican, that fly is within a mile of the border. Now, here's the part that should make every rancher in Texas absolutely furious. This was not a problem before. This problem had actually been solved. We did something about this. You see, the United States had actually beaten the screwworm 70 years ago, driving it out of the country after it destroyed a lot of cattle herds. And not only that, but we had kept it out of this country for decades, thanks to the federal government, a federally funded program. You know where the story's going. Now, that program had been cut by the Trump administration in the name of efficiency. A cut that voters in Texas, ranchers, had voted for. So let's get into it. Now, earlier this week, a state representative named Don McLaughlin had put out an urgent public letter. Here's what he wrote. For more than a year, I have joined Texas ranchers in sounding the alarm, while federal regulators have moved at a snail's pace. The threat is no longer hundreds of miles away. It is at our doorstep. Now, that is a sitting Texas Republican complaining that the federal government had moved too slowly to solve this problem, that they did too little. And thanks to that, his state has been exposed, left exposed to a parasite. Now, this is after his side, Texas Republicans and Republicans in the greater federal government, bragged about gutting that same federal government. Oops. So he says he's been warning about this for over a year. Okay. So it's not like they didn't see this one coming. They did. And, well, as they were warning, they were also watching agencies, the very federal agencies that would handle this, get hollowed out. So let me break down the history of this. Because what they did to fix it before was actually one of the great government success stories. which is exactly what makes burning it down so infuriatingly stupid. See, back in the 1950s, the USDA has used science to beat the screwworm. Here's what they did. They bred millions of male flies that were sterile and then released them into the wild so that when the females had mated, they produced nothing, no offspring whatsoever. Now, it's a pretty simple, solution. Now, if you do that long enough, then the population level collapses. It is called the sterile insect technique. It worked. The screwworm basically vanished from the U.S. But that's not all. See, keeping it gone was also a joint operation. The U.S. worked with the government of Mexico for decades to hold a containment line to the south to stop the fly from creeping back up. So this is exactly the kind of quiet, unglamorous cross-border maintenance work that is necessary to prevent a catastrophe. Now, the problem is that when it works like it's supposed to, no one actually notices. So that's kind of the trap with prevention. And we see it with vaccination all the time. You see, when it works, it looks like nothing's happening. So you don't really need that solution. And so when something looks like nothing's happening, it happens to be the first thing on the chopping block, especially if you're a dumbass who decides that the government does too much. And you don't like that. Why are we spending so much money on flies? Well, this is why. You see, this isn't just a story about bugs. This is a story about choices. This is a story about how government actually works. See, the whole defense against this fly runs through the USDA and its partner agencies. The people who run the sterile fly facilities, who staff the inspection stations, who keep the containment line down south, funded and manned. That was the machinery that was used. And unfortunately, that's the same machinery that got fed into the wood chipper in the name of efficiency. Look, the cuts hit the exact agencies that handle animal and plant health. Staffers that took decades of institutional knowledge, to build. Like people who actually know how this program works, they were pushed or bought out. And, once that knowledge walks out the door, you don't just get it back. You can't just rehire 70 years of know-how. It's not how this works. So when McLaughlin says that federal regulators were moving at a snail's pace, he would be right. He was describing an agency that was deliberately gutted. And then when there was an emergency, they were asked to move fast, and they couldn't. Look, you can't just sit there and gut the fire department and then act shocked when the fire response time gets really bad. And here's the part that I think we all saw coming. These people realized that they just messed up bad, which is why recently they pledged up to $750 million in funding to create a new facility in South Texas that is capable of producing 300 million sterile flies in a week and 100 million towards a new initiative meant to accelerate research, develop new kinds of traps, and enhance treatments, all of which would not have been necessary, I think, had they not shut down the previous program funded through USAID in the first place. So now let's get into what this cost. And I'm not talking about dollar figures here. You see, the last time that this fly was on the loose in the American cattle herd, before they beat it, it cost ranchers in the livestock industry enormous amounts of money. And not only that, but lives, food insecurity. Look, we were talking about a problem that was severe enough that the government had spent decades and serious amounts of money to eradicate it. And that is precisely because the alternative was so much more expensive. And at a time where the cattle herds are now at record lows and beef prices at record highs, the stakes, pun intended, are that much higher. That's what happens when the government ignores the science and hires morons who prefer to brandish chainsaws on stage. Look, the sterile fly program was cheap. An outbreak in the Texas cattle herd would not be cheap. And so this is where we get to the FAFO. You know Texas. You know it's ranch country. It's Trump country. These are the counties that voted by enormous margins for the very guy who put Elon Musk and his Doge blunderkins in charge of gutting the budget. And that's what they did. And you know what? These very folks cheered on the cuts. They said the government does too much. Let's gut it. Burn it down. Get rid of the waste. Well, they got what they wanted. And now the government is doing less, which also includes less of the one thing that was standing between their cattle and a fly that eats them alive. And so now you got Don McLaughlin blaming the government that his party voted to hollow out for not helping his state out enough with a problem that had been previously solved by the government. Look, he's not wrong about the threat of this fly. It is real, and it's at our doorstep. And the response has been too slow. The problem is that he's only describing the wreckage without actually naming the demolition crew. And that's because the demolition crew is a very team that he happens to play for. You wanted smaller government? Well, congratulations. You got it. It's small government. In fact, it's so much smaller that there might not be enough of it left to stop the flesh-eating fly currently sitting a mile from the Texas border. Hey, look, that line had held for 70 years. It held under presidents from both parties through budget fights and government, partisan government shutdowns. And it did because there was always somebody there who understood that this was the kind of cheap, boring, essential thing that you just have to do in order to keep our food supply safe. That's ultimately what government is supposed to be. And what they're supposed to do. The boring stuff that keeps us safe. But you know what? They stopped doing it. They stopped doing it so they could give tax cuts to their donors. And now, those same people are in panic mode and are trying desperately to undo the very damage that they caused. This is what happens when the government is run by folks who don't believe in government. Blunderkins is good. Yeah, it was time that I brought that one back. I haven't used that since the last time I talked about the Doge, the Doge hirees. All right, I've got one more story for y'all, and I'm going to have to make it a quick one. Let's see if we can do it. Ooh. Okay. The former Republican mayor of New Britain, Connecticut, Aaron Stewart, is in a little bit of trouble. See, it turns out she charged the taxpayers of her city a total of $31,561.54. For what, you ask? A master's degree. Her master's degree. All paid for by the people of New Britain. Now, look, I'm for free college and all, but this isn't exactly the way that I had envisioned that play out. Because, you see, the money didn't come out of the city's education budget. It actually came out of an account that was supposed to pay for the health care of city employees. So she had taken healthcare money from her workers, shuffled it around, reclassified it, and used it to pay for her own college tuition. And in order to help her own prospects for governor. So, look, here's a Republican lecturing the rest of us about fiscal responsibility, tightening our belts, and how we can't have free college, okay, while not even paying her own tuition. Now, that would be funny enough on its own. But now you have this same ex-mayor sitting in front of the FBI to explain herself. Let's get into it. So, look, this story is absolutely wild. It's got hypocrisy. It's got a theft of taxpayer money. And it has a Republican mayor of a blue city. So on May 26th of 2021, the city had signed a memorandum of agreement. That's a document saying that New Britain would reimburse Erin Stewart for the remaining credits that she needed to finish her master's degree, as long as she passed her classes and turned in the grades. Well, she did all that, to be fair. And then the city paid her back in installments. So first she was given $5,142.50 in September of 2021. Then she was given another $3,712.89 that same month. Then she got $10,395 in December, $9,163.94 the following May, and $3,147.21 that July. So you add all of it up, right? Add it all up and you get just over $31,561.54. Public money spent on one private master's degree. So now who exactly is Erin Stewart? Well, for about a decade, she was the Republican mayor of New Britain. Now, this is a small, heavily Democratic city. This is a city with a large majority of people of color. And yet she won re-election 6 times. Wow. So there you have a young white Republican woman running in a solidly blue city. She had to have been really good at politics. In fact, one of her taglines was something different. In fact, this year she had parlayed it into a run for the governor of Connecticut. And for a while, she was a real contender. This is the kind of candidate that the state Republican Party got super excited about. Oh, yeah, we can win Connecticut. Now, her resume was one that the taxpayers were helping to create. She went out there and touted her master's in public administration. That is the exact credential that makes a mayor look like a future governor. But it was all funded by a city that she was running, paid for by the health care of her own workers. Now, here's where this stops being just one weird line item on a budget and becomes a pattern. The tuition is actually the newest part. The document that just surfaced shows a much bigger problem with Stewart and using other people's money. You see, over nearly the last decade, she had a city-issued credit card that she had charged $207,076 to. So when New Britain hired an outside law firm to go through the charges, the firm had concluded that the great majority of them had nothing to do with city business. A lot of the charges were personal purchases, as well as political expenses. She charged all of that to the city's credit card. Now, the report clearly said that a criminal investigation into this was warranted. So understand that this isn't a mayor who made a single questionable call about grad school. This is a mayor whose spending habits across the years happens to now be in the hands of state and federal investigators. And look, the people who know this are not exactly impressed. For example, former mayor of New Britain, Donald DeFranco, he looked at this tuition deal and called it, quote, a misuse of authority and obvious misuse of public funds. Now, he also pointed out that the city does offer help with tuition, but only to their union employees, which was bargained for in their contracts and for degrees that actually are there to benefit the city. He couldn't recall a single elected official, never mind a sitting mayor, ever getting a personal benefit like this. The current mayor, Bobby Sanchez, went a little further. He said that this does not seem to be just a simple lapse in judgment, but represents a deliberate and potentially criminal effort to circumvent rules that exist to protect taxpayers. So here's the thing. New Britain is not exactly a wealthy town. It is a small working class city. And I'm betting that many of the people living there might actually be open to free education for everybody. But That's not what Stewart was going for. No, she was using public health care money, meant for her workers, to pay for herself, to help her political prospects. She stole money meant to help soften the blow when a city worker gets a medical bill, and used it for herself. Now, here's where this catches up to her, and you're definitely going to want to listen. You see, for most of this, Stewart had played the part that you would expect from a Republican, especially in the Trump era. You see, at her final campaign rally, she stood up and called the whole thing, all of this, a witch hunt. Oh, where have we heard that one before? Huh. Now, that lasted right up until the city's investigative report actually dropped. Within about an hour of that report going public, Stewart knew she was done. She suspended her campaign. Hey, she ran on being something different. Well, now the GOP has to find someone different. And of course, that victim language went away with that. The new statement was pretty contrite. She said, "I will take accountability for any mistakes." And she had promised full and complete restitution to the city of New Britain, my home, for anything that I owe. And there it is. That's the kind of sentence you'd write when state and federal investigators have the goods on you. Connecticut State Police and the FBI are both investigating her credit card spending. The report her Democratic successor had commissioned is in their hands, and the city has said plainly that it intends to get all of its money back, as they should. Now, in my eyes, that would only be the start. But once again, when it comes to fraud, when it comes to waste, the call seems to be coming once again from inside the House. Look, Republicans have been running against, the big government. There's too much government. And there's, you got the Democrats that are doing the fraud. They want everybody else to pay for everything. Socialism, you know what I'm saying? And yet, people like Aaron, they were stealing taxpayer money in order to fund their own educational and political goals. This woman could have been the next governor of Connecticut. Yet what finally stopped her wasn't a Democrat. It wasn't a scandal that somebody had made up. It was a paper trail with her own name on it and a healthcare account that she never should have put her hands on. Well, she ran on providing something different and ended up getting a felony investigation. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That's all I got for you today. Thanks to the mods. Thanks to everybody watching at home. Coming up next is, well, I'm not exactly sure what's next. Looks like Leftist Mafia. So stay tuned for that. Great show, as always, with those folks. I do love me some Leftist Mafia. Thank you to Matt. Thank you to the mods. Thank you to you at home. And we will see you back here next week for The Logical Leftist.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back for another interview on Locally Sourced. My name's Carter. I'm your regular host. Obviously, housekeeping out of the way. If you enjoy this channel, you can hit subscribe down there, hit the little bell for notifications whenever new stuff pops up. And if you want to support the channel, you can go to locallysourced.com/ or patreon.com/locallysourced to provide contributions to help fund the channel so that we can expand things and do more interesting stuff. Today, I am very, very excited to bring on a guest. He is a history professor at Skidmore College and author of the book Fires of New England, a story of protest and rebellion in antebellum America. Eric, how are you doing today?
I'm very good. Thanks very much for the invitation.
Yeah, I'm so happy to have you here. This is I read the book. I thought it was incredible. It's very well written, so it's very easy for just regular folks to pick it up and get through. Not so long that it feels like it's pulling on your mind too much, but there's so much information. Every single chapter, as I was reading it, seemed to be pertinent to the contemporary moment that we are experiencing as people that live in New Hampshire. And so I really wanted to have you on to sort of talk about some of that and try and scale up from the history of your book to the present moment. So yeah, I guess let's just get right into it. So set the stage a bit to describe the climate of New Hampshire politics at the time of and leading up to the Working Men's Convention that you talk about in your book. Just to flesh out like what the drafters of that really meant when they were talking about corrupt legal culture and elite judges and lawyers. I think that's a sentiment that people still very much so understand, if not materially, at the very least intrinsically. And so I think that's a very interesting assertion that they were making, and I'm just hoping that we can elucidate the context a bit more.
Yeah, it's a fascinating time in the history, not just of Cheshire County, but of the United States. The 1820s and 1830s was a time, I think, when Americans were beginning to ask pretty fundamental questions about where their nation was going and whether or not they were really living up to the expectations of the nation's founders. So what you have going on by the 1820s is a moment where, for the first time, Americans are getting the right to vote in a way that they hadn't beforehand. It's very much the case that, and this is something when I talk about with students, they find surprising, that to vote in American elections before about the 1820s, you had to be a property owner. So you had to be a taxpayer or a property owner. And the assumption was that if you didn't own property or pay taxes, you were probably not a reliable political player or person. So what begins to happen by the 1820s is that Americans for the first time start to get the right to vote. States do away with these kinds of property requirements. And what that means is that now, by the middle of the 1820s, people are voting for the first time in a way that they couldn't beforehand. This is one of the reasons, or a large reason, why it is in 1828 you see Andrew Jackson elected to the presidency. So while this is all going on in the United States, Cheshire County is really kind of drawn into these conversations. So you start to see on the ground politicians and journalists in places like Keene talking about how we need to challenge the political status quo, how Andrew Jackson is speaking the language of fighting for the common man, how there's too much power in government. You've got to decentralize it. You've got to seize control of it. So it's a national debate that is consuming the United States, and Cheshire County residents find themselves kind of drawn into this. Right. Now, what's also interesting is that Cheshire County is a very long history of being a county of kind of troublemakers in a very interesting way, going back to the Revolutionary era. So there's a tradition of this within places like Keene or Swansea, of people looking around and saying, we're not entirely happy with the world that we see around us. We're not happy with the fact that economic forces are really kind of chipping away at our independence. We're certainly not happy about the fact, as good sons and daughters of the revolutionary generation, that what you're starting to see are lawyers and judges acquiring more and more power and dictating control over what's going on in our lives. So the late 1820s and 1830s is just this incredibly rich and loamy period across the nation, but in Cheshire County, where people are looking around and they're saying, what is the source of our problems? Increasingly, the group that writes this document makes the case it's those damn lawyers who are centralizing power and manipulating the system. They're not working as good democratic Republicans. They're undermining the power of the revolution and the message of the revolution. So the time is right now for us, when Andrew Jackson is talking about the language of common people, for us to assert ourselves and begin to make the argument that we're going to seize back control of our government. So it's this really, really rich, exciting, really dynamic time where it looks as if it's possible to remake the world again.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I think that's fascinating because it seems to echo now quite a bit, like there's this identification of this aristocratic class that's sort of asserting a degree of control over the regular working populace. And I would imagine that the concern, especially at that time, is talking about, coming off of sort of revolutionary movements that were seeking to separate themselves from much more feudalist format. This was the potential to recreate that was very possible, and so there was this impulse to resist that, but it was much more in the minds of the people that were living at that time because they didn't have so much distance from that experience.
I think that's very much the case. And, part of what is interesting about this is that it's a moment that's far enough away from the revolution that what is beginning to happen is that the founders of the revolution, the drivers of it, are leaving the scene. They're passing away.
Right.
John Adams and Thomas Jefferson famously die on the same day, July 4th, 1826, 50 years. It's this incredibly symbolic moment. So the men who come together are looking around and they're saying, we still have at least memories of our fathers or our neighbors going off to war. We still remember these really exciting debates where the world everything seemed possible in the 1790s and early 1800s. And now we're at a point where those figures are passing from the scene. So I think what's so interesting is that they feel a responsibility, as if they're the carriers of the flame of this revolution, and they feel an obligation that what they have to do is really kind of step up and take charge. And this is their moment, and it's their moment to fulfill the greatness. And in some ways, it's a very optimistic moment for them.
Right. So I'm to pivot a little bit here. So it's in your book, it's really hard to ignore how just sort of ever present this figure Nahum Stone is. And I want to talk about him specifically because he's the publisher of this paper, the Farmers Museum. And he's so influential on just the entire area in terms of his voice that's very much so advocating for working class issues. Obviously there's certain aspects of his perspectives that may not align very much with the more contemporary sort of like labor movements informed by the riots in Haymarket or sort of just the general like Marxist attitude that occurs. But there's a lot that he says that really seems to resonate with today, and I think what's so imperative is his role as a media producer. And so how do we understand this sort of like this current moment of just media proliferation, especially in a time that's sort of post fairness doctrine, where there's no legal requirements for people to sort of express both sides, to present fairness, as it were. In this space, and how what's like that. I'm curious more to expand on the lineage of that.
Yeah, well, what Nahum Stone is fascinating and hugely important to me, because what became apparent, and I knew this at the time, but when I was rereading the book in preparation of our conversation, that I couldn't have written the book without him. because he was just, he was the one who was publishing the newspaper. He's interesting because he's a newcomer. He comes in, he arrives in 1827. He buys the newspaper. He moves it to Keene. And then he leaves in 1834. So he's there for a very short time. And he's the one who's involved in politics. He's the one who's printing editorials. And I go back to him over and over and over again. You take him away, there's no Fires of New England.
Right.
So it tells you something about the precariousness of my profession, I think, that you rely on these, whatever you can find. What is also the case is that he's doing this at a time when this kind of journalism is just the lifeblood of the nation. This kind of newspaper journalism is just so critical. And Americans were just incredibly literate and fairly informed because of this. In 1840, there were 1,600 newspapers in the United States with a population of about 17 million people. Today, it's less than 950 dailies. With a population of 350 million, something like that. So these kinds of newspapers were the absolute lifeblood of the day. If you wanted to know what was going on, you had to read these papers. And it was relatively easy to start a paper. I found his case is interesting because he starts and he says, I don't want to be here in this place anymore. I'm just going to take my press to a new city and start over again. So he's able to, he's mobile in a really interesting way. It's also the case that the expectation was that he would not be objective, that he was very closely aligned with political parties. He provides us a very interesting example of how it is that you can have an alternative political voice in a community while having a relatively small circulation of newspapers. So the assumption just simply was that, these people were all biased. They all came with particular points of view. And you have to read multiple papers to get a sense of competing political visions. This was a moment where there were multiple papers in different communities, which is very different than what we have today. So I think his example is somebody who's a journalist and a significant political player who was invested in getting involved in these kinds of political conversations. Provides us a snapshot of the times, but I think what it also does is give us some insight into how media functions today.
Right.
And what I mean by that is that we live in a world, the post-fairness doctrine, but we live in a world in which it's possible to do the kind of work that you're doing, where you can be an alternative voice, you can be an independent journalist, and you can actually reach an audience in a really exciting way. If you would have asked me 10 years ago whether or not Joe Rogan would be one of the most significant political voices in the United States, I would have laughed at you. But there are these kinds of opportunities that open up for people to provide these kinds of alternative voices in a way that Stone really did. And that's, I take solace in that there are ways for people to join the conversation at a time when we live in an age of corporate media. And it is really hard. And, one of the memories I have is when Congress made it possible for corporations to own multiple radio stations across the country. That was from the 1990s, I think.
I believe so.
This kind of homogeneity of opinion. So I think if you take a look at Stone, what you see is an example of somebody who, certainly wouldn't be representative of political ideas today, but it's an example of how it is that alternative media voices can enter the picture and really contribute to the conversation in a very interesting way.
Right. Yeah. Because I think that's what's so fascinating, especially when I was reading this, is I think about this current climate where it's like there's this general sort of disillusionment of the public with legacy media because of the degree to which corporate money influences it, right? You're talking about like consolidation of ownership, and the interests of that ownership are sort of projected onto the publication, right? I think CBS is probably a good example right now, having somebody like Barry Weiss take it over and knowing, watching 60 Minutes, the content of 60 Minutes just really shifting in terms of what they're focusing on and what they will or will not allow to be put out there. I think that causes people to sort of have this this bad reaction to what really dominated the media sphere through the 90s and 2000s. But with the proliferation of things like YouTube or Twitch or Substack or Patreon or whatever, all of these different outlets, you've got social media platforms like Instagram or TikTok or Twitter or whatever. It allows people to sort of come in from another angle. And that's actually a way in which sort of the repealing of the Fairness Doctrine might have actually caused some unintended positive effects, weirdly enough, now all of a sudden everybody is capable of having a voice, which gets you back to this place of having to consume multiple different media outlets to really have a robust and holistic understanding of what's actually happening, where people are at, how much people pay attention to one particular opinion over another. And that can give you an idea. It's a much better barometer of where the public and private interests are at within the country at large. And I thought it was so interesting how that was something that existed in this time so long ago. And we tend to think about everything as so novel. But really it's in a lot of ways a recreation of something that very much so was crucial to this founding period of the United States.
I think that's absolutely the case. And, it can be fun to go back and take a look at newspapers from this time and even a little bit later. Because what you see are editors in the same city arguing with one another in the pages of their papers in a way that you just don't see anymore in local politics, local journalism. And local journalism is, it's moribund right now, at least print journalism is. So, I wrote a book about a city in Wisconsin in the 1890s, and these guys were going back and forth every day saying, no, he's a fool. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And, it gives you this kind of wonderful slice of what political life was like at that time.
Right.
And my hope is that what we can return to is a place today, again, where you really are listening to these different kinds of voices, where you can listen to locally sourced, or you can listen to other local papers. And I think part of what is missing is that a connection to local community doesn't just seem to be as strong as it used to be. It's hard to know what's going on.
I totally agree.
Yeah, and it can be simple things like if I want to know the local sports scores, I don't even know where to go to look for those. If I want to know, when the next labor meetings are happening in town, it's not entirely clear where to go for that.
Yeah.
So, and that's what you could do in the 19th century. You could take a look and find a list of everything that was going on. And I'm not sure that Nextdoor quite does that right now.
Yeah, I know. It's hard, man. It's really, it's a tough racket right now.
It is.
So to maybe reel it back a little bit to the original concept of sort of like corrupt judges and lawyers, I think it's probably worth taking a moment to expand on sort of the first character, I would say, this first subject in chapter 1, James Henry, and how he was sort of like his experience trying to sort of break through that ceiling of sort of judges and law coming in from the outside and trying to sort of make a case for a more working sort of outsider perspective within the structure, and then the way in which he was sort of shut out by that class.
Yeah, James Henry is one of the most interesting characters in the entire book. And I have a suspicion, when I was trying to rebuild the lives of the 20 men, many of them kind of remain ciphers in the story. Poor Daniel Severance, I have no idea what he did, what he was, he just disappears. Henry is somebody who has left a little bit more of a paper trail in a very concentrated moment. So much of his early life is a mystery to me. He was born in Massachusetts. He migrated to Cheshire County in the 1790s. And then by the 1830s, he's in Swansea. And at some point, he made a decision that I think a lot of younger men on the make would have been happy to decide to do at the time. He says, I want to be a lawyer. Right. It's a position that has status. You can make good money being a lawyer at the time. So at one point, Henry is living in Cheshire County and he says, this is my dream. This is what I really want to do. And he goes through what he thinks is the process to do this. At the time, there were no law schools. There were law schools, but they were far away. So if you wanted to be a lawyer, what you did is you read for the law. So you found another attorney who would kind of mentor you through the process. So Henry does this. He puts together his application package. He knows that what he has to do is get permission from the county bar to become a member of the profession. I think, this is something that recent law school graduates struggle with now. I've got to become a member of the bar. I can't practice unless I do this. Mm-hmm. So he puts together his application. He sends it to the bar and he says, I'm gonna become a lawyer. This is gonna be great. I'm gonna be able to crack into this institution. I'm gonna have my voice heard. And then what happens in 1831 is the bar says, no, thank you. We don't want you to be a member. We're not going to allow you to. You haven't worked long enough as an attorney to do this. You haven't met the standards here. So they say, James, you're out of luck. You're not going to become an attorney. He then responds and he says, well, I know another guy in town that you approved who didn't practice law as long as I did. Then what are you saying? They respond to him by saying, you know what, we think you forged these papers. We think that you're making this up. And they say, no, you're not going to become a member. And he doesn't stop. He could have, but he doesn't stop. Instead, what he does is go to the local press. He finds a bunch of his friends who come together and write this document. He tries to take it to the state legislature to make his case. And time again, the door is slammed in his face. So Henry looks at this and he says, okay, this is about me for sure. This is about me being denied having a profession that has status that will allow me to provide for my family. But then he takes it a further step and he says, this isn't just about me. This is about defending the legacy of the American Revolution. Because what these elites are doing, what these lawyers are doing, is that they're saying to me, an average guy, that you're not good enough to join our profession. And then he makes this argument. It's not just about making money. It's not just about having a good job and taking care of his family. He makes the case that I'm actually an avatar of the revolution. And if you block me from entering, what you are saying is that common folk don't matter. That our voices don't, we're not part of this nation. So it becomes connected to this huge debate over the legacy of the revolution. Who can be part of the conversation? Who is a member of the who's a citizen? Who is going to rein in the power of judges? It becomes a question of who can have access to the institutions of concentrated power. And if you're saying this, that I can't, what you're doing is undermining the legacy of the revolution. So it's this really interesting moment where he could have just personalized it. He could have been just angry that he'd been turned down. Yeah. He frames it as this big conversation over the meaning of the revolution and how it is that he felt by the 1820s and 1830s, there were elites who were saying to some people that you are not citizens. And you're not going to have the rights of citizenship. And we're going to do whatever we can to protect our privileges and undermine your ability to enjoy the fruits of the revolution that your father and forebears fought for. So it's and then Henry disappears. I have this moment of him having this conversation, and then I don't hear from him again. Yeah. So it's this, he's fighting this fight against elitism in a very kind of Andrew Jackson rhetorical way. And it tells you something about some of the concerns that people had about elites centralizing power and authority by the 1820s and 1830s.
Yeah, absolutely. And so just, I really appreciate you sort of laying all that out, because just for the viewership of with the idea of trying to connect the past to the present a little bit, So at the moment, primary season, right? It's kind of going buck wild up here in New Hampshire at this particular moment, especially with a couple different open seats. And we have more than one candidate. When I hear the story of James Henry, this particular narrative maps actually quite a bit for me, because we have candidates right now that are attempting to approach from the outside. They're engaging in. We have a couple different ones that are trying to do it through third party and also through like a more entryist means by finding an opportunity within the Democratic Party in the state of New Hampshire. This is happening for the governor. It's happening for congressional districts. It's happening for Senate districts. And what I think is so fascinating is that and people in New Hampshire will tell you in this contemporary moment that there's this attitude in the state house, in the Concord bubble, that would say, oh, you really need to have put in the time. You have to have taken an elected office. You can't be jumping ahead. You can't be going for the governor's seat. You can't be going for a national seat without having done the time and the work to really know the procedures of the system itself, right? And then so you have this one component of it, and then there's also the component of sort of a legacy dynasty politics that exist within the state as well. I mean, I think most people in the nation have heard the name Shaheen at some point or another, because Jeanne Shaheen is one of the most powerful sitting senators that we've had over the past decade or so. And she's retiring from the U.S. Senate. Her daughter is now running for the Congressional District 1 seat. Her daughter has never held a state level seat, right? But she's getting all of the immense amount of support from not just the state party, but from sort of outside major political power, which sort of entrenches this idea of sort of a political aristocracy that it's granted. But the same argument could very easily be applied to Stephanie Shaheen that's applied to the more grassroots candidates, where it's like, well, you haven't put in the time, you haven't done you didn't work on the state level, you didn't do all of this precursor stuff. And it just, thinking about James Henry and sort of the struggle that he went through to deal with all of that, it feels very it feels like a very, very clear echo of this moment in the past that still is present in state politics. And I mean, like, I don't know that, you're in New York, so I don't want to necessarily say that like, oh, you're super engaged with New Hampshire politics. You cover a lot more expansive topics than that. But I mean, do you feel like this is something that it persists in the same way that I'm seeing or perceiving this connection in time? I'm curious about that from a historical perspective.
I think so, yeah. For a nation that fought in part to cast off the power of feudal Europe, Americans love their aristocracies, their political families.
Yeah.
I mean, going back to the Adams, the Roosevelts, the Kennedys, the Bushes, I would think the Sununus, so you get the Cuomos in New York.
Yep.
So there's this sense of this kind of political royalty that in the eyes of some people has great legitimacy. It's happening in Manhattan with Jack Schlossberg, the grandson of John F. Kennedy. So you see this, he came in having very little experience or background, and Nancy Pelosi endorsed him for that seat.
Right.
And I think in part because of that family connection. So I think this is something that is drawn out in American history. In the absence of a royal aristocracy, it has not been uncommon for Americans to embrace this kind of familial dynasty, political, these kinds of efforts. I think there's a lot to be said also for people in entrenched power over time, doing whatever they possibly can to prevent outsiders from coming in and invading their privileged space. And I think that's absolutely what you see happening with somebody like James Henry. And it's also the case that part of what makes this story so compelling is that Henry resisted this.
Yeah.
He said, I don't care if you say I can't be a member. I believe I belong, and I'm going to mobilize my friends politically to make this argument. And again and again and again, as you have seen political parties try and reinforce their status within American society, there has been pushback on this. So I think one of the classic examples is the rise of the Populist Party in the 1890s in the United States.
Yeah, definitely. That was I always find that to be a very key thing that occurred, and to sort of, and we spoke about this before the interview, but I think you interviewed Thomas Frank, and you guys talked about this very specifically, and sort of the origins of the Populist Party and the bizarre appropriation of the term by sort of the right wing, and the evolution of that movement, and the shifting definition of the word, and how it sort of gets morphed and twisted throughout the years to sort of create this weird illusion of understanding surrounding that particular term that's very divorced from its original intent and meaning.
I think that's correct. And it's also the case that even though I just made the argument that Americans are enamored of political royalty, Americans are interesting creatures in that they resist it as well. They don't like it. So you see this very strong tradition that becomes very much apparent in places like Cheshire County with Andrew Jackson, of saying this is a nation of the people.
Yeah.
That it is, we can't have elites, even though we kind of think they're cool, we can't have them calling the shots. That's not the essence of the nation's history. So we're going to do things like make the case that we have to reform New Hampshire's constitution to open it up to people, open the state's politics up to people. We're going to make the argument that we're going to run third-party political candidates coming from the farming communities of the South and the West in the 1880s and 1890s, because the two major parties are playthings of elites.
Yeah.
We're going to make the case during the New Deal that we've got to soak the rich. The elites have too much power. We've got to spread that wealth. So I think you see this even today with, I think of Graham Plattner, in Maine, of people saying there are entrenched authority figures, and they're the ones who are stealing from us the legacy of the revolution. I think that rhetoric continues on even today. So we've got to resist, we've got to organize. And that's something I find just absolutely fascinating about the United States and American history, is that you see these traditions of people saying, elites, we kind of admire elites, but that's not who we are. And we want access. And we don't want people telling us that we can't do things because of who we are.
Yeah. It's sort of the impulse to sort of enjoy consuming, yet also rejecting the participation of sort of celebrity gossip culture in your life.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's and I mean, it's just I just to stick with this point for a second longer, I think something that's incredibly fascinating to me is how much greater the appetite for adjusting and amending founding documents like constitutions was at that time. We exist in a culture right now that's so really lionizes these original documents, and it has this notion that it's incredibly unthinkable to go back and touch them, and that it would be anti-American to do so. But it's like, when you look back in time, that was very much so an incredible part of the discourse surrounding law and what made sense for people. And I'm curious about sort of how that transformation occurred, how we lost that spirit of being willing to look at these things as living and changing documents, as opposed to sort of tablets that are, like inscribed in stone. It's very interesting to me.
Well, it was very much the case that these folks came of age in the 1820s and 1830s, where this idea of transforming constitutions was not unusual. That for a while, New Hampshire, if I remember correctly, New Hampshire was supposed to revisit its constitution every 7 years and go back to it and look at it again. And that, that hadn't happened for a long time, and that doesn't happen often now.
No.
So it was very much a tradition that was baked into the idea that we have fought to create this nation that is rooted in a constitutional system that might be imperfect, Right. Ben Franklin was famous for saying that I don't know that this is the best or the worst. And I'm paraphrasing badly here, that this supporting the Constitution is the best or the worst thing that we could do, but it might work out. We just have to be willing to change it. Thomas Jefferson famously talked about how you needed to revise constitutions constantly because they were living documents.
Yeah.
And that was very much part of the tradition of the time that certainly with the United States Constitution is just not at all common today. It's extraordinarily difficult to amend the Constitution. And that was by design. Yeah. But there have at least been moments where there have been amendments. But the idea of doing anything to amend the Constitution today to eliminate, for example, the Electoral College, that's hard to imagine ever happening.
Right.
And there is this sense, certainly among one particular legal school of thought, originalism, that constitutions are kind of baked in place. And if you want to change them, you have to amend them. But it's really, really hard to do this. And you've got to go back to the original text to try and figure out the meaning at the time when it was drafted.
Yeah.
Which is, it shackles people. It makes it really difficult to adjust and adapt.
Right.
But there is this celebration, I think, that this was a document laid out. These people knew exactly what they wanted. They actually didn't. These people, wanted us to think like they did. They pretty clearly didn't want to do that. They knew that things were going to change. And in the case of New Hampshire, these guys are looking in 1833 and 1834 and saying, we need to change. We need to do these things. But we live in a world now where it's hard to imagine bringing about these kinds of transformations in the same way.
Right, exactly. So, and I actually think this conversation dovetails really nice into this next question that I have. So it's like something that feels like really mandatory to discuss is just the overwhelming sentiment that there was at that time for just standardized public education and rigor surrounding that process and making sure that people were being educated correctly by the standards of the public, and that was imperative for a healthy democracy. And so right now in the current moment, there's this massive effort to undermine public education. And it's like it's incredible the extent to which they're going within the state of New Hampshire, but we're talking about it broadly within the nation too, with the sort of the proliferation of educational freedom vouchers and sort of, this idea of school choice and pushing people out of the public education sphere and into things more like charter schools, which can have serious deficits in specific areas. Like you could have a great math program, but they don't have a single English teacher. Or then, conversely, homeschooling opportunities in which there's, in some cases, there's literally no oversight at all over the curriculum that is being taught. And we're now seeing just insanely like the rate of literacy for young people in this country is dropping like a stone. I've seen sort of anecdotes of, I saw something recently. There was a 4th grade teacher who was talking about having received a homeschooled kid in class, and the kid couldn't even spell their last name. And it's just like that's terrifying to me. But in this particular moment in your book, there was such an emphasis from the public on needing to have standardized public education in order to have a healthy democracy. And so I'm just sort of worried about, or concerned, curious about the context of that discussion and how that culture has shifted throughout the sort of preceding or succeeding 200 years.
I share the same concerns with the state of public education today. And one thing that I can say about the 1820, even after the revolution, is that there was a sense among some people, including some really significant people like Thomas Jefferson, Benjamin Rush, a physician from Philadelphia who was one of the founders, that if we are going to have a government that is really driven by the people, we need to have an educated citizenry. People need to be able to read. They need to be able to understand and share ideas. That if you can't do this, the experiment in Republican Democratic government is going to disappear really, really quickly. So in the aftermath of the revolution, Jefferson, Rush talked about this. They said that what we need is a system of public education. It's not going to come from the federal government. That was probably a bridge too far to cross at the time. But their hope at the time was that states would do this. So Rush's state of Pennsylvania or Jefferson's Virginia, that what they can do is create a set of standards that make it very clear that children are going to grow up to be good citizens as much as anything else. There was resistance to this. The state governments didn't want to do this. They thought it was too expensive. They didn't want to raise taxes. That's a very familiar kind of argument. And as a result of this, there was no real public education system in the United States until about the 1820s and 1830s. If you were educated, it meant that you had gone to private tutors or you were educated at home. And by the 1820s, there is a growing recognition in places like New Hampshire that if we're going to survive the economic transformations that we're undergoing, we have to make sure that our children can read and write and they can do their sums and they've got a basic kind of standard education. So much of the drive towards public education and standardizing it was making sure that Americans could exist in an increasingly transformed economic world. But in New Hampshire and in other places, there was also a real sense that if you wanted the American experiment in politics and self-government to succeed, you needed to have people who were educated. So as a result of this, in the 1820s, in 1827, New Hampshire passes a law saying, we need a system of public education. It gives towns the ability to hire and fire teachers. It gives towns the ability to determine the content of what students were learning, to determine the textbooks. Now, this today sounds just familiar to all of us. For any of us who have grown up in a public school system where there are boards of education, those are elected positions. This seems like just kind of matter of fact. This is how the world functions. In the 1820s, it was a different kind of story. And they believe that what you've got to do is have this really vibrant public education system. That's the only way you're going to have good, hardworking capitalists, but it's also the only way you're going to have people who can navigate as democratic citizens. So this is very much, I think, a story about how do you create good citizens, and that is a conversation that is continuing today. And in the beginning in the 1970s, you start to see this pushback against public education, where you need private schools, homeschooling, and there has been an increasing sense, I think, that among a certain segment of the population, that public schools are not turning American children into the right kind of citizens.
Yes.
So I think it's that kind of pushback.
Yeah, and I think it's fascinating to me because there's when I think about it, I try to do my best to zoom out at least a little bit on the issue and try and understand like how we get to this point. And I feel like there's just sort of there's people's cognizant divorce from being able to comprehend the why of things, right? It's like when you're talking about this period in the early 1800s, you're talking about there's a very clear connection to why this is necessary, why it's so imperative that we have this public education. But it's not as though there's some sort of epigenic memory of these experiences that carry through, the preceding multiple generations of people. And if the story isn't told accurately and clearly over that period of time, you end up with this sort of weird historical game of telephone where the message gets garbled throughout the years as it passes down the line and gets twisted and morphed into something that it never really was meant to mean. And so when it comes to this notion of public education, I always think about the debate when it comes to people saying, oh, well, we want small government. We want the smallest government we possibly can. And from the context that I'm hearing from you within this, if you really look and examine what they were saying at the time, there's this assertion that like, no, public education funding and support is very much so a necessary undergirding support structure for government. So when you say we want small government, you can't strike public education from the list of things that must be attended to, because you will inevitably reproduce the exact same aristocratic structures that the founders were legitimately trying to get away from by separating from England. So it's just there's all this sort of like connective tissue between these ideas that I feel like often gets overlooked, and people really want to put them into these sort of unique containers that have no contact and are, sort of like mutually exclusive. And it's far messier than that.
Oh, I think so. Yeah. And part of what these guys were picking up on in this document was that education was necessary if you wanted to avoid becoming a royalist European nation. If that's what you want, then you've got to pay for it. You've got to invest in it. And the choice they make is really fascinating. They say this is a local issue, and we're going to empower people in these communities to make these decisions and to set some standards, so we can maintain this spirit of independence that our forebears fought for. So I think part of this is a real connection to the idea of the legacy of the revolution. And you see this continuing. It's an ongoing debate. Whenever you listen to Board of Education elections, it's about how much are we going to spend? What are we going to do to guarantee standards? Increasingly, it's been an argument about what books are our children going to read. So it's a debate that's been going on in the United States for 200 years.
Right.
And it's a question of what is the purpose of all of this? Public education for children is different than higher education.
Yeah.
Higher education is about developing a sense of more of a critique, where public education is trying to instruct children in basics like reading and writing, but it's also trying to teach them how to be citizens. So there's an element of this kind of, indoctrination is not quite the right word, but it's an element of what do we want our children to be able to do and achieve? And these are arguments and conversations that have been going on since at least the 1820s. And I think it's great to ground current conversations in this longer history to understand how it is just so complex. It's intermeshed with all sorts of different issues, and the context matters. And these kinds of heated arguments are ones that we have to pay attention to. And I think there's real value in looking back and saying, what was the purpose of this to start with? And the purpose of the time was trying to generate people who could maintain the legacy of the revolution. As idealistic as that sounds, that's kind of what they were going for.
Yeah. No. And I mean, and and you got to give them credit, because they're trying to thread this incredibly like very tiny needle, right? With this idea of we need to have this sort of ubiquitous assertion of standards and needs, but we also need to not be taking it away from the responsibility and control away from the people. It's tricky, right? And they're doing their best with what they have at the time. They don't have the same kind of like data collection abilities that we have now to truly measure these things in the same way. So they're sitting there. They have this really novel and well-intentioned idea, but they are ultimately shooting in the dark with a musket. You know what I mean? Like it's so the idea that you're hitting your target. Yeah, exactly. It's crazy. So
the other thing is, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, please go ahead.
The other thing I was going to say is that I think it's really important, and I talk about this with students all the time, that they're doing the best that they can, and the best that they can may not live up to the standards that we have, but they're trying to make the world a better place. That doesn't mean some of them weren't awful people who were misguided. But they're looking around and saying, how can we, what can we do to guarantee the nation and make the lives of our children better? Yeah. And we might look and say, why did you make this choice, or why did you make that choice? But I like to always try and give people the benefit of the doubt to an extent.
Yeah.
When I try and understand the choices that they made in the past.
Totally. Grade them on a curve,
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Right. So, and this is, and you know, I did my best to sort of have these questions kind of move on a trajectory of sorts. But, so during the period you write about, there seems to be this really comprehensive understanding of the relationship between, like, local, national, and international economic pressures and concerns, and just sort of the impact of the global economy on a local economy. And from a historical perspective, how do you analyze the cultural drift away from that more holistic understanding of the relationship between local, national, and international economies, and just the way that production was influenced throughout? You know, I think everybody has seen the gas prices go up, so there's a certain awareness of global pressures on local markets at this particular moment.
Yeah, you know, I wonder if it has changed that much. You know, I look back at Cheshire County, and especially with issues like the tariff of 1828, which was put in place by Congress, which is going to sound very familiar, designed to try and defend home industries by raising the cost of goods coming into the country. If you've been following politics for the last year and a half, this is very familiar language. And what that does, I think, is begin to compel people to think about how what they do locally is sometimes shaped by forces well beyond their control. Right. So when they see prices going up, they look around and say, okay, we're being affected by issues that we can't control, by decisions being made in Boston or New York or London that we don't have any control over. These are decisions that are benefiting the wealthiest Americans at our expense. We live on kind of the fringes of this nation, and manufacturers and merchants in bigger cities are the ones who are benefiting from this. So part of what's going on is I think that there's a growing recognition that decisions made overseas really have an impact on us. We're shipping in whale oil from both oceans in some cases, and that has consequences. They feel the impact certainly of regional economic transformations. So if businesses are building up factories in different parts of New England, they may be losing business to this. Right. So I think they're very clearly aware that these forces are having an impact on their lives, and they're not entirely sure what the solution is to this. So in this case, for the Law Reform and Working Men's Convention, it's about changing the state constitution. Right. And as I look ahead, I think it's something that in some ways is fairly similar to what's going on in the United States today. And the example that you use about gas prices, fertilizer prices increasing because of the Iran war, that's one case. Americans have a long experience going back to the 1970s of industrial jobs being shipped overseas, and industrial communities in the Rust Belt being hollowed out, including in places all across upstate New York. You see different examples of people understanding that there are forces that are beyond their immediate control that are increasingly global, and they're struggling trying to find solutions about what to do to these challenges. And I think what crafty politicians have done is figured out how to appeal to these concerns by offering solutions that seem simpler than they are. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, so in some ways, I think that people are aware that these global connections exist and are real, and they're struggling trying to figure out how to navigate them. And in a lot of cases, people have really suffered because of these transformations. And the challenge they have is, what do you do? We live in a world now where we can experience the global marketplace by going to a grocery store. And seeing it, the global is right there. And sometimes the price of bananas is out of your control. And then what do you do? And I think that's the challenge. So I think the global, I think people are aware of this impact, but it's hard to wrap their hands around, and hard to come up with a way to think about how to improve lives that have really drastically changed.
Yeah, and it's just so it feels like, and I feel like this kind of folds back a little bit to the education conversation, where it's like the less education you're exposed to, the more difficult it is to grasp this concept that's already so expansive, right? And we're talking about, like human beings as a species hasn't really evolved much over the past several thousand years. Like we're very much so still the same creatures that emerged from those caves and discovered fire and whatnot, right? Like we haven't changed that much, yet the scale at which we operate is so much more vast. And for a regular person who's just struggling to make their rent or their mortgage payment or their property taxes, or, buying groceries, keeping the lights on, so on and so forth, wrestling with these really like intense, ideas and concepts that require comprehension on a global scale, when, we still have people that think the earth is flat, because what I mean? Like, so it's like to be able to grasp these things that you can't physically witness, right? It's so difficult for people to wrap their heads around like the scale at which $1 billion is to $1 million, right? If they're in like observably, you're just changing an M to a B, but that's not at all what it is in the material world. And so that dissonance seems to produce a serious disconnect for people when they go to try to approach handling these problems, and they know that it's touching them, that it's hurting them, it's causing impact on their daily life, but to be able to handle and manipulate and control and manage the dynamic that causes the issue for them is much more so intangible.
I think that's right. Yeah, and we all do this. I want to have some greater control over what's going on. You want to have greater control over what's going on, and it's sometimes difficult to figure out how to do this. And we live in an age where people, I think, are just disoriented.
Right.
As much as I love my iPhone, I don't know that I need 24-hour news. I don't know that I need to have this instant connection. And people are very mobile in the United States. They move all over the place. I've lived in multiple states across my life. And at a time, returning back to an earlier point, when local journalism is kind of fading away, it's difficult to feel a sense of connection to a place. Mm-hmm. And that, I think, it's been exacerbated by globalization.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for the better, you can say, well, we can afford to buy things from around the world in a way that we couldn't beforehand, but it comes with real problems that people face in terms of watching their communities eroded over time, and trying to figure out how to navigate these issues. And I'm never one to argue that things were simpler in the past, because they weren't. They were different in the past. But part of me kind of longs for the world where you can go back and there's a newspaper that comes out at a certain moment that people are all reading together and developing a sense of kind of connection. And I understand that feeling of being just kind of disconnected and trying to find some sense of meaning in your life as a way to navigate these challenges.
Right. And so this is we'll move on a little bit here, but I think this still does connect a bit, because we're talking about sort of this idea of relocation, right? And something that really becomes a struggle point for Cheshire County at that time was the opportunities that were provided, especially to women outside of Cheshire County, in terms of the jobs that they were able to attain and the impact that had on the economy in Cheshire County. So it's like something that would inevitably be branded as sort of like woke or DEI in the current moment as far as conversations go. It did have, there was a lot of notable and sober analysis, surprisingly for that moment, like not just about the abolitionist movement, which was very much so a conversation that was being had, but also just the role of women in the workforce, and the way that they participated in sort of regional prosperity. And I'm just sort of curious to explore the dynamic of these social cultural issues that it extended beyond just sort of the confines of sort of land owning white men. You know, like
Sure,
we have this illusion that was the primary driver of things pretty much persistently during that period of time. But there really was recognition of sort of the role that these other identity groups and played in the economic evolution and power that was attained and in some cases lost by these more rural areas.
I think there was grudging recognition. And I think part of what's going on here is that by the 1820s and 1830s, Cheshire County, like most places, was a patriarchal society dominated by white, well-to-do men.
Right.
And that's why these people were really significant. But as somebody who is fascinated with social history, I, in some ways, am much more interested in the people who are often left out of these stories. So we're talking women, we're talking about African Americans, we're talking about indigenous people, who we're talking about in working men, working people as well. So I think part of what's going on here by the 1830s is that people like Nahum Stone are increasingly aware that these people matter, that they may not be part of the world that he celebrates as being the privileged leaders of that world, but you can't ignore the fact that household economies depend on wives and daughters doing production work. Right. And that when that production work and doing things like making palm hats or making clothing or, you know, when that production work starts to change, when you start to see factories built in New England by the 1820s and 1830s, what starts to happen is that daughters leave those homes and they go and they work in factories. So that starts to undermine the influence of patriarchal fathers.
Right.
And this, one of the things I wished I could have found were letters written by the men who drafted this. And they just, they didn't exist. But what you do have are evidence of people, sometimes the men who were involved at the convention, saying that this is having a real impact on our households. And it's happening very, very fast. So in the 1820s, there's this recognition that the nature of households and gender relations are changing dramatically. And they probably weren't terribly happy about this because they were well-to-do white patriarchs. But there's an awareness that this is happening. There's an awareness also that across the nation in the 1820s, the United States is entering this incredibly fertile period of reform movements in the United States. So people are doing, like you mentioned, they're talking about abolition in Cheshire County. They're talking about workers' rights in Cheshire County in a way that they wouldn't have done beforehand. And they're acknowledging these concerns. And I think they're kind of doing so a little bit grudgingly. So I take a look at Stone, for example, who again was a fantastic source for the entire book, but he's the one who's commenting on slavery. He's the one who's commenting on Indian rights. And Stone was never, he was not a fan of slavery, but he wasn't a radical integrationist either. He didn't believe in racial equality. Stone celebrated working men, but he wasn't a socialist. And I think part of what's going on here is that these movements that are happening, these social movements devoted to labor rights, devoted to abolition, the conversations they're having are being heard in Cheshire County. And they are compelling people in the county like Stone and others to talk about these issues that they might not have been inclined to talk about beforehand. So I suspect he would have been happy never to bring up abolition in his paper. But he did so. He did so because he knew it was an issue that people cared about. And I think it's a really revealing example of how it is that social movements can have an impact on places like Cheshire County, can compel people to think about issues related to race, to class and gender, to ethnicity in a way they might not have been inclined to think about beforehand. So they're having these conversations because I think they feel like they have to, and because they know that readers care about them.
Yeah. And this is incredibly fascinating to me, because I think about the moment that we're in, broadly speaking, right? In terms of the sort of national elections, like both, state and federal, where you can look at sort of, Maine as a good example with Graham Plattner, or you can look at Michigan and sort of the heated race between Abdul El-Sayed and Mallory McMorrow, and sort of we have several examples here of the impulse of the sort of more centrist, capitally aligned Democratic class that's now finding that they absolutely have to capitulate to more working class interests because of this immense proliferation of those ideas throughout the public, and sort of just I think the resistance to what's happening with Israel and Palestine and the genocide that's occurring there is another very telling example where you have polling on it that's functionally a 90-10 issue in terms of support against, or support for Palestinians against the Israeli movement, and how we're sending all this money to Israel to support them, but they're using it to kill children, and nobody likes that. And so it's all tied up in this broader discussion, and sort of there's this real need for the sort of more centristly aligned Democrats to performatively reject these old conventions that they had relied on so staunchly for so many years, because the pressure became so unignorable. And like, to your point, with Stone not being a socialist, but being sort of like forcibly dragged into this situation where he simply had to acknowledge these dynamics because it had hit a point where it was so unignorable. And I think that's a very interesting thing for maybe people that are more self-identified socialist or socialistly aligned to recognize the power of those arguments and how material they are and how influential they become in terms of this national conversation, that after a certain point, the people that would really love to not talk about it are forced to, because of how much impact it has on just the everyday people, that majority that exists that's just simply trying to survive.
I think that's really the case. And the nature of the two-party political system in the United States is that the parties change glacially, and they don't often do it from within. They change in response to outside demands and outside forces. I teach a course at Skidmore on the history of American radicalism. And we talk about why radical voices matter, not necessarily because they immediately realize the vision that they have, but because what they do is they set a standard of expectations for what the nation can be. And they compel the major political parties to adapt and change. This happens with the Populist Party in the 1890s, that the political parties respond to the demands coming from these outsiders. So this is why I think third-party voices are so significant, because what they do is they provide a canary in a coal mine for what people's concerns are, materially, ideologically, whatever that may be, and because they compel major party politicians to pay attention.
Right.
I think one of the fascinating examples of this is Zohran Mamdani in New York.
Yeah.
The Democratic Socialist elected mayor of the nation's largest city. And Democrats have been pulling their hair out about this. What does this mean for the party? How do we adapt? How do we respond? So parties don't change easily, but they do change, and they change when there are these outside demands.
Right. No, and it's very telling, and I think this I'm really glad that we're having this conversation, because I feel like it's so interesting to me to be able to connect these through lines and identify, because I find that space in between is actually the real lineage of the American people. You know what I mean? It's not these documents or these sort of points of data in time. It's about the lines that connect them. It's not the destination, it's the journey, right? Like that kind of idea of thinking about things on a continuum or a trajectory and movement and momentum. And that's really where it exists, which is difficult for people to, at least from my observation, is difficult for people to understand this, because it requires sort of a continual flexibility of the mind to be able to understand this changing dynamic, and that you're always in this quicksand of change and status and whatnot. But it seems relevant, and then it's sort of but it does have connections to some sort of underlying currents, right? So I think that is, I don't know if you want to take a moment to sort of react to that thought or not, but yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think part of the fun of teaching American history is finding these threads that bind Americans together across time. So if you take a look at the document, for example, these people were concerned about elite power in the United States and who got to call the shots. They were concerned about quality education. They were concerned about trying to open up government to alternative voices. These are arguments Americans have today. And I think there's real value in looking and saying the conversations we're having today are deeply rooted in this American experiment. And we can learn a lot about where those conversations come from and how they happen today if we can look across the past and say Americans have been wrestling with the same kinds of issues for a long, long time. One issue that I talk about with students is that there's not a whole lot that binds Americans together. Americans don't have a shared language. They don't have a shared religious background. They don't have a shared point of origin. So what is it that binds Americans together? And Americans have been having this conversation, trying to figure this out for a really, really long time. And I think rooting these conversations today that we have, whether they're about taxation or tariffs or treatment of women in society or African Americans, these are conversations that are deeply rooted, that have evolved over time. And understanding that evolution is enlightening. I tell students that leaving class, ideally, you're going to know more about American history than 99% of the American population, and that is incredibly liberating.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so I could talk about this for an extended period of time, because sort of my general hypothesis is that what binds us all together as Americans is the struggle to identify what it is that binds us together as Americans, right? It's that shared experience of not knowing and trying to figure out, and that is what creates intersectional interactions and progress, and allows us to be multicultural, to be multi ethnic, multi-religious, like all of this. That is what it is to be American. That's just like my personal take on the matter. But last topic that I want to discuss here, just to sort of bring it all, to tie a bow on it. So I think the note the book closes on is so pertinent to me, and to people living in New Hampshire and the nation today. Whether you're talking about Royal Watkins or you're talking about Nahum Stone and their sort of departure from the scene, right? I think many today indicate something that's like a sort of tacit understanding of the dynamic that is living in the United States, which is having to uproot and find a new place. Now, people in New Hampshire will understand that, like, our greatest export is young talent, and our greatest import is sort of like aging wealth, right? And so, yeah, and I think the story of Watkins' family really sort of captures this so cleanly, where Watkins relocates, and then his son, the way that they sort of escape the dynamic that they were stuck in is his son becomes a member of the capitalist class. And he's, the only way to exit is to participate and become part of the system that you've spent all this time fighting against. And that speaks to this sort of the nature of the way that this sort of structure of our political and economic system is to sort of appropriate and consume and then repackage movements and sentiments that people may have had to suit the narrative once again. And I mean, this can be seen throughout a number of different disciplines and markets and whatnot that exist currently in this sort of as people on the left love to say, sort of like late stage capitalism scene. But I think the book rightfully stays focused on that time period, right? Because it's a historical document, and I think to stay within that space is reasonable. But I'm curious as to the way that you as a historian look at this book that you've written, and how that sort of, is sort of a rehash of the same exact question I've been asking this whole interview, but how that maps through time, right? Like we're sort of revisiting this within a different context.
Yeah, I think that there are two ways to think about this. I think that what we see in the 1830s is a particular moment in time in Cheshire County, but not just Cheshire County. So Royal Watkins, he had migrated to Cheshire County. He decides to leave in 1835. It's a year after the document comes out. Nahum Stone leaves about the same time. They're clearly at a moment where they're looking for something. They're searching for something. And they feel for one reason or another, and this is where I really wish I would have had diaries or other letters written by these guys talking about what they were thinking. They're searching for something that they can't find. And one of the ways they express this concern is by joining this organization, writing this document. Another way they do this is by saying, I can't find what I'm looking for here. They pick up and they leave. So Watkins migrates to Michigan. He becomes a farmer. And then his son, by the end of the century, is one of the biggest landowners in the area. I think he owns a racehorse, something like that. I mean, all of these symbols of elite power. He becomes, he's, I think, the head of the board of a bank. All of these things that his father might have looked at in the 1830s and said, what are you doing, Lucius? That's not how I raised you. But I mean, part of what's going on here, I think, is that he's looking around and he's making a decision that a lot of younger people are making, that what I need, what I desire is not available for me where I am. And that is a chronic challenge to communities across the United States, particularly in a nation that expands so quickly, and both in terms of population and geography, that we can actually go farther west if we want to try and start over again and pursue a dream that we're not fulfilling here. We may not even be able to fulfill when we go to Michigan, but at least we feel like we can achieve this. So I think the story of Royal Watkins is one about a person at a particular moment wrestling with a question that Americans constantly wrestle with. How can I ensure that my children live lives that are better than mine? Right. And I think that's a question, we see this in New Hampshire, we see it in Vermont, we see it in some Midwestern places, that people are leaving rural communities and they're going to cities, or they're going to places where there are colleges or universities or more job opportunities. And that, I think, has a real impact on the communities where they leave. I think it's very hard to watch a younger generation living in a place where you may have lived your whole life saying, there's nothing here for me now. And it may be the case of New Hampshire that this is the experience, that you see young people leaving, and then they see this population of wealthier folks migrating in, replacing this younger generation. And that has all kinds of sociological impacts on the communities where people find themselves. One place I think of is Wyoming, where this is happening, where a lot of people are coming in from California. They're displacing these other populations. And then the question is, what happens to your community? So in this case, it's a question of what this reveals to us about New Hampshire in the 1830s. But I think this is a story that Americans have wrestled with generation after generation. And we see it still consuming people today. How do you stop this outmigration? If you encourage an in-migration, what do you do to preserve the cultural traditions that you grew up with? And it's the kind of dynamism that exists that is often really unsettling for people who live in these places.
Yeah, and then there's just sort of it seems like it's easy to overlook these sort of like broader conceptual issues of sort of just the social and moral and just like lived experience impact of what it means to make choices. We always think about things so much in this procedural, like, well, what's feasible economically, what makes sense for, for advancement and productivity and that's the mindset, right? But there's so little mind paid to the experience or the heritage of the people that occupied that space for so long. And I mean, and that's not necessarily out of step with a general colonialist or settler colonialist sentiment of sort of just displacing the native population in favor of whatever the group that is doing the settling wants to propagate. And so it's you're having to combat just it feels like a baked in understanding of, and I don't, to what extent that's baked in and why is a little bit more of a mystery to me, like why that impulse exists to be, imperialist in that way. But, and it's different conversation for a different guest, I suppose, potentially, but, it does seem to be relevant though, because it feels like the real ball is always hidden. In terms of what produces the unintended implications of choices that seem to roil folks up so much, in response to these actions that are taken, and then there's this despondence that occurs as people feel further and further away from the intent or the sort of the pie in the sky notions of things that like the founders were advocating for when they really we're really hoping that we can have this project work out, and it's like and then reality kind of drags you back to earth, and it's always it's really fascinating to me the way that dynamic occurs.
Well, the economic choices are cut and dried. There's a job there, I will move there. Wages are higher here, I'm going to switch to this job here. Those economic choices conceal, I think, as you were suggesting, the human choices behind and the consequences of these decisions. So it makes perfect sense for corporations in the 1970s to start shipping jobs overseas, but that disrupts local communities. So the tax base disappears, people don't have jobs, they feel increasingly desperate. And you weren't seeing that to quite the same extent in Cheshire County in the 1830s, but I think you're starting to feel it there. So our towns aren't growing anymore. In some places they're declining. People are leaving them. Our children are leaving to find other jobs. So I think the Cheshire case is kind of a story in miniature of the issues that have been plaguing Americans today at a time when the economics are clear. But those economics come with human costs that we need to really pay greater attention to.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Eric Morser, author of The Fires of New England, A Story of Protest and Rebellion in Antebellum America, and professor of history at Skidmore College. Thank you so much for joining me, Eric. This has been such a delightful conversation.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. It's been great to talk. It's been great to talk about the book, and the conversations will continue.
Yeah, definitely. So just really quick, what do you have coming up as far as output? What can people look for in terms of upcoming published works? And what do you have in between this book and now?
I'm working on something that is kind of an opposite of this project, in that this project was built around a single document in a single place. And what I decided to do for my next project that I've been working on is a gigantic, huge history of utopianism in the United States. So going all the way back to the colonial era tomorrow. So I'm working on it now. I'm hoping to get it published in a couple of years, and it's a completely different kind of story to tell.
Wonderful. We'll keep our eyes peeled. All right. Awesome. Thank you so much, Eric. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you.
And that does it for our episode today. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this show, you can subscribe, head over to the Patreon. You can contribute. It's low dollars. Nothing is ever paywalled. I don't believe in that kind of thing. So we've got subscriptions for $3 or $5 a month, and keep this going. We'll put out as much as we can when we can. So thank you so much for your time today, and we will catch you guys on the next one. Take care.
Cancel culture is about canceling it.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
Systematic bullying that's happening.
And they believe that they did that.
Cocaine.
But it's the wax that the Terminator X spun. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well,
it's one like this, immaculate conception. I transform like this, perform like this, which yells you a new weapon. I don't contemplate, I meditate, then off your head. This that puts against the bed, this that I got realness, I just push, cause it's in my DNA. I got millions, I got riches building in my DNA. I got young, I got evil that rot inside my DNA. I got off, I got trouble, some heart inside my DNA.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stopped Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stopped Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
We'll see who cancels who.
They want you to comply.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Happy to see you all. Happy to be back. Maple Takes. So happy to have you.
Hey, yeah, it's great to be here, man. It's good to be on.
Have we had you on before?
We have not. No, this is the first time.
Well, I'm happy. I'm happy that you're finally here.
Me too, man. Me too. It's exciting.
I'm happy that you're finally here.
Me too, man. Me too. It's exciting.
Uh-oh. Somebody's echoing.
That's 100% me. I'm trying to collaborate with you, Maple, on the Twitch, but I'm clearly not muting my tabs. That's me. My apologies. That's
how dare you, Lance.
But I thought it was me for a second there.
When I knock on both of y'all's things, do the stream join.
Oh, okay. I've never done this before.
It's neat. It collaborates all of our chats into a mega chat, so they all get to hang out and be friends, and people make new friends, and it's really wholesome.
Okay.
Nice.
I will answer when you knock.
I hear myself twice here, because it might be me too. Doesn't look like it though.
Yeah, I think you're coming in clear. I think it's all Lance. It's always his fault.
Cool. It's always Lance's fault.
Was everything fucked up? Sorry.
No, you're fine now, Lance. You're fine.
Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, Jesus. Well, jeez.
I'm realizing that there is a For You on Twitch that's kind of like Instagram stories. And I'm seeing stories now from Lance, from Christina. Wow, I have not actually been on Twitch in a minute. That's kind of crazy.
Everything is happening on the internet.
There we go. So
Yeah.
I think that we have shared chat working now as well. Did you enable shared chat?
Maybe.
I don't have many viewers watching through Twitch, so I'm not really sure if it's worth me trying to figure this out and crashing the whole stream. Because I am indeed, I'm not like you youngins. I don't do the Twitch very well.
That's fair. Well, why don't we start with Maple Takes? You want to introduce yourself, tell everybody where they can find you, what you're all about, that kind of fun stuff?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm Mike. I'm Maple Takes. I am a Canadian leftist political commentator, streamer. You can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/Maple Takes. And yeah,
Nice.
I'm live pretty much every day except Wednesdays, because Wednesdays are D&D nights.
Nice. That's a good reason to take the night off. Very cool.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that. So how's the week been for you all? I know for me, it's been a little more hectic than usual. Nonetheless, you know, shit still happens. Politics.
Is there a reason specifically for that? Or was it more hectic because of politics? Like a particular news headline made it more hectic?
Yeah, just it's you know, the ongoing situation of trying to figure out what I want to talk about because I can't talk about everything. So I've got to try to narrow it down and maybe select a topic that allows me to shove as much topics in it as I possibly can. But yeah, there's always something going on. Our president is either shitting his pants or attacking somebody, yelling at a woman, and there's crimes being committed. So it's just a matter of what do I want to focus on today. I know that in Canada it's a little bit crazy. There is the I don't know. I don't want to say I don't know enough to say there's a mass exodus, but I did see that somebody had left the Liberal Party because Mark Carney is being a little bit of a conservative, and that's not going too well for him.
Yeah, it was Guilbeault, who was like the environment minister under Trudeau, that hasn't been super happy with Carney signing new pipeline deals and whatnot. So he's no longer going to caucus with the Liberals, and then he is leaving. So there will be another by-election sometime later in the summer.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's not jumping ship like to the NDP or anything, but he's basically just not going to caucus the Liberals anymore until he leaves office.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that we have like a majority government with Carney now because so many he's going so far to the right that like a bunch of conservatives jumped ship and joined the Liberal Party to give him a majority. A majority through floor crossings rather than like through like an election. So now
including like a far right anti-LGBTQ plus bigot who was for conversion therapy. Like she crossed the bench, and Carney's like, she's different now. She doesn't want to kill trans kids anymore. It's all good. Yeah, we're great. Like this is fine.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I mean, if there's hope for our Marjorie Green, maybe there's hope for your Marjorie Green.
Our Marjorie Green is actually the premier of Alberta. So like,
no shit.
Yeah, for all intents and purposes, it's like if Marjorie Taylor Greene became a governor of an entire state.
Wow. So ours is just a podcaster, so that's actually a little bit more alarming.
Yeah, I would prefer that.
Wow.
Great. Yeah, no, Danielle Smith is the absolute worst.
Yeah.
My God, I don't know what's happening, but I will say there's at least some hilarious elements to the collapse of neoliberal countries. One thing that brought me immense joy, and this is crazy to say, is a Jubilee video. And I have a theory. So guess who's going to be in the next 20 versus 1 surrounded? Just take a guess.
Oh no.
I know the answer. I'm not going to.
Oh, I don't know. Who is
it's
it?
Sir David Rubington.
Rubin.
He, of all people, Dave Rubin is choosing to do Jubilee Surrounded. I know I swore off Jubilee after they platformed a bunch of fascists.
Hold me back in.
No one ever really leaves.
The trailer's so good. I was watching because you sent it to the group, and I'm looking at the trailer, and I was like, I fucking hate this. I hate this so much. I want to watch this so bad. This is like my crack. It was like, oh my God, Dave Rubin, no.
It's
how
so
am
bad.
I more? No, good.
I've just like sworn off watching Jubilee stuff.
Same.
Except like we watched like Uncle Sam, obviously like had to watch Sam Cedar, but like other than that, it's like it's so disingenuous and so like scary. Like what they did to Mehdi Hassan was insane.
Yeah.
He was debating some Republicans and it was just a bunch of Nazis.
Genuinely unethical behavior.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? Fuck Jubilee. I can't support this. And now it's like, how am I more excited for this video than Project Hail Mary? That is quite the accomplishment. And it's going to be good because the preview is just him getting bodied by these people. And to be clear, that's not the only humiliation that he subjected himself to as of late. I actually have a theory about Dave Rubin. I think because nobody really talks about Dave Rubin anymore. He's kind of irrelevant. I don't think many right-wingers take him seriously. And so my theory is that he's trying to subject himself to humiliation to make a comeback because nobody is really going to listen to him if he just spews his political takes because, let's be clear, he doesn't know what he's talking about. So if he can just make himself the punching bag of the left, it at least will give him a little bit more relevance. So he went on Jubilee. He has a viral compilation because he basically everything you knew would happen with regard to the Iran war, it happened. But he made the opposite prediction for every single fucking element right down to the Strait of Hormuz not being closed. He said it's not going to happen. So there's that. And then in addition to that, he is making genuinely defamatory claims against Hassan Piker that even Anna Kasparian has come out to denounce. So we might go down a little bit of a Dave Rubin rabbit hole today because I have some clips prepared. I also have of course, the beautiful interaction between the DNC staffer and Katie Miller, Stephen Miller's husband. I know you all already know what I'm talking about, but there's some good shit. So first, let me not bury the lead and bring up the Jubilee debate preview. It's only a minute or two. They stack this with the strongest debaters they have. They have Parker Gets a Job. They have actual leftists who they're knowledgeable. They know what they're talking about. And it's crazy that they did this to Dave Rubin because they knew it wouldn't go well for him. And I don't think you get paid to do these, but they had to have paid Dave Rubin because there's no way he would have done this for free.
I think if you're the 1, they pay you. If you're the 20, you don't get paid.
Okay. I mean, you would have to. I can't imagine them saying, "Hey, Dave Rubin, do you want to get debated, or do you want to get debated? Do you want to debate 20 people for free?" I just can't imagine it.
No. He calls them the far left, and they're all just clearly like Joe Biden supporting Democrats. It's the extreme far left. Oh my god! You should have voted for Joe Biden.
Yeah, there's nothing far left about we don't have a far left.
I don't know. True. Yeah, that's also true.
But yeah, okay. So let me just play it. It's a minute 20 seconds. A lot takes place.
You're arguing that things economically were better under Joe Biden.
Okay, I want to ask Maple Takes this because I wish I hadn't seen this before because I think I would have predicted it correctly. What do you think his question? How is he going to word it? And what do you think his question is going to be? Because in Jubilee, you get to ask the question, right? You get to be like, but that he invents it. He gets to invent the topic that they debate. What do you think Dave Rubin will present as his topic du jour?
Oh God, I have no idea. It's hard to get inside that brain. I kind of don't want to.
All right, fair enough. Because I after the fact was it's gonna be something about woke. That's all the guy has. He doesn't understand basic concepts anymore. He's so far gone past people spend time with him, does interviews and entertainment. So I was he's gonna talk about wokeness, and yeah, sure enough. But I didn't call it out. This is me after seeing it, being fuck, I should have predicted this because I should have known.
Yeah. One thing that I was expecting him to do was I thought he was going to weaponize identity politics and use his identity to be for one of the prompts. Conservatives are actually more supportive of queer people and gay people than liberals. And then he'd argue trans people exist, therefore that is homophobic or something like that.
And he also wouldn't use queer. He'd think that was
That's true. That is a little bit of a woke dog whistle. So yeah, he would say gay people because they are the only queer people.
White gay people.
White gay people explicitly.
Biological white gay males.
Yes.
They're the only ones that count for sure. Yeah.
Exactly. And by the way, this guy Parker Gets a Job. He is a very good debater. I think he's more of a liberal. Nonetheless, he claps cheeks of Republicans, and he's very knowledgeable. Yeah, he killed Charlie Kirk, no pun intended, during the Charlie Kirk Jubilee episode.
I was I think it was somebody else.
Yeah. Metaphorically, he killed Charlie Kirk, but he absolutely humiliated him. So he's really good at this.
That's actually an interesting point to bring up because there's another kind of younger, I think he's a Gen Z white debate bro who's in the same league as him. I find the one that's on screen now really good, really smart, really fast, really effective. Able to recall information. The other one is the one who I don't know his name, but he cried when he found out Charlie Kirk died.
Dean Withers.
Dean Withers. Yeah. That was such a tell. I was wait, why are you crying? Right. I understand being I don't want to really say one thing in either direction. This is a very, very, difficult time or something like that. But to have tears leave your body over that.
Yeah.
And to me, I was what the fuck?
It was very strange. It's is he your bestie? Did you guys go to dinner from time to time? Did you play D&D together?
Yeah, it's so strange, especially for someone I've never seen him shed a tear for a Palestinian, never seen him shed a tear for a black person killed by a cop, that kind of shit. But Charlie fucking Kirk, are you serious? Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to celebrate his murder, but to cry when this man spewed nothing but hate and vitriol, and that's all he put into the universe. It was really, I think that he got a lot of shit for it, and I think rightfully so. But I think that Parker is the better version. He's like Dean Withers 2.0. Yeah, not to say Dean Withers is. I do believe that Dean Withers is talented. I think that his heart is in the right place, and I think that he used to be a Republican, so that might color his perspective a little bit more. But Parker is probably my go-to if I had to select a fighter in one of these debates. There's also another guy who's really good as well. I was actually going to go on a show. I need to reach back out to him, or on a stream, I should say, who's also really good. But like they put the heavyweights against Dave Rubin.
At the end of his administration, absolutely.
Yeah. So, can you give me an example of how?
Yeah.
Let me restart it just so that way we get more context.
You're arguing that things economically were better under Joe Biden
At the end of his administration, absolutely.
Yeah. So, can you give me an example of how?
Yeah. GDP growth was better off. Real median wage growth is better off. Inflation was better off at the end of his administration. Unemployment was better off at the end of his administration. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, just this last year under Trump's administration.
Was the Rubin? I just want to say, this is not 2x speed.
No, I know.
Spitting like fucking twist
at which he speaks. Yeah.
He's like a knowledgeable Destiny, essentially.
Right, and you can see Dave Rubin's eyes just glazing over. This guy's really good too. It's kind of crazy.
Mason's awesome.
Yeah, I love Mason.
As well. Yeah.
Or did that also accept Russian money?
What show did I do for Russia?
I'm not saying you did a show for Russia. I'm saying Russia saw you as a stooge who could easily say the talking points that benefited them.
What law is stopping you from doing?
See, like I want to know his answer to that. I was like, oh, I need to know what he says. Like, hold him to the fire for Tenet. Come on, I hate you, Jubilee. I hate you so much.
I've seen, they know what they're doing. God damn it, they have us by the balls. But you've seen enough of these previews where they always kind of put in a little bit of owns for both sides just to entice everybody. This was very lopsided. They had nothing for Dave Rubin to make him look good. It was just him staring there blankly with his eyes glazed over, getting owned by these people, and it's just fucking brutal.
Cannot do.
Laws are not protecting trans people. If they were, trans people would not be disproportionately unhoused, unhoused.
What would you like the law to do for you? Again, the law can guarantee equality. It can't guarantee protection, right? So
yes, it certainly can.
My first round.
I was thinking, I don't know if y'all have seen when Joe Rogan stopped fucking with him, and it was specifically when he had him on the show, and Dave Rubin is trying to tell him points about a variety of things that Joe actually knew, like construction, for example, right? He's like, I think that we shouldn't have regulation, and then just the best, companies will build the best houses, and he's like, that's fucking stupid. Like, I worked on sites before. You can't have that. You need regulation, or people die. That's why you have like countries where buildings collapse and shit like that, right? He's like, no, and also the FedEx would be better if it was privatized because then everyone just gets the best service. And he's like, that's also fucking stupid because there are parts of the world where like they can't get post offices to ship shit to them because it's too expensive, so they'll never get it. They never fucked with him again. Like that was the end of him. And I feel like Dave has had that kind of come to Jesus moment only a few times because he's never challenged. This looks like it's like an endless amount of that, like a buffet, like all you can eat Dave Rubin to learn things.
Like getting visited by 20 ghosts instead of 3.
Yeah.
It's just, I cannot fathom what possessed him to say yes to this. And he goes through his claims, right? Claim 1, wokeism did more damage to America than Trump ever did. How on earth can you with a straight face defend that in 2026? I honestly, I cannot wait to fucking watch this. God damn it, Jubilee. God damn it.
I know that they have manufactured the exact slop crack I want, or I'm just like, oh, I can't turn away this. Come on.
Yeah. It's I don't want to be a debate pervert again. Okay. Not that I ever was, but I used to watch these from time to time. I don't want to watch this shit, but I want to watch this shit.
No one will admit it, but we're all deep down debate pervert watchers, right? Like
a little bit,
nothing to be a debate pervert bro, right? But when someone's like, you got to see this, it's like that scene in The Matrix, right? Where Mouse runs in, it's like, oh my god, guys, they're fighting. I gotta watch.
Yeah, it's mostly the Schadenfreude of watching Rubin get destroyed like this that's going to be worth
absolutely.
Yeah.
And so he goes through his prompts, and these are the things that they have to debate against him. So there's this claim, which
that's crazy,
amazing. Only his brain can concoct this kind of a claim. But
claim is that wokeism did more damage to America than Trump ever did. My next surrounded claim is if you still vote for Democrats in 2026, you're voting for broken cities, broken schools, and broken borders. My next surrounded claim is that progressives push normal, moderate Americans to the right. My final surrounded claim is that the modern left cares more about ideology than reality. I'm Dave Rubin of The Rubin Report, and today I'm surrounded by the far left. Check it out Sunday on Jubilee.
That's
Oh, God.
crazy, Dave.
So I had to look this up because I didn't want to get it wrong and have gamers come after me. But I looked up all of the 6 difficulty levels in Doom because I was like, this is like putting it on the easiest Doom setting, right? So like the worst, I guess, Sam Cedar or like Mediasan, right? That's Ultra Nightmare. But then you can get down to like, Don't Hurt Me, Daddy. That's Dave Rubin, right? Like, that's pretty much
perfect, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like this is almost unfair.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
you need to have these kids have their hands tied behind their back in at least some way, shape, or form. Otherwise, it's just going to be a bloodbath. Hey, Matt, how's it going?
Hello. Oh no, am I missing this? Did
You missed the best thing ever.
Did I really?
You missed a preview of Dave Rubin doing 20 versus 1 on Jubilee.
We got to watch it again.
Gotta watch it again. Okay, I'll play it again.
Is it long? Is it gonna like ruin
It's a
the
minute
show?
20 seconds. We'll
that's
play it through and not
Let's
pause
play it
it
again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, also, Matt, accept the Twitch collab from me and Maple Takes because then you'll combine our viewers and chats together.
Oh shit! How do I do that? Hold on.
It's on Twitch and you.
Oh,
just
I see it.
basically- Yeah, it should
All right.
pop up. There you go. You now have 370 viewers.
Wow! Wow!
The only thing I really like about it is that it lets all the chats interact for the first time, so people can become frenzies. It's kind of wholesome.
That's kind of
that way.
cool. Yeah, they can talk to each other.
Oh, cool. What's this little
Okay.
pop-up thing?
I don't think there is any audio. Let me see if you all can hear this. I don't know why it's
You're arguing that things economically.
Can you hear that?
Yep.
I can.
Oh,
yep.
you can. You can. Oh, okay. It said there's no audio on StreamYard. Okay, let me press play.
You're arguing that things economically were better under Joe Biden
At the end of his administration, absolutely.
Yeah. So, can you give me an example of how?
Yeah, GDP growth was better off. Real median wage growth was better off. Inflation was better off at the end of his administration. Unemployment was better off at the end of his administration. We had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years, just this last year under Trump's administration.
Was the Rubin report?
Yeah.
Did that also
Okay.
accept Russian money?
What show did I do for
No,
Russia?
I'm not saying
What
you
did I-
did a
what
show
did I
for
do?
Russia.
What
I'm
did
saying
I
Russia
do?
saw you
What
as a
did I do?
stooge who could easily say the talking points that benefited them.
What law is stopping you from doing anything that another person cannot do?
Laws are not protecting trans people. If they were, trans people would not be disproportionately unemployed, unhoused.
What would you
and experience
like?
discrimination in healthcare
What would you
settings.
like the law to do for you? Again, the
I would
law
like the law to-
the law can guarantee equality. It can't guarantee protection, right? So
Yes, it certainly can.
My first surrounded claim is that wokeism did more damage to America than Trump ever did. My next surrounded claim is if you still vote for Democrats in 2026, you're voting for broken cities, broken schools, and broken borders. My next surrounded claim is that progressives push normal, moderate Americans to the right. My final surrounded claim is that the modern left cares more about ideology than reality. I'm Dave Rubin of The Rubin Report, and today I'm surrounded by the far left. Check it out Sunday on Jubilee.
I'm like embarrassed.
Thoughts?
I don't think I've ever seen them put together a video where the host just looks bad in every interaction.
Right. That's
Like
what
the
we pointed
main-
out.
Yeah, I mean I don't think they went judging by who they've had on. I don't think they went out of their way to like make him look bad. I just think that might be the best of what Dave Rubin did.
That
Like,
might
those
be
were-
the best.
That's
Those were
actually
the Dave
frightening.
Rubin highlights.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I'm just thinking of all the content that this is going to spawn. Like, I have to see the Majority Report reaction. I got to see what Kyle Kalinske says. I'm going to watch Lance's reaction. I probably have to make a video myself. This is going to be hours and hours.
When does it come out?
It comes out on Sunday. So this might be the most viewed Jubilee video.
Why Sunday though? Well, that's a
They
horrible
always actually
job.
post these on Sunday, which is not a great day because I don't want to spend my Sunday usually consuming politics. I might make an exception just because I am so hyped up about
It just
this
shows.
one.
It just shows that the audience that consumes this content has no fucking life to stick around on a Sunday. I mean, because clearly this is a popular YouTube channel, so they've obviously done like the analytics and stuff to figure out that Sundays are the best day to drop a new videos for our channel. So
Mhm.
like that's insane.
Right. Yeah. So I wanted to bring in another clip of Dave Rubin because he's also going viral recently because every prediction he made about the Iran war has been wrong. Even the most basic common sense shit, like the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, completely wrong. And it's honestly shocking how wrong he was. It's like he was trying to be wrong with how many predictions failed. I think this is the actual compilation. It was put together, let me just give them credit, by Dave Rubin Clips 2 Parody. They retired. Nonetheless, I guess they came back to shame him for this, shame him back into relevancy because it was warranted. Let me press play.
So allow me to make a prediction here in my prediction stuff. I'm not Polymarket, I'm not Kalshi, but I'm pretty good at predictions. And my prediction here is that everything that the media is now going to say about Iran's going to close the Strait of Hormuz and energy prices are going to go crazy and all these, none of this is going to come to pass. Gas prices are coming down and will continue to come down. If the United States wants to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, which it does, and Donald Trump said we'll escort ships through if we have to, it's going to stay open. This is the leader of the Iranian opposition. He has been in exile. His name is Reza Pahlavi. We have shown you videos of him before. He's the eldest son of the former Shah of Iran, and he likely is the next leader of Iran. This is the guy that, by all accounts, when this war ends, will go in and he will be the leader. And again, it will be different. Just remember, it sounds like the Kurds are starting to enter the country with arms to help the people.
He's the Jim Cramer of political commentary. It's crazy. It's stunning. Everything down to the Shah. Like, I think on day 2 or 3, I can't remember when, Trump was like, no, the Shah doesn't have the support of the people or something.
Yeah. It's wild.
It's fucking insane.
Take out the last vestiges of the IRGC. There's a lot of good things happening. This is Iranians, and you can hear they are chanting Bibi June, Bibi Netanyahu. In Iran, they are chanting praise for Benjamin Netanyahu.
It's so obviously fake, too.
You take out Khomeini, and you take out his number 2 and his number 3 and his number 4 and his number 37 and his number 42, then suddenly the next guy's going, it's a little hot in here. And then people start behaving a little bit differently. They've plotted this war, this extraordinary war that will be studied for decades, right?
Oh, it will.
For decades,
not for the reasons he thinks.
I was going to say, incredible war took place. That we are hitting critical infrastructure. We are damaging the regime, so hopefully the people will be able to take over their countries. Now, the question is, if you're going to hit power plants and you're going to hit civilian infrastructure and things of that nature, how do you make sure it's not going to harm the people, but just the regime? And when we have a Department of War that is not looking for war, but will perform war, then we are going to do it at the maximum level of competency. I think the way you can look at this, I haven't heard anyone else say this, but this seems to me to be the war to end all wars.
I just don't understand how, if you are a Dave Rubin viewer and you saw him say like 2 or 3 things that were just completely wrong, how do you still watch? How do you still watch? I mean, this dude very clearly, one, he's not interested in the subject matter at all. He doesn't care. You know, he's not taking the time to research it. And 2, he just lacks basic common sense. He's a fucking dumbass. You don't have to know anything about geopolitics in the Middle East to know that the Strait of Hormuz being closed was one of the obvious things that Iran would have done in response to the invasion. And yet he's like, that's not going to happen. Oh, guess what, bitch? It happened and we're losing the war. What do you got to say now? I wonder if he even acknowledges that, like, we're losing the war. I don't know.
How long do his fans stay on board is the part I'm wondering. Like, I just don't get, like, for like Ben Shapiro, you can see a lot of people are dropping off the project. They're like, yeah, fuck this.
Yeah.
You've been lying to me for years. Like, there's no point. Like, you just make us all hate each other while, like, you know, our lives get worse. For Dave Rubin, who the hell still watches this? Like, if you're
Let me look.
Yeah, somebody in chat said he has, like, what, 20K average viewers now with over 3 million followers, 3 million subscribers.
Wait, he has 20K live viewers, or he has 20K when he uploads a video and has it broadcast live? Because those are 2 super different things.
Yeah, 2 very different things. 20K views, not viewers. Yeah.
Let me. So his live streams generally get more content, so people are watching him live, which actually is a little bit crazy because you would think he would want to do pre-recorded videos just to make them more polished, since he doesn't know what he's talking about.
No, you're seeing the same thing I'm seeing, right? His views are in the toilet. Like, they're worse.
This is the live streams. So the live streams are okay, but when you look at the actual views,
That's insane.
Wow.
That's with 3 million subscribers. Like
6.7K.
To be clear, these are like my metrics, and like my channel has like 100,000 subs.
Right.
Wait, what are the difference between the videos that still get like 6 figures worth of views, and then the ones that are
6.3?
How is that even possible?
If he puts Bill Maher or Joe Rogan in the thumbnail, or Mamdani, apparently, it seems like that does help a little bit.
But
if he's
it looks like they've got to be under 5 minutes. Like the attention span of people watching these, if they're under 5 minutes.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah. No one wants a long Dave Rubin.
Yeah, no one wants any more than 5 minutes of Dave at a time.
I mean, is like anybody watching this of nearly dead Dennis Prager? Let me just see. Like, this is 32 minutes.
Oh my god!
Let me just click a little bit.
I thought Prager was dead. To be honest,
he is paralyzed from the neck down, literally.
Oh shit!
Oh really?
Okay.
Yeah. He made his first public appearance in a very long time, I believe, at the end of last year, to scold Megyn Kelly for being anti-Israel, and he looked rough. Like he looked really bad. I don't remember how he got paralyzed. It was an injury or something. I mean, when you're older and you fall, it can be devastating. But I mean, he looks a little bit better now than he did back then. But let me just.
I've been tested. Were my theories correct? Or when push comes to shove, do my theories fail me? And they've all been upheld as regards my ability to endure these things. Dr. Stephen Marmer, dear friend, of 40 years, a psychiatrist, professor of psychiatry at UCLA.
Okay, I don't think I could take it anymore. I just got to see the comments.
I was also like, why are we watching this?
Yeah, it has to be a
Hey, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry, I need to quickly reset my internet. Something's going on.
Yeah.
No
So
worries.
wonderful to see Dennis. What a wonderful man. Prayers for him. Looking and sounding so much better. I mean, he looks a little bit better, but he does not sound much better.
He does not sound better. Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he's going through something. I wonder how old he is.
I feel the same way about that I do about Mitch McConnell freezing in time, right? Like these vile monsters are in a bad way. Like, oh wow, at least you have the world's best healthcare available because you're rich as fuck. The same stuff that you deprive the majority of the rest of the people in your nation from because it's woke communist shit. So
yeah, especially with Prager, like the child indoctrination shit of the PragerU kids that he's been like proliferating around the country. It's horrendous.
Genuinely sickening shit. And they do this as they complain about LGBTQ plus people indoctrinating children. Like, bro, you are definitionally indoctrinating children, not just into right-wing propaganda, but also religion. And it's not even like a, hey, let's do this childish religion, like, Noah's Ark, that's kind of a fucked up story, but it's not even like I used to get these Fisher Price ass books when I was a kid when they were trying to indoctrinate me. They're just like, no, you have to accept that slavery was good. Little kids, like that's the kind of shit they're doing. Which
Columbus is literally saying, "Is it being a slave better than being dead?" Like,
right?
That was in a PragerU video, they tried to make Frederick Douglass, well, he was like a slavery apologist in their video.
Yeah, I saw that one. That one's really bad.
Those videos are a crime against humanity.
Slavery was bad, but they knew that it was more important to make sure they united the colonies before they dealt with all that other stuff. And it's like, dude, what are you talking about? Bro was an abolitionist. Like, what are you talking about?
It's crazy. It's so crazy. So staying on the Dave Rubin subject, I want to play a video. So let me just share this really quick. So Dave Rubin sat down for fellow right-wing homosexual, I believe, Xavier DeRusso, and this
is so fucked.
Yeah, they made straight up.
This is fucked.
Yeah, no, totally agree. They made straight up defamatory claims towards Hassan Piker that I think could actually be litigated. And Anna Kasparian, who's a subject in this, to her credit, she responded and she's like, what the fuck? And in the comments, they're arguing as well. I'll show you that too. I'll show you Hassan's response. This is genuinely a new low even for Dave Rubin. Like, he's never really had any standards. He doesn't care. But this is crazy. And I this is why I kind of think that he's trying to do everything in his power to become relevant again. because nobody's talking about him. Nobody really cares. Even leftists don't really talk about him because there's just not really there. There's nothing going on in his brain. He's not making waves. He's not interviewing anybody that we care to hear from so they can say something salacious. Yeah, his channel's completely dying.
Yeah, it feels like Hassan is getting a lot of like mainstream motion, and all of these people are like coming out of the woodwork to try to make like defamatory claims to tack on to the like newfound fame, right?
I think that's exactly it. Yeah. There's like a hate industrial complex towards Hassan, and he wants part of that gravy train for sure. But this is a minute long. But yeah. So by the way, this guy right here, Xavier DeRusso, he is a paid propagandist for Israel. He went to Gaza during the famine when Israel, and when I say famine, I just want to be clear, during the forced starvation of Palestinians, to lie about the fact that Israel was withholding aid. And he was saying, look at all of this food behind me. And I mean, like, that didn't prove anything because it's behind you and not in the hands of Palestinians. So you're not really proving anything. But, you know, he got a free trip and he got criticism for being a shill for Israel, doubled down, tripled down. Just like we're looking at two completely soulless individuals who have absolutely zero moral integrity. Yeah. But here they are now slandering Hassan Piker in the worst way that you can slander a public figure, basically, by accusing them of a crime that they didn't commit.
Studio in the office with them when they brought in Hassan, and he was awful. Everyone there. He harassed every girl there, constantly talking about his genitals. He was just awful. They basically made him work from home because he was harassing all the girls and wouldn't stop, including Anna. She'll never admit that now. I don't even care about any of that stuff other than to answer your question. These are terrible people. They are terrible people with terrible ideas. He is as privileged as it gets, comes from money, Nepo baby who got a job at the Young Turks and surpassed many people that wanted to be on camera the day he got there because his uncle is jank. And now ushers, and he's a LARPing communist. While I think he's worth $12 million or something. Right. And, he's going to Cuba and doing this communism safari while these people starve. Fights for all the wrong things.
Why are they starving, Dave?
100% starving. I mean, he has said that. He has excused the violence of his political opponents. He went out of his way to say he understands why Luigi Mangione killed Brian Thompson, the United Healthcare CEO. He implied the same thing about the last guy that tried to kill Trump. So no.
Just actually evil. Yeah, evil shit, just dropping that. And it's crazy for him, of all people, to try to judge anyone. So let me zoom out here. So Anna Kasparian responded saying, Hassan Piker should sue Dave Rubin for defamation immediately. I was never harassed by Haas, sexually or otherwise. This huckster is literally making up sexual harassment allegations and pretending to speak on my behalf just to defame Haas. It's sick. There's also a little bit more in the comments. He responded saying, Anna, you literally told me they asked him to work from home because of all the sexual remarks he was making to you and other females there, and you couldn't believe that was the punishment. Maybe you blocked it out, but that's what happened. And then she says again, none of this was true, and since you're too smooth-brained to debate him on the Zionist genociders you love so much, you have to smear him like the disgusting, soulless little bitch for hire you are. That was a fucking body. And I'm wondering if he is misremembering, because Anna Kasparian said that it was Jimmy Dore who was sexually harassing her. Remember the news skirt controversy? I wonder if that's what he is referring to. Either way, Hassan jumped in and also responded to this because, I mean, how could you not?
Tell me they asked him to work from home because of all the sexual remarks he was making to you and other females there, and you couldn't believe that was a punishment. Maybe you blocked it out, but that's what happened. That is crazy. He's just straight up fucking lying. What the fuck?
That's
dude,
wild, man.
Man, people who are, desperate times, I guess.
That was the first thing I thought, because I was like, this is a fucked up play that I haven't seen someone like Dave Rubin go far enough to do. But like, you can't mince words here. He is fabricating a sexual harassment or sexual assault claim on the behalf of someone else, who then invalidated it. It's like you were doing this on the behalf of someone else who's like, that's not true. And then he's turning to her being like, you don't remember that maybe because of all the trauma or whatever the fuck. And it's like, this is so far beyond. This is fucked up, you know, and like I'm gonna be shocked if you know, going forward, the rest of the right, like how do you respond to this? This is supposed to be something they care so deeply about. They're always talking about how like women always lie about their like sexual assault claims, and, like they always make it up and that's not true, and like, you know, men get their lives ruined by all these women and all like all that kind of stuff. And it's like Dave Rubin is making a false sexual assault or sexual harassment claim publicly, and he has been, you know, obviously called out by the person involved. That's fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, why would any right-wingers even want to work with him? I mean, I'm sure they believe him or they take his side, but if he's willing to make up this shit about Hassan, he could just as easily lie about any of them that he interacts with, you know, interpersonally.
Yeah,
it's
but
just
it's team sports to them, right? Like they're gonna gang up on Hassan and they're gonna like amplify it even if they know that it's fake, because it's gonna get clicks, it's gonna get engagement, right? Like they don't
that's
care what's
100%. 100%. Yeah. So I think that it's important that we remember as we watch the Jubilee debate that it might be so brutal that we feel bad for him, but no, because this is a fucking piece of trash. Terrible person, horrible politics. I don't even think he has a political ideology. I genuinely don't think he believes anything.
He's for hire. Like he doesn't care about anything. He has no values.
Yeah.
He got told that to his face.
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Ariana.
I'm surviving. How are you guys?
We're making fun of Dave Rubin.
Yeah, we're making fun of Dave Rubin. Are you a big Dave Rubin fan?
Yeah, I don't even. That's the guy that just talked about Hassan, right?
Yes, we actually just talked about that as well. But the big news is that he's doing the 20 versus 1 debate on Jubilee. I think it's called Surrounded. And
he is.
Yeah, he's not cut out for that. For all the debaters, it's like dunking on a toddler's Fisher-Price basketball hoop. And I've said this already multiple times, but I don't know why he chose to do this. It doesn't make any sense. It's like me entering a heterosexuality contest. It's not. I'm not going to win that.
Yeah, he's either getting paid or he has like a humiliation kink that we don't know about yet.
Because he has like an anger issue. Is that why, or why do we think he's not ready for it?
Because he's
we've seen the trailer. It's bad.
Yeah, it's hard to describe what's wrong with Dave Rubin without sounding ableist, because he genuinely...
Did you guys watch it? Wait, did you guys already watch it on stream?
We watched it twice, yeah. Okay. We could watch it a third time if you would like.
No, it's okay.
It's only a minute long.
I'm not going to that. Also, congratulations, Lance.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, if everyone doesn't know, I'm entering daddy phase. I'm going to be Papa Lance.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I didn't know if that was public yet, so I didn't want to say anything.
I said it on chat yesterday, so she's...
okay. So I didn't want to be the one to spoil because I'm Lance, got anything to say?
You told me, Ariana. You ruined the surprise.
My bad. Also, he called himself daddy, so
there you go.
Oh, okay. Are you? That's got to be exciting though, Lance. Like that's really cool. Genuinely, it was funny. You told me that, and then I was thinking last week you and I were joking about how David and Matt would never understand what it's like to be dog dads.
Yeah, I had to bite my tongue during that segment.
Oh, you already knew. Okay. That's super exciting though.
I'll say this because I don't want to obviously like dox people or give too much information, but I have discovered two things through this process. One, everything you're told about the moment you find out that like you're about to have a kid that you turn conservative is a lie. That's 100% a lie. I didn't feel the switch where it's like, oh shit.
You're not going to be cheering for Rubin on Sunday? No.
No, I don't love capitalism. All of a sudden, I'm like, oh, this is awesome. And then the second one is like, it's been an overwhelming amount of joy that kind of puts all of the shit that we cover for our lives on a little bit more of a mute, because you're like, I mean, everything's fucked up, but there's some intense, amazing joy in the world too.
Yeah, there's some light, some things that make life worth living. You know, just a little ball of sunshine. That's genuinely so exciting. Are you excited or like more scared? I feel like I'd be a mix of both, just because that's so much.
I'm thrilled. I mean, it was planned. We've been planning it for a while. I'm old, so I'm not like in a part of my life. I'm in my 40s, early 40s. Yeah, so
You're not old,
it's outrageous. But I'm old by internet standards. I'm dead by internet standards.
Ariana, as somebody who is not in his 40s, I can tell you he's old as shit. Okay, I'm young.
Well, there's like 49, and then there's like 41. You know,
Yeah.
The second one. Yeah.
Yeah, because my dad had me when he was 45, which I think was egregiously old.
I think my dad was around the same age when he had me too, if I'm not mistaken. My mom was she was in her late 30s when she had me.
Well, crazier story.
Really young.
My
Really?
dad's dad was 80 when he had him.
Wow.
That's wild.
Don't
That's a
It's
Robert
very
De Niro.
long story. Basically, his whole entire life, he was on this pursuit to have a son, and he had like 20 kids, and they were all girls. And he was like, I have to have a son. And when he was 80, he had a son, and then he died.
Wild.
So,
wow.
No, my parents were young when they had my sister, who was like 9 years older than me, but they were still like 30 and 28 when they had me. But my sister and I always argue about like who the oopsie is, because like 9 years is a gap, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a bit.
Yeah. That is quite the gap. I have that gap with my siblings too. The closest I'm for my sibling is 11 years. So there's quite the big gap. But I will say, like, it's got to be exciting not just to like have the baby, but you get to like buy toys for the baby and clothes for the baby.
The cool thing about that is that like every single thing so far I've gotten for free off other friends who've had kids or other like relatives who had kids.
Oh,
like,
that's cool.
Almost everything's been donated, and it's a lot of it's like premium stuff where it's just like, yeah, this is like a top of the line like crib, this is a top of the line stroller kind of stuff, and like it's like, do you want it? Because kids they can only use them for like 1 year, right? Like you only get it for like 2 years.
Yeah, that's true.
What are we talking about?
Babies.
All right, congratulations, Lance.
Lance is going to be a
Thank you.
dad.
Enjoying
no,
the
Lance is dad.
podcast. Yeah, technically.
Yes.
Yeah,
The baby is not a fetus.
it's a baby.
It's a human breathing
Yes.
baby.
Yeah,
Yes.
I forgot.
It hasn't been born yet, though. If that's what you're asking.
Wait, I thought it was born.
No, not yet.
Oh.
I'm having a child. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were memeing Ariana. I was like, okay, we're going
No,
by American
no,
conservative.
No, I thought the baby was born.
No, not yet.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's really cool though. I'm happy for you. I think that is really like that is a light in this dark world. And you know the kid's gonna be awesome because he's being raised by normal people. So that's important. We need more normal people to have kids.
Normal people can raise a lame ass baby. I mean,
also true.
That's not a guarantee.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
What if they rebel and become conservative?
Oof.
It could happen.
You know what? I know one person who has kids, and this person is very, very, very politically active. And sometimes I do wonder that. I'm like, you know what? Maybe this kid is going to grow up and be like, fuck your shit. I'm just going to do whatever to piss you off. You know? So, because that was me at one point. My dad was super leftist, and him and I was a teenager, and I was like, God bless America. And he would get so mad at me.
That's so mean to do to your dad, Ariana. How dare you?
That's gonna get clipped now.
I would literally look at him and be like, God bless America. And he would flip his shit out. Like, he would get so mad. But I would do it just to piss him off, you know? So I don't know. It's very likely. So don't be too leftist, you know, because then they'll know how to press your button.
That's actually good advice. Yeah, that's really good advice because they might want to rebel. I rebelled against my family after they raised me to be conservative, and now I'm the opposite of that. So yeah, just instill good values.
Lance is gonna push. Lance is gonna push his politics too hard on his child, and then
J1 Communist Manifesto. Like there won't even be.
They're going to become a streamer, a streamer known as. Have you thought of names, by the way?
No, I haven't.
Well, let's just say a streamer known as Mance of the Kings or the Royals or something like that.
The Lords.
The Lords. Yeah. There you go. The opposite of the serfs is what I'm going at.
Are you gonna raise your child with indigenous stuff too, like ceremonies as well and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, because my mom did, right? She used to bring us to like a lot of potlucks, like salmon smoking ceremonies and stuff. I used to love that shit as a kid, and then it wasn't until high school that I started like being taught racism and shit, and then I started hating that part of my family and that side of the family. So it actually like that's one thing I was like, you gotta not do that again. Don't live through that experience a second time.
Like colorism?
Well, no, like I because I'm so white was able to in my playground like hide the fact that I was like indigenous, and so I would lie about that, and then I would like it got worse and worse as years went on because the kids at school were so racist that like I would then become racist overtly towards indigenous people, even though I was one at the same time. Yeah, so avoid that.
You were like a closeted homophobe, but for indigenous people. Like that was me as a kid.
well, being a closeted bisexual.
Damn, you were checking so many closet boxes, Lance. What the fuck?
When's the baby due?
In August. So if I randomly disappear in August from streaming
Wait,
for a little while,
what zodiac sign is that?
August is a good
Leo.
August is a good month to be born, if I do say so myself. August is a great month.
And it's the year of the fire horse too.
You're gonna have a Leo baby. Do you want to have more babies, or is that the only one?
Just one. Yeah. I'm not that vain. I don't need 1,000 lances running around.
Dude,
just like offering people horses to have a child.
The amount of men who tell me I have to have kids because I have to spread my legacy, and they're like the most mediocre fuck ass men on earth. I'm just like, you have zero self-awareness. So I love that you're just like, one child is enough. We love that for you.
That's weird that you get told that.
That doesn't seem like a normal thing to say to a woman.
No, or to anyone.
You know how many men have said that? Like, not just to me, it's like a common experience where men are like, I have to spread my legacy, like I have to spread my name. And I'm like, that's
weird.
You're like a fucking conqueror. Like,
are you a Roman legionnaire?
That's strange.
What the fuck? I think it is like a little there. Sometimes you'll talk to men and then they'll throw out little kernels of red pill, right? Like they'll be like, oh, women are super emotional nowadays, red pill. Or they'll be like, oh, have you read the book 48 Laws of Power? Get the fuck out of my face, red pill. Like there's little kernels of red pill that you can get. And that's and I think that's one of them, like your legacy, continuing your name, like the trad, have a bunch of kids shit. Like it's a part of the red pill stuff, in my opinion.
That makes sense. I feel like the women being too emotional is like so much more than just like a little tidbit. That's like a bullhorn, not like a dog whistle. You know what I mean? Like it's such a huge fucked up thing to say where it's like, wait, what, you're just all women are too emotional? What? Have you seen the man who's in charge of the world right now? Like what the fuck?
No, actually, but it's the type of environment that they'll do it in. Like they'll say something to upset you, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you're being super emotional," and it's like, "Oh, red pill." Like you have to really have like an eye out for it, because so many men are red pill, but they don't say that they're red pill because
it's not his behavior that's the problem, right? It's your reaction to his behavior.
Exactly. Or it's like, oh, my girlfriend used to be obedient, but she's not obedient anymore. Like she doesn't listen to me. Right? No, it's not that your girlfriend stopped being obedient. It's because you started listening to red pill shit. I can't tell you how many women have gone through this where like their boyfriends or their partners start listening to red pill podcasts, and it's just like, it's dead. Like it literally just goes downhill from there.
I cannot tell you how thankful I am to be a homosexual, because I don't think I would survive as a straight woman, given how fucked up like the stories I hear are from all of them, where the shit that they go through is crazy. Like, I don't know. For like, if you're a gay dude, it's just like looking for a used car. You just list the specs and then you go based on that. No, nothing else. But like, if you're a straight woman, you got to put up with so much microaggressions and so much like overt misogyny. I feel like I'd be pissed off 100% of the time and just like not even bother.
It's so bad. It's so bad. The dating scene is truly the trenches right now.
Damn.
Yeah, I saw there's a comedian I saw a bit from like last week it was a female comedian I think in New York that was doing like crowd work, and she was like, I'll tell you the difference between like dating as like a woman in New York, dating as a man in New York. She was like, sir, what's your biggest fear when you go on a date? He's like, I don't know, that like I won't like them or that like they'll be catfishing me. He's like, okay, and ma'am, when you go on a date, she's like, getting murdered is like the thing that I am the most worried about when I go on a first date. Like, and it's like, yeah, those are the differences in the reality of dating between like men and women. Like right now, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, we should do Chad advice like Hassan, where we have people come on and we give them life advice.
Oh, I would love that.
Can we
I
do
don't
it?
know anything about life advice. I'm not very good at that. I don't even have my own shit together, but I would love to offer advice.
We did something like that at one point, and Matt Binder got a really interesting call, I think, from someone who was talking about like how do you make friends, and it was really cute because Binder's like, I like go to live music. I think was your advice. Like go see a metal show or a rock show or something that
A
you're
metal
into.
show is crazy. You told someone who doesn't have friends to go to a metal show?
I mean, it's a good place to make friends.
Yeah, and like, well, just like a music scene that is inclusive, one that's like not like obviously
I took my my son a couple of weeks ago to go see a punk show. He's 10 years old, and everyone was it was only about 3 kids around his age there. Everyone else was old heads like myself, and everyone was super cool with the kids. And the band that we went to see, the Casualties, had him come up on stage, and he stage dove at 10 years old. And he crowd surfed, and everyone was all the people were super careful with him. I think those scenes, I don't know about metal. I know metal could go either way because it's very mainstream, but also it has that sort of, there are scenes that are not as mainstream that have that same camaraderie. But yeah, those scenes are usually good places in terms of the people watching out for each other.
I would take my kid to a rave for sure.
I don't know about a rave.
I would do it.
Well, those are what I went to. They're very inclusive too.
My 10-year-old could crowd surf. I don't want him popping Molly. Thank you very much.
Give your child Molly.
Yeah, there's drive raves too. You can, there's dry electronic shows. There's a lot of stuff you go to. Yeah.
Bro, metal shows. What are you gonna do if your kid gets in the middle of a mosh pit? Just like literally just runs and goes in the middle.
Oh, my son was right there for the pit. He was right at the side.
He wins.
Wait, okay, hold on. A rave is not
gotta mosh your way
acceptable,
to the
but
crowd
mosh
to get
is
him.
okay for a 10-year-old.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the type of people that go to punk shows are more my type of crowd than the skeevy types that go to raves.
Plus, like, kids basically bounce anyway, right? Like, have you seen the way that kids go at each other like bouncy castles? They'll be fine.
Let me just say this. When I was back in college, or right out of high school 10 years ago, the rave scene was so nice. Everyone was so sweet. There was a lot of pluriculture, a lot of respect. There were exactly. It was so respectful. So everyone was, even if you got lost, someone's group would take you in and adopt you, and it was so nice. Then the frat bros found out about the shows. Dog, can I just say a quick story? I went to a show on Saturday. The crowd was so fuck ass. It was literally every single minute, it was like a cyclone frat bro would just cyclone through the crowd and not even say excuse me and just push you. And listen, I'm a small girl. I'm 5'3.5". So when a big 6'4" drug ass dude with a Corona comes running into me and I'm vibing out to the music, I get pushed away.
Y'all seen the Tasmanian Devil? Yeah.
It was every 2 seconds. So then there was a group of men that were just standing there and not dancing and just staring. And I literally huddled behind them and just stood there. So I was I can't get cycloned by another frat bro. I just can't do this.
The visual of just a frat bro spinning around with a Corona, trying not to spill it.
And it was a very specific type of archetype too. It was the New Jersey Italian frat bro that the Guido juice head type of. I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. And listen, I was sober for the most part, but it's also like it was like a cyclone. It was literally like Tasmanian devils coming through. Frat bros ruined raves. That's all I'm gonna say.
No, I would probably agree with that. But that's the type of people that go to these things now.
Someone in the chat says Hurricane Chad coming. Yeah, no, literally.
I'm walking here. Did they say that when they were zooming by?
Like I've been to raves before. I would not take my 10-year-old to a rave, but I would take him to a punk show. I'd take him to a hardcore show. I'd take him to a metal show. I'd take him to a what?
Did you take him to Warped Tour?
Oh, that's nothing. Of course, that's the most commercial of all of them. That's the show he went. The show he already went to when I was 10.
For you, it's how mainstream the bands are. That's where you set the bar. If there's mainstream bands, you're like, no, I don't fuck with that shit.
No, Warped Tour is like a
edgy,
sanitized
underground, esoteric. No one knows who they are yet.
Warped Tour is a sanitized experience for like that was the show that parents felt was okay for them to drop their kids off to and not worry about it. They weren't gonna take their kids to like fucking CBGBs back in the day though.
Just make sure you have your son wear protective ear. Like
he had them. They gave them out for free.
No, that's cute.
Yeah, but those are the trash ones. You got to get the loop ones from Amazon.
You wouldn't believe the show that my parents took me to when I was a young kid. It was crazy.
Dude, my parents...
It was fucking wild.
My parents took me to no fucking shows. Y'all are so lucky.
You'd have no idea. Do you want to guess what show it was? It was the Spice Girls.
Madonna. Oh, nice. Spice Girls!
Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm so jealous.
It was when there were only 4 of them, though. So,
when they did the reunion tour.
I would kill to see a Britney Spears show in her like prime. Oh my god! Oh,
I remember there was an old lady there, and she was wearing a shirt that said Old Spice, and I thought that was really funny.
Yeah, that's actually funny. The whole bringing kids to shows thing. The first like stadium show I ever went to is the funniest lineup. It was the Anger Management Tour in 2000. I was 14, and my sister was forced to be with her. It was Limp Bizkit, Papa Roach, Exhibit, and Eminem. The weirdest.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I never watched it, but
that's definitely.
We walked into the Sky Dome, and before we got to our seats, there was somebody passed out in a puddle of their own vomit on the floor on the way into the show.
That's definitely like
how did your dad explain
the lineup for a specific type of person in the early 2000s.
Dude,
it absolutely is.
I was a kid when Eminem was getting big, and just for context, I was born and raised in America, but I went into kindergarten not knowing a word in English, and we only had Iranian cable at home, so I was cut off from the American world. I would go into school and kids would talk about Cheetah Girls and Spice Girls and Eminem, and I would have no fucking idea. Like, I thought they were talking about a candy most of the time. I didn't know what the fuck was going on, which is also why I had no friends. But I can speak fluent Farsi, so you give and take. But my parents really did not have to do that. I don't know why the fuck they did that. Anyways, but I remember I finally figured out who Eminem was when I was in 7th grade. And I was like, holy shit. I memorized every single song he's ever come out with, like word for word for word, because I listened to it.
Even fact?
Everything. Every single one. And then I literally got into, and I was like, when he goes into, like, when he hosts a concert, I'm gonna go. I'm literally gonna sneak out. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I'm gonna go. And he never went on tour again. Like, he came out with Recovery and that, like, no tour, and I was shattered. I was like, wow, I missed such a core part of Eminem's legacy.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel better, one of my friends saw him live a couple years ago and said he's actually really good in terms of, like, that white boy can spit kind of stuff. Even
I thought you were going to tell her that he wasn't that great, so she would feel better. But
no, he was apparently still really, really good live. Yeah.
There was this Lucid car event. This car, like this electric car, that's kind of partially owned by the Saudis. I don't know. Their shit's kind of weird, but. They hosted an event with Eminem, and I was there as one of, like, the influencers, and it was cool. He's kind of aged though. I was like, oh, you're not the same Slim Shady. But like he was really cool.
That's what happens.
Dude, Eminem stands are a little psychotic. I'm like, yo.
I mean, that's where the term "stan" came from.
No, literally. The documentary was about stans. There's this woman that has 24 tattoos of Eminem all over her body, and I'm like,
Jesus,
that's insane.
That's messed up. I was one of the people who hated Eminem when he was popular, and I was actually of the age where I should have loved him, but I was a really big hip hop head, and so like I thought he was just like trying to destroy the whole genre, and like he had no place in it. And it took like I think his second album before I was kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, he's talented. He's really good at what he does.
He's super talented. Like he doesn't even breathe. He takes one breath and he just spits a whole entire verse, and I'm just like.
Yeah, but Twista does that so much better. Everything that everyone says about Eminem, I'm always like, there's a better, But
Twista is like Ben Shapiro. He could spit fast, but he has no substance. Like he just,
Eminem does have better substance, better lyrics. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean Eminem can get stupid too. Like Fact, like that's the song that I have memorized from him. Not the whole thing.
Busta Rhymes is another good example. Busta Rhymes, true, very fast. Yeah, he's very quick. But he's.
I don't know. I don't think there's any rapper like Eminem. I hate to say it, but like
I love Twista. By the way, that's no shade to Twista. I love him.
No, I like Twista too.
He's more party music. I'm not gonna listen to Twista if I need like some soul moving music. I'm gonna listen to Twista if I want to get hyped up. Although he did release a song in the 2010s that was very sus. It never made, like, I think he released it as part of a mixtape, and it was like about how a girl that he knew when she was really young is now grown up now and she's sexy. And I'm like, oh, Twista. Oh, these lyrics are so disturbing. You sound like Ted Nugent.
So also, can we talk about sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Can we talk about how Eminem always has a porn star in his music videos?
Oh, does he?
I don't know enough about that.
Wait, you guys
I don't
know that?
I wouldn't recognize the porn stars.
I've seen his music videos. I didn't know they were all porn stars. I just assumed they were like models or people hired but it doesn't really matter. I don't care if they're porn stars or
no, it doesn't matter. It's just like we love a man who's pro sex work,
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, good for him if that's the case.
I'm just kidding. He is liberal though. Like he did campaign with was it Obama?
I know he's anti-Trump. I don't know if he campaigned with anybody.
He spoke at a Kamala rally. I don't know if that counts as campaign.
Yeah. I just don't remember if it started off with Obama or Biden. I don't remember.
No, he did. So he campaigned with Obama when he came to Michigan, and then he introduced Obama at a Kamala rally.
Yeah. Okay. That's. I remember that too. Yeah, he's pretty politically active, but he's definitely more on like the liberal side, not like leftist. But I mean, it could be worse. The bar is in hell for these people. So
yeah. The song from Twista, by the way, is called "Ain't Too Young Now." It features Tia London.
Oh, that's just the title.
People are also asking if Lens doesn't like him because he's white. It's not that. The best white MC, in my opinion, is LP, and I'd say go check him out. I also like LP more just because he's he's a really good producer, but he actually helps out like the scene. Like he helps uplift small artists, gets them and their albums produced, and like actually wants people to succeed. Like I also really like that shit. So I'm a big LP fan.
One of my mods was trying to get us to talk about snow.
I doubt the Americans won't know snow.
No,
Snow the product.
Snow. In Living Color, unless they watched In Living Color.
That's true because the Jim Carrey
parodies. Yeah.
I don't know Snow.
Do you guys know the song Informer?
I don't know. Play it in the background without showing them the music video because you cannot see what he looks like first. You have to listen to like a minute.
Let's hear it. Well, are we gonna get like I think I can play it for
you. No.
Wait, who's Snow? What are we listening to?
I'm gonna play it. Hang on a second.
He looks like Michael Rappaport.
1 second. Oh, are you looking at him? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it.
Okay. Yeah, I've never heard of Snow.
Well, he only had one breakthrough track, which is the one you're about to hear.
Oh,
this guy. I know the song.
Oh my god. Okay.
Did you know he was white?
No,
I
what the
did.
fuck?
Yeah, he is the nerdiest looking, like just weird average
White
white dude.
Canadian.
Yeah.
Interesting. Do you guys remember Bubba Sparks?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, he was fun. He's a white dude, and
He had a song about being ugly.
he had a song about the with the Ying Yang Twins called Miss New Booty. That was fun. I liked it.
Miss New Booty is crazy. Also, guys, the canary in the coal mine got shot. When are we escaping?
Yeah, I remember saying that too.
Wait,
Hassan, right?
Yeah, we all determined that Hassan was the
He's the-
canary in the coal mine, and
Yeah,
when they went after him, it was cooked for all of us. So like,
Yeah, we're next.
I will say though,
Toronto's nice this time of year, so
I will say
I'll be
though,
there.
the string of events that led him to getting murked by Trump was actually so fucking funny. He had Ashley St. Clair on his stream.
I
and
wanted
she
to ask
was
your
like-
opinion on that, given our prior conversations.
You already know how I feel.
Yeah.
She's so fucking annoying. And it's so annoying because she has a likable personality, and I'm like, it's
does,
so
yeah.
likable. It's such a likable personality that you kind of forget that she was a whole entire fascist for a decade of her life. You know what I mean? It's like she puts on the little cute girl act. It's kind of like white woman tears, but the opposite. She puts the cute white girl act on, and then like everybody eats whatever. Anyway, so she went on
Should we
Hassan
bring her on?
Piper's. We can if you want.
Oh.
I'll tell her I'll tell her everything I said about her on like to her face, like in a respectful way though. I'll be like, I think you're an opportunist. Like that's just kind of what it's giving, but I'm not gonna fight her. If you
I
got
think
fun,
she's too famous for our show now. She's not going to come to Leftist Mafia. She's on Hassan's stream. Like she could big
Yeah,
time.
we're small potatoes now.
I know.
I think
Why?
she would. I think
No,
she would. I think she would
You'd
go
be
on.
surprised. There are people that at her. And she says like, "Oh, well, we can talk. Like, let me know if you want me to come on your show." Like, she's literally on a press tour. Here's the thing: she kind of reminds me of Erica Kirk, but like a PR trained version of Erica Kirk, who like is acting like she saw the light. Like, I don't know. I just like. There's just something about her. Anyway, so
I only trust her because of the report of her like turning down like a $40 million NDA like gag deal to be able to like still
I'm
talk on
sorry.
stuff.
Saying that you trust Ashley St. Clair is crazy.
I don't know, man. Like, did you watch her Jennifer Walsh?
I mean,
interview?
I believe what she's saying, but I might like I wouldn't like trust her with like I wouldn't give her like secret information as if she's like one of us.
She's to
You
the
know what I
left.
mean?
The gates of the left. You're not going to gatekeep the council
Like
of
I
bread.
think
You're
like
gonna
like
invite
I think she's on the right track to like doing what she needs to do by sharing the information that she has, but it doesn't mean like you give her information you don't want out there. Do you know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying?
Sorry, I just
Yeah.
feel like standing by Elon while he's literally telling you that he's interfering in the election because you want his child is just so fuck ass, bro. Like anyways, whatever.
It's the classic like conservative like thing that they do where they can't empathize or feel or understand how other people feel until it happens to them.
Yeah, or somebody
and for
they know,
her,
right? Like,
she was insider with the conservative movement, and then she has this relationship with Elon, and he treats her like garbage apparently, and during a time when she's pregnant with a child and having a
I don't know
kid.
if I would call it a
I
relationship.
think that she had to experience what an asshole this guy who claims to care so much about children and have these conservative
Sorry,
ideals.
you had to fuck Elon and have his child to figure that out. Like
That's literally what this happens time and time again, where conservatives hate gay people until their kid comes out as gay, and then all of a sudden they care about gay rights for their kid. I mean, it's the same. We see time and time again.
The podcast with I forget the name of the podcast now, but Hassan's had them on a couple of times. The kids who talk to their parents and like have their like old like MAGA parents. On
The necessary conversation.
Yeah, so they talked about that. They talked about Hassan being the target now, and they were like, "Oh no, like we're going against Trump because we like Hassan. We know that he isn't what they're saying he is." It's like, okay, well, you can see that that's the case here. Like, can you extrapolate on that a little bit?
Right.
But it's like, no, it's only if it directly impacts conservatives. They like don't have the ability to like think in abstract.
Mm-hmm.
Right. No, it has to. They have to have direct experience to believe that it's happening, and even when that happens, it takes a major step for them to realize, even then, that this isn't just happening to me. You know what I mean? It's how you become a conservative to begin with. Like it's like you literally cannot.
You're explaining
have
basic empathy, though.
that
That's- or
ideology.
basic
Right.
That's what basic
Which they
empathy is.
they definitely lack.
Why are we? I'm sorry. Why are we creating dissertations for conservatives? Like, she literally made so much money off of her book that bashed trans and LGBTQ plus kids. Like, I don't. I'm sorry. This whole
She didn't make that
had
much
to-
money off of that book. That book was a failure.
Has she taken it down though?
She took her name off it. The book is still for sale. But like I agree with people saying if you like I wanted like if you wanted to do restorative justice, just start this. None of this is restorative justice. This is just really good tea. That's what it is right now. Really good leaks, really good like damaging data. And that's great. It's I think of her as the same way I do Candace Owens, right? Like keep circular firing going, keep going after each other. Yeah, not
I don't think she's the same as Candace Owens. I don't think that's accurate.
The only thing that like convinced me to like actually like listen to her a little bit, like the Hassan stuff, I was like, this is ridiculous. But when she went on Jennifer Welch and Jennifer Welch asked her like what her turning point was, and she talked about going back to school and like studying like Middle Eastern history and how like the Americans made the Middle East what it is now, and like actually started speaking to that kind of stuff. And I was like, okay, it seems like she's actually like trying to learn something.
Here's my thing. The only way for her to stay relevant right now is for her to continue to air these secrets about all the Republicans that she knows. That's literally it. That's the only thing that's keeping her relevant right now. There's going to be a time where this window, there's a 24-hour news cycle. She's going to run out of shit to say, right? Because she's obviously not in the Republican in circle, right? She's going to go on all these podcasts. She's going to do her rounds, and then it's going to end, right? If she goes in and she actually starts doing restorative justice, she starts helping the LGBTQ plus kids that she actually hurt. She starts helping Black folks because she talked about how she read all this Black literature. Okay, when I see you helping Black folks, LGBTQ plus kids, queer kids, when I see you actually using your platform to fundraise and help them in a way where you're repenting in a real way, whatever way your platform allows, right? Whether that be through fundraising or helping candidates or whatever, right? But if you're going to continue doing this self-dick sucking tour where you're just like literally going on all these podcasts, talking about me, these are all the secrets that I have, these are all the secrets that I know, and you're not actually moving on to doing something real and tangible with all of the hurt that you caused, I don't want to fucking hear it. Like, I just really
100%.
don't.
I think that's super fair, though. I think that's fair because I mean, a lot of. I think now, especially in this climate, you're going to see a lot more people turn because some people don't have real politics. I mean, I don't know if hers is genuine, like if it's a genuine change, but you see a lot of people, like the Rogan Spear comedians, the Tim Dillons of the world, the other guy, Theo Von, they're starting to shift and turn against Donald Trump. And so, there's a broader cultural shift that's happening because people have really soured on MAGA. And I think that it's good that this is happening. I think that it is helpful to us that they are doing this circular firing squad. But I do agree with Ariana that you do have to have a healthy dose of skepticism when approaching these people because you can't just light a match, burn the whole fucking country down, and then come back and be like, "Hey, everybody, that was bad." Like, there needs to be an actual effort to really try to right the wrongs that you did. I don't know what that looks like. It's probably going to look different for each community.
Yeah, I don't either.
It's because I mean, like this MAGA, this is the worst shit that we've seen in modern American history. Like Trump is he's putting up Hitler numbers. By the time this is all over, he will have killed like around 10 million people between him and Elon when you factor in not just war, but cuts to aid, deregulation, cuts to healthcare. It is disastrous. So I feel like I understand. It makes sense for Ashley St. Clair to try to parlay this into a longer term career. But I think that if she wants longevity and if she sincerely is sorry, I do think that there needs to be more of an effort to really right those wrongs. again,
Yeah,
like I
100%.
said, I don't know, like I don't know what that looks like. She has to talk to people and figure that out for herself.
Yeah, I think what Matt said like makes sense. Like, don't give her secrets, right? Like, don't welcome her into a movement, but like give her like space to maybe do the right thing at some point. Like, don't just write people off. Give people like the ability to, at some point, do the right thing.
I mean, listen, I think she has to do what she's doing now to build credibility amongst the left-leaning circles. So I get it. She's going on all these podcasts. She's going on Jennifer Welch. She's going on, you know, different podcasts, talking to all these people, answering all the questions. But at some point, she's going to run out of shit to say. She's going to run out of secrets to say. And it's like, okay, what are you going to do then? Are you going to continue to center yourself and your history with Elon? Or are you going to create a path forward in a way that's actually helping the movement against MAGA and fascism? And I struggle with this a lot in this space, where I feel like a lot of people center themselves a lot. Like, there's a lot of egos, and I'm sure you guys have all on this panel seen this in one shape or another. I've seen it with creators all the time, where they start centering themselves and how they feel. And it's like, even we who don't have the history that Ashley St. Clair has to like, I continuously ground myself on a daily basis, and I remind myself that what my why is and why I'm getting into this. And because then you can go off some weird paths if you don't do that. We saw that with TYT, right? Like, it gets kind of weird when you don't center, like, you know, center your ego and remind yourself what your why is and stuff like that. And so, I mean, she's all over my feed, so whether I like it or not, I'm gonna keep watching her. Am I a hate? Like, I think a lot of the chat thinks I'm a hater. I don't think it's me hating. I don't hate anyone. For me, it's just like, I just need to see something tangible that's not like, Libs of TikTok is a dumbass. Elon Musk was rigging the election with Russia. I'm gonna need some more to actually vouch for you or even like take you seriously. And at this current point, I'm not saying that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. For sure.
Yeah. So I also think white women and white men in general get a lot of like passes because this like whole, I used to be a Republican and I saw the light pipeline into the DNC is crazy. She's not the first person. She won't be the last. There's a lot of repenting that they do that just gets accepted and ate up immediately. Whereas
you saw at the DNC, they let a fucking, what was it, like a border cop speak, but not a Palestinian.
They brought up the parents of one of the hostages.
Oh, the DNC was bad.
Actually.
The DNC was bad. So you guys know I was there. That was before
genocide propaganda.
That was before I was on Leftist Mafia. So at the DNC, they brought multiple hostage families, not just one.
Yeah.
They brought the CEO of Lyft, multiple different CEOs. Oof. They brought Bill Clinton.
That is still so puzzling to me.
Sending Bill Clinton to Michigan was the thing, and I was like, "What are you?"
That was a choice.
Yeah, where he was condescending to everyone in the middle of it. You're like, "This is so."
I was literally I was sitting there and I was like, am I? Why are we cheering? Like, there were moments where I would just sit there and be like, "Oh my god, like we're really doing this." Bill Clinton's speech. Probably one of the worst ones. He is literally decrepit and dying on the podium, just like insulting everyone. Yeah. I was like, wow, okay. I guess. No, it was really bad. And then, on when did the DNC start? I don't know. The day before the DNC ended, I think it was on a Wednesday night or Tuesday night was when we had the sit-in at, in the parking lot.
The uncommitted folks, yeah.
The uncommitted had a sit-in. And it was like genuinely, and I'm not even exaggerating when I say this, it was the most humiliating experience of my life because the number of people who were pro-Palestine and in there as a form, like protesting, there was maybe like 24 core people, I would say 36 max. And like, we're really the only Middle Eastern people there too, in a convention full of thousands and thousands of people. And while the uncommitted was sitting on the asphalt, like begging them to allow a Palestinian person to speak, which, by the way, they had a representative from Georgia who's Palestinian who had written up her speech, and her speech was very milquetoast. It wasn't anything crazy.
Yeah, she was even willing to let them approve the speach, right?
Yeah, her name is Rua, yeah.
She's an elected official, which is just insane to me.
Yeah. No, they just like, They ignored us. And it was really like the pivotal moment for me. I kind of went into psychosis after that. Like, I'm not even joking. I didn't go to sleep, and then I missed my flight, and I called my ex, and I was bawling, crying. Like, I couldn't even see straight. I was like 3 nights of not sleeping. I was just like so pissed off. But it was like the pivotal moment when like Ilhan Omar like sat on the asphalt with the uncommitted organizers and cried with them and held them and cried with them. And I was like, oh, this is fucked. I knew Kamala was gonna lose. Like right when that happened, I was like, yeah, you're done, you're cooked. Because it's like people were gonna vote for Kamala Harris. They weren't gonna vote for an arm of Joe Biden, and that's exactly what she was doing. She wasn't doing anything to separate herself from the genocide that Biden was committing. She was just basically perpetuating everything Joe Biden was doing.
Yeah, it's not making it worse, right? Like the most lethal military shit. It was awful.
Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god, yes. Wait, I was literally sitting in the arena, and when she was like, she started off by Israelis who were raped on October 7th. Then she was like, we're gonna have the most lethal military in the world. And then she was like, Israel is basically our ally, and we will continue to fund them. And I remember
it was Israel will Israel has the right to defend themselves, and we'll make sure that America continues to give them the things they need to do that.
Yeah, basically something along those lines.
Yeah.
I remember I just got up, like the whole stage went blurry, and I just like ran out, and it was like a telenovela movie. I was literally just like sobbing like through protesters, and I was like, this is it. I knew Trump was gonna win. That was a nail in the coffin. That was when I was like, oh, we're fucked. Like, we're fucked. We are so fucked. And it's crazy because every single person in the DNC was like so tunnel vision, tunnel hearing. Every person I would ask, do you think Kamala Harris is going to win? They were like, yes, of course she's going to win. What kind of a question is that? And I'm like, oh, you guys aren't even, oh. And that was when the polls were saying that it was going to be a very close race with Kamala Harris inching towards losing. And I was like, oh, you guys are stupid, I fear. Like, what the fuck?
In total denial. I don't know if you, what was it like? We were doing a stream that night for the final day, and we brought on Cab. Yeah. And I remember, was it you, Lance? You came on a little bit later, and you're like, "How's it going?" And we're like, "Oh, it's terrible." Like, and I don't remember. Like, we were just.
I don't think I was. Maybe I was late. I don't think I was late, but I do remember her being in one of the, like, she went into the room that they sequestered all the pro-Palestinian influencers in.
Right.
She's like, I'm in a room. Clearly, we're not allowed to like speak to anyone. They don't want us going on the press. Hassan just got kicked out. Like, there's a decided effort to silence people who are like pro-Palestine right now.
Yeah. So here's the thing: they didn't give me a creator pass. I snuck in, so I was kind of like moving through the cracks. I was kind of confrontational. Like, they knew I was there. They didn't really know who was giving me a pass. They didn't really know where I was at. Like, when Hassan was getting kicked out was when I started meandering everywhere, because I was like, oh, I can't be seen with the creators, because I knew they were going to, like, kick my ass out. So I was like, I got to go. But no, Kat was one of the only people that sat there all night, and she pulled an all-nighter sitting on the asphalt that night. She was one of a lot of us left at around 4 and 5 a.m. No, she was there. She was there the whole day. I came back at 6 a.m. I took like a 2-hour break. I came back at 6 a.m. and she was still there.
Damn.
So
yeah, that really was a turning point. That was when, like, I was feeling a little bit optimistic, cautiously, because she brought in Tim Walz, and he was doing the whole weird attack, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Maybe they can turn this around. Yeah. And then after that DNC speech, I'm like, oh no, this is going to be a lot harder than anyone anticipated.
That's why like 6 million people stayed home, right?
Yeah. It was very deflating.
I mean,
and here we are.
And it's crazy because Biden, like, let's put the genocide aside, right? Like, sure, he was getting super decrepit towards the end, but like, he was, as a person who was working with agencies and advocating for him to push new energy reforms and convince him to do different things, he was genuinely more progressive than the average president. Like before the genocide started, he passed a lot of reforms for renewable energy. The economy was starting to go up. Trump inherited actually a pretty decent economy, but it's like But then the genocide in Gaza happened. He was not pulling away. And then everything he did that was good for the American people, all the investments he made in rural counties for internet, all these different things that he passed, it just like Trump not only reversed it, but his legacy ended up being Gaza. And it was just really sad to watch. Like, I feel like if he hadn't been so staunchly pro, if he had just like stepped away and been like, I want nothing to do with this, like we're not funding this, and he kept doing the progressive shit he was doing, he could have left with a pretty decent legacy, in my opinion. Like, I'm not a fan of the guy. Like, I don't like him. But when you look at the record of other presidents in general, he wasn't the worst guy. Like, he
ended the war in Afghanistan. I mean, that took guts. You got criticized for it.
Well, he would.
His NLRB was very good for the first couple of years.
You know, I mean, you could criticize it. You could say Trump initiated it, but he actually followed through, though. You know, other presidents didn't want to do that, and I think it was important. He also basically brought the drone war down to a very, very minute thing. It was almost non-existent. He would have been better than Obama, I think, policy-wise and economically. I think that he absolutely was too old. He couldn't fight for his full agenda, and that really also hurt him. But yeah, the genocide, I mean, it's not like he didn't know. Ro Khanna tried to tell him. He would talk about how I'm telling him that he's losing progressives, and he says, "Oh, I can't get Bibi to stop." So it's just, you know, he had his chance. And it was crazy.
Giving them weapons would be the way to do that.
Yeah, and just not even a consideration. I saw today that Jill Biden actually was talking about how stunned she was watching his debate performance, and she thought that there was something wrong with him physiologically because she had never
didn't know up until that point. Like, they hadn't had a conversation in 6 months.
She said she had never seen him like that before. And what's crazy is that after that debate, she was like, "Good job, Joe. You did it. You won." She literally said that.
That's actually so funny because I know people who worked at the Biden administration and they left in 2022. So I know people who were literally flying with Joe and Jill Biden as their advisors on the president's jet, going to their vacation homes and everything. And there was a slew of people who left in 2022 because they could literally they were watching Joe Biden just become more and more decrepit by the day, and everyone avoid it.
Yeah, he was sundowning and nobody wanted to admit it.
No one wanted to admit it. And when this person told me what their job was, I was like, there's no way. Then they pulled out their phone and they started showing me pictures, and then their friend pulled up and their friend was like, yeah, I did this in the White House. The other friend pulls out, yeah, I did that. And then it turns out there's a whole group of people that left in 2022 who are all still friends because of Joe Biden's declining health. So
damn,
whatever Jill is saying it's complete and utter horseshit. And like, let me just say this: behind every single stupid ass man is a bird wife, supporting him, and Jill is that bird. Like, I just, there's always going to be a bird. Hillary Clinton is a bird too. That's what it is. Like, for you to sit there, I'm sorry, for you to sit there with your full chest and be like, I couldn't even tell until that debate. Like, girl, this man was walking into the sunset. He went into the Amazon forest and he just started walking into it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, we saw that happen. We saw that happen. That was a wild.
He literally did that. Yeah, that's not even. That's not even. Yeah, that's not even a metaphor. He just straight up did that shit.
Unprompted and like, let him go. He knows what he's doing.
Honestly, if he was gonna run as like the bridge candidate he said he was going to, he should have resigned like 2 days in 1 year into his first term.
Okay.
No shit, and prop up his successor, right? In the same way Claudia Sheinbaum was propped up to be his successor. Like, that's how you do that shit. You don't just suddenly be like, I can do this. I will do this. You know what? I gotta go. And then
he should have picked a better VP and then resigned 2 years and a day into his term.
No, this is where the whole conversation about ego comes in, right? And remembering your why and what you're doing, because he literally said from day one, I am just running in as a filler and my VP is going to take over because I know I'm old. Like, that was literally his whole entire campaign promise. Then Kamala Harris went to Nicaragua or Guatemala or some shit and was like, don't come to America. That was the last we saw of her for 4 years. He stopped sending her on side quests completely. I don't remember if it was Nicaragua, Guatemala. It was like the first 2 weeks. They sat her out. First thing she did, she stood at the podium. She was like, "Don't come to America. Stop it. Stop crossing the border." Basically. So then Biden was like, "No more side quests for you." And then
she was pissed off about that. Do you remember the stories about how she was apparently livid because they were essentially trying to pawn immigration off on her, which was deeply unpopular for Democrats? Like she was pissed. So he kind of like attached that anchor to her.
Behind every single stupid ass man is a bird, and Kamala Harris was the bird in that situation. Like I stand by what I'm saying. Like, I'm sorry for you to be like, you can't complain. You literally cannot complain. I think she is very established. Don't get me. Okay, let me just say this. I understand that a lot of folks look up to her, and I get that as an Iranian woman with almost zero representation because all of my representatives are stupid ass Zionists. Like, I get it. Okay, I get it. I get having solid representation that you can look up to. Okay, but you literally were trying to be Joe Biden even when you ran as president. Like, you were copy pasting everything he did as if that wasn't unpopular as fuck. Like, I'm
Good ass trailer, yeah.
Okay, welcome to Movie Night Extravaganza. I'm here with my always co-host, J. Andrew World, Conan Neutron from Protonic Reversal, the podcast, and Conan Neutron and the Secret Friends. And, of course, Kira Rossler, the ex-bassist of Black Flag, and an Emmy and Oscar award-winning sound editor for such big titles as Game of Thrones, John Adams, and of course, Mad Max Fury Road, which is the movie that we're here to talk about tonight. So one thing that I wanted to start with, I guess, I'm assuming that probably most people that are watching this have seen Fury Road. And usually, you know, we start with something from a director, but I wanted to start with something political, actually, which is a clip of Kamala Harris talking about water wars and how the future of our warfare is going to be, you know, waged over water, which is something that Fury Road is about.
It's about building back up our infrastructure in a way that we leapfrog. So it's not just about repair. It's about building things. It's about fixing things and building things. We talk about water policy. That's a big deal here in Chicago and in Illinois. Water policy, to do better, well, we need to construct places where we capture water, places where we store water. And here's the other thing, because I also, you know, I'm in a lot of meetings on foreign policy. You know, for years and generations, wars have been fought over oil. In a short matter of time, they will be fought over water. So when we think about building up our economy around our infrastructure on something like water policy, it's literally about jobs. It's about the fundamental source of life that Tammy Duckworth was talking about. It will sustain life. And it's about strengthening up our nation around a commodity that is a precious commodity.
That mask is really reminding me of a Morton Joe at that moment.
Honestly, though, like the wording is terrifying. No, she's not wrong, and I think neither is Fury Road for making water kind of the central. I mean, it's kind of a fake idea because the real commodity obviously is humans, and kind of that's what the movie is about. But I think that water is such a central force, and Morton Joe has that line where he talks about, "Do not, my friends, become addicted to water, for it will take hold of you, and you'll resent its absence."
But also like water is life.
Aren't we all addicted to water?
Addicted to air.
Like the thing is like water's not a commodity because water is a necessity of life, and if you commoditize a necessity of life, you're dealing with issues of now like who has more of a right to live, and you're allowing the powerful to become more powerful. Which
is exactly what the story is about, because
Yeah.
Immortal Joe has the water.
And he has the
Yeah.
power.
Yeah.
And in the same way that, when Kamala says, it's in our national interest, America in that case, and obviously the powerful corporate interests in America are the ones who have the water, Nestle and so forth. So it really becomes kind of a terrifying signifier that like Fury Road is absolutely on point with that.
Yeah, if it's the government, it's the same thing.
Yeah. So I don't know. So that was kind of a starting point, I guess, to talk about. Our tendency to demonize. But it's also, our tendency to demonize under scarcity, to demonize and like mythologize around these things. Like you already see it with conversations about people wasting water. Like, oh well, we don't have enough water. People, you're wasting it, which is perfectly like on point to the same thing that Morton Joe's talking about. I think. Creating these national myths or these warlord myths that, the reason that people don't have enough water isn't that they're hoarding it. The reason that people don't have enough water is because, they're water addicts and it's their fault. And, so that was kind of an interesting starting.
Well, California, it's a constant concern. I mean, I've lived in Wisconsin for the past almost 4 years, and they don't care. It's never in the conversation at all. Whereas my entire life in California, it's been series of droughts and don't take too long a shower. And Kira knows all about this. Like they're always, water cops are always ready to be like, hey, don't do that.
I remember the big
not actual water cops, by the way, but
yeah, no. But in 1990 there was a big special, and Chevy Chase was on there. They were all giving advice how to conserve water. And he every once in a while they just have Chevy Chase go shower with a friend, shower with a friend, that's how you conserve. But the whole idea is to put the onus on us as a consumer, as opposed to where the actual problems lie. Right. It's not us that's the problem. It is the corporations with the pollution. Mm-hmm. It's the corporations taking the water from the lands. It's the it's poisoning the water supply with the oil spills. The not replacing the lead pipes like in Flint, which I don't think is too far from you, Conan.
Yeah, and if I may, one thing that people not in California may not realize is how much water rights is a big deal in the Central Valley, where a vast majority of the world's food is grown. And it really boils down to, we want to be able to water our crops the same way that we did in the 1930s because it costs us less money. So what they do is they flood the fields. They flood the fields, and they have large amounts of political donations, political lobbies and stuff that they frame it elegantly as water rights, but it's basically, we want to do whatever we want to do, could cost us less money. It's not efficient. There are efficient and modern ways to do it, and they won't do it that way. But this is a ubiquitous Central Valley thing.
If you go back to Border Incident, which is a 1949 noir film, you can actually see that in the way they irrigated like these deep trenches around the fields, so where they would flood it and allow the water to kind of come in. So yeah, you can see that in the landscape even.
Yeah. Well, so bringing it back to Fury Road, I think
I got to way off right.
That's an incredibly prescient warning. I think that Fury Road is obviously climate disaster apocalypse, which makes it the second movie in a row that we've done about climate disaster and the apocalypse, because we just did Snowpiercer for our 14th episode. So it brings us back to that kind of point where, it seems like in Fury Road, both some kind of man-made nuclear, war has taken place, which has kind of rendered everybody incredibly unhealthy and cancerous. And this seems to be going on for the next few generations in a row. But also, climate disaster. It's completely like everything is a desert. Every, green place is now kind of destroyed and taken over. Even the last ones that made it through this disaster have been completely, decimated by drought. So that, I felt like that clip is interesting because it shows that we're definitely going in at least one of those directions. The droughts in California with climate change are getting worse. So as Fury Road, was a few years ago, it's interesting that George Miller already kind of understood intrinsically that like that's the direction we were heading in.
Well, and it goes back to the first Mad Max, which was 40 years ago, I mean, George was 39 when he made Mad Max, the original, right? So he was already an adult and already had, as we well know, some pretty complex ideas about the world and the apocalypse that might or might not come, and that was really starting to be established that way back.
Yeah, and that first Mad Max, it was more about oil and gasoline.
But that apocalyptic sensibility was
that was also out of the inspired by like the oil shortages of the 70s.
Yeah, the oil crisis.
So it's a little. There's a different crisis that was inspiring it, but it's built into this one cohesive universe where he spent 20 years making this movie. So
yeah,
I was gonna say there's a couple theories about the chronology of the movie, not the least of which is that obviously the Mad Max we see in Fury Road is like the feral child grown up. But I think one of the more interesting ones is that Fury Road is like I think you call it an interquel, like not prequel, not sequel, but like between. So it's between Mad Max and the Road Warrior, and that because you kind of see like in Fury Road, like he's kind of figuring it out, right? Like he doesn't come in like stone badass, like action hero, like savior of the universe, but then between Mad Max and Road Warrior, like he's already kind of a badass. So I think that's a way more interesting, and I think George doesn't give a damn about the chronology or doesn't think about continuity at all. But
I was watching interviews with him yesterday because I cut some clips for this conversation, and he was talking about the chronology, and he's like, it actually doesn't, none of the chronology adds up, and like it would have to be 3 weeks. It would have to be 3 weeks after the first one. So it'd have to be like he gets thrown into the situation. 3 weeks later, it's Fury Road, and then he's like the chronology would have to be like on such a short interval.
But there's also the idea that like Mad Max as the folk hero, right? As like whether you're like multiversal theory or just like literally people telling stories around a campfire or whatever the equivalent would be in the post-apocalypse, like that it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. But of course, the internet loves grinding on stuff that doesn't matter. We all know that.
Yeah. cinema sins and everything else.
And the other thing, just kind of pick up on Conan's point there. If you actually, if I remember correctly, during the when the third movie came out, George Miller was talking about how like at that point, because the timeline was kind of shifting a bit, and how he just kind of imagines it as like not as a chronological story, but as tales being told, so the narrator of the story isn't reliable because we're getting like a watered down version of it. We're not actually seeing the actual events.
But bringing it to Kira and the sound design teams, really excellent. Work on this. Like well-deserved Oscar-winning work on this. I thought it was interesting that during these interviews that people did with George Miller, a bunch of them in a row, he keeps talking about the process of movie making as being like music, or like being like he compares his wife's editing work to being like an orchestra. Like, and I cut a couple clips of it. I don't know if we could play them or not. It doesn't really matter for, I guess, the point that I'm trying to make. But I was wondering, when he was planning all of this out, how much of the sound design did he already have on those storyboards planned out? And, how much was, working with the sound design team to kind of come up with, some of these incredible, like incredibly multi-layered sound situations. Like, you know, the entire chase across the Fury Road is, you know, on a level must be like I don't even know how you manage to you know, change some of the sounds and like and create like both music and diegetic dialogue like in the story.
Explosions, gunshots, stuff flying in the
music.
air.
Yeah, like it's all going at once. So I was, you know, I was hoping you could talk a little bit about that process.
I'm sure a lot was going on in George's head the whole time. That being said, the part of the process where this all you know, where the sound folks start getting involved is actually often quite late in the game, right? So some of what they did in order to capture George's vision is that during the whole post process, there's somebody videotaping George like all the time. So that if he's in editing, you know, video editing, and something comes to his mind and he wants to talk about this for CGI or this for sound or whatever, that's being captured, and he doesn't have to, you know, compartmentalize that and save it for later. He can just freeform express himself, and then someone would literally transcribe and color code his commentary so that we could then, the sound folks, you know, look at the red stuff, for example, because that would, you know, during his whatever meetings he had, he was talking about sound here, you know, and then he was talking about visuals there, and he was talking about, you know, music and score there, and everybody would get their notes. So you were constantly being fed stuff from outside of meetings, which is incredibly rare. Like usually, you know, we might have some spotting sessions with the filmmakers, but it's, you know, that's where we talk about sound. But for him, they recognized that he was going to be talking about sound whenever, and music and CGI and everything. So he just had to be filmed. And so by the time I was on board, there was already, you know, a bunch of sort of documentation of George's ideas that had already been just saved for us but the actual, you know, starting point actually happened years before I came on the show, because he had an Australian sound team working for years on this movie that took many years to complete. And so they already had this process flow of funneling that information through to effects people, to dialogue and ADR people, to Foley people, to, you know, composer, you know, everybody was getting these bits and pieces of information that had already happened whenever they jumped in. And then the American team wasn't involved until the initial mixing started. At first, he just had some American mixers come start to mix the thing, and then they were the ones to first sort of pose that there was something needed in terms of a little more sound design direction, and a little bit more on the dialogue side as well. So I was brought over with another guy to jump into the Australian team to add another element of, you know, help, if you will. The tracks, you know, what often happens in what, you know, but coming back to what you're talking about what's gonna be the sound thing at any given moment of the movie, is in preparation, everybody is going all the time, right? So my dialogue and ADR track is full, and the composer's track is full, and the sound effects people's track is full, right? So you really have hundreds and hundreds of tracks and layers of stuff, and it's the mixing process where you start going, weeding out and saying, no, that has to poke through, that has to poke through. This is more of a music moment. This is where the sound effects have to take over. We have to feel the vehicles, you know, whatever, right? So that again becomes a time when he is sort of massaging it. So everybody has created, though, these full tracks, which are always, you know, being changed because the picture's being changed. So then the sound's being changed. So you have these timelines of, you know, huge amount of stuff. And then he's poking different things through doing more ADR, doing more, having more sound design done, having more special effects done, whatever, and then it gets remixed again. And
were there things from the actual like vehicles and stuff that he kept in there, like sounds that had happened organically?
The production sound was 90% unusable. That includes the dialogue.
90% dust, probably.
Very well between the fact that you have stunts going on the whole time and you have the vehicles going, so the dialogue itself is not going to be well recorded. There's so much going on that no, you're not trying to capture that vehicle in that moment. And although he captured the dialogue, George happened to be someone who very rarely for a director is really into ADR. So he was fine with the fact that his stuff had to be all replaced. He did a bunch of animation, right? So he did the Babe series, right? So he had done animation. What he learned there was I can improve on performances. I can cut my performances together. In his mind, there was no sync limitations. He could just have his people, his actors say the lines a bunch of times, and then he could sit in the edit room and cut together the dialogue to the picture just like he would in animation. Now, that put quite a lot of pressure on those of us who were trying to edit that ADR into sync. That was not something he would sit to. He would sit and pick ADR takes and then leave me in the room trying to make it all work somehow. But so he didn't have a strong sensibility about trying to maintain anything.
So the reason that I was asking about that is because he like very publicly eschewed CGI for this movie as much as possible. I mean, obviously he took wires out and he took, stunt people out, and he like moved, some takes into other things, but pretty publicly he didn't really want to do that much CGI in this. So I was wondering how much of
obvious reasons you want, and again, this is not him alone, that organic sensibility. Humans can really still, we're very versed in it, right? We know when we're looking at something organic and when we're looking at something that isn't. So directors are very conscious of the fact that if they tilt too far in one direction, they are getting into supernatural or sci-fi, and that is a whole genre, and it's a completely legitimate genre. But if you want to be in the organic world, you have to really watch your step. And the CGI is incredible what they do, but yeah, he wanted this to exist organically in the world for sure.
It makes it a little more timeless that way too, right? Like it's not going to look dated when the effects change. Like as much as like I still think Terminator 2 is a fantastic movie, but you look at the effects now versus when it came out. At the time I was like, oh my God, I've never seen anything like this. Now it's like, oh yeah, that's okay. That's like, no, you don't realize how many tens of millions of dollars that cost. Like at that moment in time, that was the upper echelon for effects.
But your eyes, this, what always gets to me is water and ocean. I mean, there's just nothing you can do to make water look natural or look, make a sea or waves really look natural that aren't, those movies that are more CGI in that way are just never going to sell it to me.
Which is why water is such a commodity, No, but like even I was watching, someone posted a clip from Spider-Man 2 where there's that really long fight scene with Doc Ock, and I was watching that earlier today because the new Spider-Man is coming out. And I remember watching it in the theater and thinking like, this is amazing. Like, I mean, I was a kid obviously, but I was thinking like, this is amazing. This is like the most realistic fight scene. They're fighting on a train. Like, who would ever think of this? And then I watched it today and I was like, oh no, like this is terrible. Like the CGI in it is not good.
Well, yeah, in the same way that like look at something like Gremlins or something, right? Like all the practical effects there, like they kind of look otherworldly at the time, and they still kind of look otherworldly and kind of freaky, even when it's being cute. And I think that's totally noticeable. Kira, one thing I wanted to ask you about is, with all the different things that you had to deal with, it seemed like there maybe were some kind of like mission improbable kind of tasks, right? Because you're talking about these stacked tracks, all this different stuff, and having listened recently and watched recently, and hearing like some like the Doppler effects stuff, and like I like, you know, folks in music know there's certain tricks that you can do to kind of draw the attention of the listener, not including the fact that you know, comping the dialogue. Like, you know, I'm a perfunctory vocalist at best, trying to be good. Whenever I record music with my band, like we do comp takes. We take the best of the vocal, and then like most people that aren't in the recording world will never think of that. But I just think like that's just like the vocal. Like you have like your ADR, you have like the score, you've got like things exploding, and
Well, and
there's just
honestly,
all kinds of different things to handle.
This is honestly true in most movies. You'd be kind of surprised to know how many tracks show up on the final mix stage for even a movie that is not an action movie. I'm sometimes surprised how wide sound effects editors will edit. And there's a lot of reasons for that. If you think about it from a mixer's standpoint and imagine their fingers on all the faders, right, on the big mixing console, they want things to be organized. And when you start trying to organize stuff, you keep them in distinct tracks. So sound effects people will have a set of tracks dedicated to just the tires in the various surfaces. That'll be a set of tracks. And then you will have, you know, squeaks and bumps and, you know, metallic. And then you will have winds. And then you will have hundreds of tracks, you know, not always full, right? Because there are times when maybe if you're interior, your winds are a lot less interesting than exterior or whatever. Water is given its own dedicated tracks, of course, but maybe there are scenes where that's not applicable. So you'll have empty spaces too. So it's also because it's organized, you end up with all of these tracks. In big crowd scenes, I will suddenly have, you know, a bunch of tracks of voices, where in other times when we're in the vehicles, we have a few voices going on at once. And even then their dialogue, hopefully most of the time one person's talking at once, you know? So you do end up just getting very broad, and that is true on all movies. And that's why the mixers in our field get the big bucks, because they're the ones who ultimately have to translate what the director is asking for pulling up and down the faders in a way to supply him of that in a reasonable amount of time, because mixing stages cost like $2,500 a minute, you know, or something, you know, so the time can't be spent that you would expect. It's not like the time when they're cutting the picture where they're just him and his wife sitting there editing, you know, till all eternity. On the mixing stage, every minute counts. So that's why they are often treated with a lot of deference and treated as somewhat the top echelon in the sound field, because they are the ones who ultimately the buck stops with them to pull the right things up and the right things down at all these different moments.
You get a passive aggressive mixer, and you know the whole movie's shot from there. No,
get fired. Probably going to get fired in that case.
No, I'm just kidding.
Because, frankly, the director still calls the show.
No, I'm I'm completely kidding. So one of the scenes that I pointed out to, like I rewatched it last night, and I pointed out to Andy and Conan, like as one that I wanted to talk about was you know, after the whole chase scene, when Max gets thrown off the rig and he's in the sand, and there's that moment where everything's quiet after like 20 straight minutes of like loud noises where it's like really intense, and he pushes himself up and you hear every single grain of sand in slow motion coming off of him. And I was, you know, because I was listening to I was listening really hard to it because I wanted to hear every piece of it so I could talk about it, and that just kind of blew me away. Just, you know, even thinking of that, you know, that I guess contrast between, you know, a fight or, you know, a whole chase that's just happened with every single element going at once, just switching to this like completely silent, and then like it almost sounds like one of those Rainmaker, you know, like when they go, yeah. So every single grain of sand though moving in tandem. I don't know. I just found that like one of the most incredible.
And again, this is why the production sound, if it's not clean, right, it's just going to be a problem. If you want to only hear his breathing and the sand falling, right, then the breathing, you know, pretty much can't be recorded there in the desert with the wind and now the crew moving around, and right, it's going to have to be breathing that we record separately and very carefully cut into sync to match his face, and then have whatever sounds be added in order to, you know, create that moment. So each moment is created, and the production track, you know, is half the battle when you are using it, is trying to make it not have any elements you don't want in it. That's my job as a dialogue editor, right? It's like somehow create seamless dialogue that isn't offering up any distracting things. And mixers also get paid a lot of money just to make dialogue somehow quiet when it's recorded in often non-ideal settings.
And I mean, the dialogue is really important in this movie because there's so little of it, I think. So, you know, every piece of information that you're getting throughout, you know, the entire 2 hours is crucially important to understanding the story.
There's actually quite a bit of dialogue in it. I know there are sections where it's like action packed, but even during those action scenes, and those were some of the hardest, right? We still would then have pieces of information we needed to exert in, you know, and you'd have this, you know, one little tidbit of dialogue, and it's this, you know, all of this noise and music and sound and explosions and vehicles, right? And but so and so, I can't really hear what she just said. It was this critical little bit, right? So it's again that, you know, carving out that little bit of space without it feeling like the music drops out to get that through.
Well, and I think that's something I noticed with the recent rewatch is how much that stuff came through, and how in a lot of even action movies I like, you know, it's important plot points are sort of drowned out by like, you bastard, you know, explosions, and it's like, whoa, hold on, back that up. What did he just say? And it's very artfully done. And I think that's, I mean, are there any tricks to that? Like, do you like, you know, use any EQ settings or like booster? I'm not like giving away the store or anything, but like what?
Well,
like,
no, there's no giving away. No, there actually aren't a lot of tricks. I mean, honestly, one of the big differences when you don't go to the movies to watch, you rather listen at your home, right? And one of the reasons the movie theater experience actually helps so much is because there are more speakers, generally speaking. If you do not have a fancy sound set up at home to listen to movies, you don't have a dedicated center speaker. The movie theater does have a dedicated center speaker. That is where the dialogue is going to come from. And your music and effects can be pushed into more of a left-right thing, and in the surrounds and overhead now with Atmos, right? So you have this ability to move sound away from the dialogue a little bit and dedicate that center space. But that's only if you see it in the theater. And we're still always challenged to come up with a track which will play regardless. But yeah, I mean, yes, the human voice has a tendency to hit certain frequencies, and you can do some things to recognize that. And, you know, a low end rumble will interfere less with a female voice, especially, than something right in that mid range where we talk, because our ears are attenuated to that middle range where, you know, men and women speak, you know, so you can do some stuff frequency wise, but when you're being assaulted by a wall of sound, you know, even at a crowded restaurant, right? It doesn't have to be explosions in cars. It's tricky to pick out that one you're listening to and want to hear. And the only real solution is a volume one.
I always thought it was kind of interesting that, you know, I'm actually good friends with Mark Allen Miller, who is a producer and does a lot of mixing and absolutely loves like the challenge of mixing an album. He did MIA's recent re-release where he only had like a copy of a cassette, and he was trying to master it for that. And he just absolutely loved the challenge. And I was wondering if you know, because I was looking on Discogs, and you haven't really done a lot of, according to Discogs, which I know Discogs doesn't even have half my albums on it that I've worked on, because I do cover art. But so I know it's not like a great resource to find out everything, but it didn't really have you doing a lot of production work on albums outside of Dose, which is the band that you have with your husband.
My ex-husband.
Ex-husband. Okay, I'm sorry.
Just to be clear, my husband is in the other room and he's not a bass player.
My apologies.
Steve Discogs gets you into trouble.
No, I should have focused on Wikipedia.
It's very similar in movies and in music. There is generally a hierarchy, if you will, of the people who are the decision makers, right? And you're right. I've been on a lot of records where I was not a key decision maker. Just like in most of the movies, I'm not a key decision maker on the mix. I'm relied upon for certain things and not relied upon for certain things, just like I would be on a record. Now, on Dose, we are both, more of the decision makers. We're more of the songwriters. We're more of the producers. And on different albums, especially on the last one, Mike gave me even more license to make decisions. And now my solo record's coming out next month, and that I got to make all the final decisions on. So it's very much dependent on the situation. And when you're not a decision maker, it's very important to know when to be a good team player and to recognize that just because it doesn't sound the way you want it to sound, right? It doesn't mean it's wrong. It just means somebody else had a different sensibility. So in the movies I work on, my opinion is rarely required for what the mix should. As a matter of fact, it's appreciated that I just keep it to myself unless called upon.
Is it almost like ADR as being like the bass player of movies? In some
Well,
cases?
the weird thing, of course, is the dialogue in ADR is absolutely critical to the movie. But what happens is the preparation and the foundation you create, the sync, which is something I was talking about, making, presenting everything just so that the mixer has what he needs is critical. But deciding, how loud it should be and how loud every other sound's going to be that's competing with it, and whether or not I can articulate every syllable the same way that George Miller can, that's what's not required. My subjective sense of how loud things should be relative to each other, that's when it comes down to, well, George, what do you think? Right.
And that's one of the reasons why it plays as such a fully articulated vision as a film, I think, too, is because he's thinking about it.
Well,
like an immersive.
Oftentimes the mixers, again, I'll go back to that as just being a role, which is ultimately, they are, because they're put in a position where they are sort of at the top of the sound totem pole at that point, and they, with the director and the filmmakers, start to be this, back and forth there of them talking about the technical aspects and working with them and discussing it with them. And if the rest of the team hangs back, unless they look at us to say, hey, I want to get another ADR take, or can you have something here, right? So they bring in a team maybe for a different piece or element, but the actual decision makings on the mix, too many cooks. You've got just the mixers and often the director, maybe the picture editor, being the key people that are in the discussions of what's going on here. Oh, and the composer, but oftentimes the composer, it's interesting, it will come somewhat late in the game. We'll do a playthrough of a reel, or if they, as they say in Australia, a spool, which is, the movie is cut down into these pieces, right? We'll run that. And that's the point at which suddenly the composer is coming in and going, wow, the sound effects are getting all over the music and I can't hear my music. It's not being highlighted, and so then you start getting this power struggle between the music and the sound effects. A lot of times in an action movie like Fury Road, this was nonstop. And it's not a contentious thing. It's not even an ego thing necessarily. It's just physics, right? There's a whole bunch of sounds going on. What are we going to hear, and what are we going to tuck a little bit under so that something else gets featured?
And that's incredibly important in Fury Road specifically. Like, because, you know, the action is all happening spatially in a really small area. You know, it's like for a lot of the movie, it's just going on during this chase, which all of these, you know, rigs for the most part are next to each other. At times, you know, some of them are in groups and then they're in other groups, but still, like, it's incredibly important that, you know, people are fighting on top of the rig, and then all of a sudden it cuts to the inside of the rig, and then, you know, it's the next one over, and all of those things are going to have completely different spatially completely different sounds that, you know, have to be put to the front. So like, it really is a masterpiece in that way.
Yeah, I mean, it was that the mixing process went on, you know, as is like to happen, but oftentimes they won't let it. We had a full mix schedule and mixed the movie, and then stopped and worked a bunch more, and then remixed the movie again because time ran out on the original mix and stuff still needed to happen. And George was given a huge amount of license. A lot of times schedules are not allowed to be quite that extensive, and not that much money is allowed to be spent, you know. But in this case, there were 2 full final mixes with in between a period of 10 weeks, 6 of which I spent in Sydney, most of the time in a room with George, going through new ADR takes, cutting new ADR takes, and basically rejiggering all of the dialogue. And then going back and coming here for the second mix, then remixing things, because whenever you change the dialogue, of course, everything changes because now you got to poke those lines through, but also a whole new set of sound design was laid over the top of the sound design that was already there. It was insanity. But the actual, you know, number of mix days was much more than in most movies. And I think you put your head on it, you know, that's the kind of movie it is. It was just that much of a struggle to figure out what are the right sounds and how to poke them through, and then live with it, and then change it. The actual picture changed as well, of course, so all the sounds had to be rejiggered sequentially, sync-wise.
Yeah, and it seems like that's kind of how the whole process of this movie specifically went, right? Because the storyboarding, I know Andy, like, you know, Andy draws and he does comics and stuff, and it seems like it almost was like a fully fleshed out, you know, comic for the most part, all around this giant room, right? The storyboarding aspect of it, like they wrote the entire movie as the storyboard, like down to the final details. And I was watching one of the storyboard artists talk about it and say, like, you know, he would have an idea like, oh, maybe this person's missing a limb, and he'd have to go and just change all of the storyboards all over again to reflect that. Like, so I don't know, it seems like a very incredible process that like the completeness of it, I guess, and the thoroughness of it kind of probably extended the timeline by a huge amount.
And again, you've got that animation sensibility, which George has, so that probably had the same thing where he wanted to see it laid out in that storyboard fashion because he was used to doing that kind of work in the animation field as well, and then having it fleshed out after the fact in some ways, you know, but that the actual writing is happening, you know, as drawings in front of him so that he can be shuffling things around and adding details to them.
And my understanding too is it was like they started this movie back in the late 90s and continued to work on this throughout. Like you know, he stopped to work on Justice League, which never came out, and I can't remember if there's any other projects he did between the end of the 90s and this film other than Justice League, but you know, so like he put that time into it. It's not just that, you know, he did all this work. It was over time too to develop the story and change it, and that's why he has like 3 Furiosa movies and 2 more Mad Max movies, you know, ready to go because
he does well, but he has that kind of mind too. But didn't he do? I mean, he did Babe and Happy Feet in there.
Happy Feet, that's what I'm missing. Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not like he was just sitting around on his hands or nothing.
No.
Is an animal.
And Happy Feet too. He has
We
that.
were
He has that
working-
under his belt.
Yeah. We were working insane hours. I mean, and most of us were used to it, right? And this guy's 72 years old, and he's matching us hour for hour for the most part. And most directors don't try to be there every bloody minute. And this guy was he was incredibly forceful in the sense of just being able to keep up with the pace of this monster effort. People were dropping. You would walk by someone's office, who would just be kind of there at their screen, kind of maybe awake, maybe not. Their eyes are open, just, it was just, he was a very impressive force from a standpoint of sheer energy, too. I got to the point where I, embarrassed to say that I would hide from him at times, and just to have a cup of tea, because he was so intense. When he was over my shoulder and we were working, it was so intense that I would try to get 5 more minutes before I ended up in the room with him, because then it was till a lunch break or till he had a meeting. Most likely, I was going to be just there going. Just. Very impressive person with a lot, of fingers in a lot of pies. And I am not surprised at all that he had all of this laid out in terms of what he wanted to do next, and still does. And he'll be another one of those that keeps going forever.
Sounds like his work ethic is very similar to Greg Ginn in a way.
Boy, there's a opening up a nest of yes. There's a guy who likes to practice, he'd play his guitar 10 hours a day. I think George would absolutely outwork that man.
That's saying a lot too.
Yeah.
So I guess there's 2 themes I wanted to talk about in this movie, because a lot of the time we go through each movie and it's kind of evolved over time to first kind of just going through the plot to now kind of we go through things thematically. So a theme that I wanted to go through, and this definitely plays into the sound editing aspect too, is trauma. Throughout this movie, it's incredibly clear that every character is dealing with this post-apocalyptic trauma. And, and it manifests itself, I think, number one, in the fact that literally the half-lives of a lot of the characters are happening because they have this cancer, and they've invented, the warlords kind of invented this whole kind of demigod system, I guess, because that's how you have to do it. So their trauma is kind of the war boys' trauma is kind of negated by this kind of this frenzy, I guess, of devotion to Immortan Joe. But at the same time, Max is going through his trauma, and you see it throughout the movie. And I guess that's where the sound editing piece comes in, because he's having these hallucinations the entire time, and he's seeing his family who he let die, and everyone's saying you said you were going to save us, you said you were going to save us. And it plays into redemption. Everybody's trying to get redeemed for what they've done traumatically throughout this whole post-apocalyptic wasteland, I guess. So opening it up to anyone that wants to comment on that, but that's that kind of.
In some ways, Furiosa is the only one who seems completely impervious to whatever trauma she has endured. She is the rock upon which the whole story is really based. She has to succeed. She's going to pull these women out of there, and in a way, Max is just in her way much of the time, right? So he's just another obstacle in her path, trying to achieve what she's going to achieve. She comes across to me as sort of this epitome of a survivor, not warrior, not going to let anything, and not we don't see her past. We don't see her having weak moments. She's just never.
She's the badass.
She is. She just never cracks, and everybody else does, has their moments where they just, Max is constantly cracking, he's almost a complete anti-hero, where you just half the time you're like, dude, just get it together. Like
you let your family die. It happens. Just push on.
It really is over now, and you have this new opportunity to be of some use here and now if you can just pull it off.
Do some good. Yeah, exactly.
This is a Furiosa movie.
Oh, absolutely.
And George Miller was so in love with this character, right? And Charlize was just, a goddess for him. She was so perfect for it, and he treated her completely different than everyone else. From the little bit I saw, she was completely, as an actress, was somewhat the same as her character. It's in a couple of her scenes are the only scenes that the production was used because it was just perfect to begin with. And ADR, everybody else was put through a grueling grind of hundreds and 200 takes per line. And Furiosa, maybe 6.
Yeah.
No, we've got it. So there was this whole thing, even, sort of in real life, that made her sort of this special, unique character and actress, becoming the character. It just felt right to him the whole way, whereas he would, everybody else was going through the gauntlet via George, behind the scenes. In some ways he would put them through a gauntlet and allowed her, she's already doing it just right. She's fine the way she is, so.
And he gave her different training than the rest of the women, right? Like they went to the Eve Ensler, like that kind, like her, like those kinds of seminars, and she went to like the guys like military war seminars that he had.
Well, right. She had to become a warrior. The wives did not need to, although they end up being strong in their own right, they weren't expected to be warriors from minute one, whereas she was going to be the warrior. She was going to have to be, doing superhuman things. And, but it's interesting how the whole thing, even years after the filming, it was sort of still happening, where she was, sort of riding this whole different layer of arc than everybody else.
I mean, made for an incredibly compelling character. And I mean, I think she's a fantastic actress, but it's by far my favorite performance of hers. I mean, it's up there with like Monster or something where you're like, oh my God, that's like, is that even acting? That you just became a different person. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. You don't appreciate her Arrested Development story arc?
I love it. I love Arrested Development.
All the reindeer game.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right on that, and it definitely comes out throughout the movie, and she's definitely like the most together out of everybody in the movie too. Which also is its own reaction to trauma. I think hitting back at that.
Course. Of course, yes. She has built a suit of armor because of that. And there's no doubt in anybody's mind that her suit of armor, that her warrior mentality is the only way she survived, and that was her survival methodology. The wives have their methodology and how they survived and the role that they played. And the war boys survive by their idea of going to heaven, if nothing else, right? If I just succeed in giving up my life in a certain kind of way, then I will live forever and have the most successful sort of life too, right? So there's redemption, as you said, but also this method of survival that's geared into everybody at every level.
Yeah, and I mean, I know that
Max is the only one who doesn't have a clear course to success. He's basically failed already, and he's going to, redemption maybe, but there's no clear sensibility of him surviving and thriving.
He barely even has a story arc in this. You know what I mean? Like he's not.
Yeah.
he doesn't undergo really character development.
Well, besides the first one, does he ever really?
Yeah, I mean, that's I was gonna say that's not unique to the franchise though, and I think one of the most interesting things that I kind of picked more up on this go round was that at the end, okay, you know, Furiosa, you know, missing the mechanical arm, you know, battered, beaten, and tattered, like has led them back to salvation, and then Max doesn't stay. It's like his atonement is not complete for him to allow himself to stay, which I didn't really pick up on that so much the first time, because I think I was just sort of like, oh my God, you know, like refractory period, right? But like I really got that this time where I'm like, oh, that's one of the most interesting scenes for Max in the whole movie, that he's like, nah, man, I can't, I'm not ready for this. And I think that that's real interesting, especially for, as we've basically got into, that like the titular character is not really the main character, but that's the most important part of his arc, is like even all of this that's happened, and like him, like, you know, basically finding a reason to be again, and assisting in this incredible endeavor that starts off as a chase, ends up in a race, but he's not ready. He's not ready for what happens next. And that was pretty, that kind of hit me a lot harder this time than it did the first time.
It's also interesting that George Miller talks a lot about, in all of his interviews, about the commodification of human life, right? The commodification of humans as the true commodity in this movie, as much as water is kind of treated as a commodity, as much as everything else.
He's the gas bag at the beginning.
Yeah.
Right? So Max is purely there to get the engine running, right?
Yeah.
So it's interesting though that, you know,
it's a real thing. That's a real thing that they would do before they had the capacity for blood transfusions in the field. They would have universal donors hang out in wars. I mean, not hang out, but you know what I mean. Like they would be around.
hang with the thing in his arm.
Yeah, literally hanging out. Yeah.
No, but like, so it's interesting. It's really interesting on like just a title level almost. Mad Max, you know, isn't the main character in this. He's kind of
Fury Road, you know, the way we refer to the movie really is Fury Road. Mad Max was almost there just to make sure everybody knew that there was a relationship between this movie and some other
exactly.
movies.
So that name is kind of a commodity in the sense of like that name is kind of what's selling you the movie, whereas that, you know, has very little to do with the actual the plot moving forward. So that's kind of interesting that there's that connection that I didn't really make until now. But yeah. And I think that he really, like, he doesn't have like a development arc. I think
The inauthentic, narcissistic, social entitlement of the religious right is absolutely a threat to American democracy as we know it. Because it has produced what I will call the Confederate Christian conflation, wherein evangelism begets spiritual warfare, which begets cultural warfare, which begets societal warfare, also known as revolution or rebellion, depending on your perspective. The Confederate Christian conflation's unholy trichotomy of theocracy, more simply known as 3 steps to Confederate Christian nationalism, is evangelism, soldiers in the army of God, and spiritual warfare. If every so-called Christian in America understood the differences between these 3 core concepts of Christian faith, there would be no religious right, no pushy evangelicals, no Christian victimhood, no Christian dogma injected into our politics. Now, wouldn't that make for a better America? As someone who has studied the New Testament, both in academia and in Sunday school, I will use relevant biblical citations to argue that evangelism in today's society should accommodate people's entitlement to spiritual privacy. That Christians absolutely should not consider themselves soldiers in the army of God. And finally, that the Bible does not encourage believers to interpret spiritual warfare as manifesting into physical warfare. Such biblically based analysis of the appropriate role conservative Christianity should play in American society is not required to marginalize the intellectual credibility of extreme evangelicals. But since I do have this relevant education, and since I do love deconstructing cultural assumptions, I figured let's take down those know-it-all, self-righteous Bible beaters with their own goddamn text. 1 Peter 3:15. But in your hearts set apart Christ as Lord. Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have. But do this with gentleness and respect. I'm starting with this one because it's such a slam dunk. Right here is scripture that supports my suggestion that Christians in America should chill the hell out with spreading the word. According to this text, any Christian that pushes the Bible on you isn't conducting themselves as a true Christian. According to this text, true Christians prepare for conversations about Christ, then allow listeners to lead said conversation with questions when the conversation arrives organically. With gentleness and respect is my favorite part of this scripture because it is a direct counterpoint to any evangelical message that invokes fear. As most of you in tune with Confederate Christianity already know, conservative Christians are obsessed with the rapture. The rapture is the end of the world for those of you who don't know. And most of Christian conservatives are convinced that the rapture will take place in their lifetime. The message of conservative Christianity in America is, therefore, join our team before it's too late and you burn in hell for eternity. 1 Peter 3:15, though, describes a polite and respectful form of evangelism. Why can't America have this kind of Christianity? 1 Corinthians 9:19 through 23. Though I am free and belong to no one, I have made myself a slave to everyone to win as many as possible. To the Jews, I became like a Jew to win the Jews. To those under the law, I became like one under the law, so as to win those under the law. To those not having the law, I became like one not having the law, so as to win those not having the law. To the weak, I became weak to win the weak. I have become all things to all people, so that by all possible means, I might save some. I do all this for the sake of the gospel, that I may share in its blessings. Now, according to its most generous interpretation, this passage advocates Christian empathy. According to its most cynical interpretation, this passage advocates evangelical manipulation. Paul implies that in order for people who didn't know him to trust him, he had to be like them. Meaning, in a very general sense, spending time with them so that he could better understand their way of life and thus improve his chances of converting them to Christianity when the opportunity arose. That approach to human relationships is the art of empathy I described in my very first episode. Meeting people where they already are, understanding their worldview first, then imparting whatever knowledge you might have that might be relevant to their spiritual journey. The off-putting language to me in this scripture is to win. Invoking competition might not have been the intended use of that word, but it nonetheless begs the question, if Paul won, who lost? Competition has no place within the context of spiritual journeys. And that's why to win in this passage might actually mean to win over, as in to persuade. Regardless of the intended meaning of that repeated infinitive to win, the overarching meaning of this passage is that in order to influence someone spiritually, you must learn their way of living first. I don't see Paul's message here as anything more than empathy comes before evangelism. 2 Timothy 4, 1 through 5. I solemnly charge you in the presence of God and of Christ Jesus, who is to judge the living and the dead, and by his appearing and his kingdom, preach the word. Be ready in season and out of season, reprove, rebuke, and exhort with great patience and instruction. For the time is coming when people will not endure sound doctrine, but wanting to have their ears tickled, they will accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions, and will turn away their ears from the truth, and will turn aside to myth. But you, be sober-minded in all things, endure hardship, do the work of an evangelist, fulfill your ministry. Christian followers don't really have ministries unless, of course, they are ministers. This passage was intended for Christian leaders, not Christian followers. And don't forget that 2 Timothy wasn't written by Paul, but rather it was most likely written by one of his followers to encourage nascent Christian communities being persecuted by the Romans to remain committed to Christ as their Savior. A very reasonable interpretation of this text actually includes a suggestion to ministers that they not be pushy about their evangelism, and a warning about confirmation bias. Reprove, rebuke, and exhort with complete patience and teaching just means preach the word with authentic passion and don't be condescending when someone challenges you. Similarly, accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions means that if people are not approached respectfully by Christian evangelists, they will reject the religion and seek out alternative spiritual viewpoints until they find one that tells them what they want to hear. I don't know if there is any literature prior to this that implicitly references confirmation bias, but if my interpretation of this text is valid, this is profound insight into the human psyche to the tune of 19 centuries ahead of its time, proving my subtextual point that there is intellectual value in the Bible. It's just when that's literally the only thing you've really studied for your entire life. There's only one term for that. Blind faith. True Christians' faith isn't blind. American evangelism goes from annoyingly self-righteous and ignorant to societally destructive and militant when misguided conservatives think of themselves as soldiers in the army of God. These are the scriptural citations I found when I searched for biblical references to soldiers in the army of God. 3 from the Old Testament and 3 from the New Testament. But I'm going to hold on to one of those New Testament ones for the final piece of Confederate Christianity's unholy trichotomy of theocracy. Joel 2:11. The Lord thunders at the head of his army. His forces are beyond number, and mighty is the army that obeys his command. The day of the Lord is great. It is dreadful. Who can endure it? Written almost 600 years before Christ was born, this scripture is about an army of God that would have invaded ancient Judah as punishment for its citizens' sins had they not repented. There is nothing about this text that suggests followers of Yahweh should consider themselves soldiers in his army. In fact, the text implies that humans are not members of God's army, and probably can't be because the army is adversarial to humanity. Let's be honest about this text. The writer is describing a spiritual army that might become physical if the human subjects do not comply with God's demand that they repent. About as fear-driven as it gets. Also about as taken out of context as it gets. Ezekiel 37:9-10. Then he said to me, prophesy to the breath, prophesy, son of man, and say to it, this is what the sovereign Lord says. Come, breathe from the four winds and breathe into these slain that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and breath entered them. They came to life and stood up on their feet, a vast army. If this Old Testament scripture were to be interpreted literally, it would mean that an army of ancient Jews were brought back to life. Zombie Jews, if you will. Of course, this text was not meant to be taken literally. This has to do with the Jewish spiritual promise that those slain for simply being Jewish will rise again, because spiritual justice exists. This is a classic rhetorical move a lot of religions make, addressing the unfairness of earthly life. Everyone either knows or has heard of people dying for no good reason, military conflict being the most widespread and prevalent example. In a twisted way, these verses seem to suggest that those Jews who have been unjustly slain will return as an army and exact revenge on those that wronged them. A generous interpretation would be that this is what's going to happen during the second coming of Christ, when he returns as a conqueror. Either way, there is nothing here that can be used to justify American Christians considering themselves as physical soldiers in a physical army of God. 2 Samuel 22:2-4. The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer, my God, my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold and my refuge, my Savior. You save me from violence. I call upon the Lord who is worthy to be praised, and I am saved from my enemies. My final Old Testament citation could not be more obvious in its message of defense, not offense. All the language here, fortress, refuge, shield, stronghold, refuge again, invokes protection from opposing forces, not offense toward potentially opposing forces. Perhaps more importantly, unlike the previous two citations, there is no reference to an army or soldiers. There is nothing more than a message that inspires readers to believe God will protect them. What's more is that the text implicitly suggests followers of Yahweh should let God do the fighting for them. From violent people you save me, I called to the Lord who is worthy of praise and have been saved from my enemies. New Testament scripture is much more relevant to American Christians considering themselves soldiers in the army of God because the texts were intended for Christians, not Jews. Romans 13:4. For he is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for he does not bear the sword in vain, for he is the servant of God, an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer. Paul wrote his letter to the Romans while traveling through Greece. And if you look at the translation, you'll find that he actually means deacon. And avenger actually means executor of the law. I speculate what Paul was actually writing about here was that new believers should listen to established believers and preferably those that have earned some status with Paul, so that their understanding of God's word can be made easier. That is actually the most original meaning of the word deacon, someone that makes something easier. After hours of research and preparation for this episode, I can tell you with confidence that there is literally one and only one citation of scripture that comes close to suggesting that Christians should think of themselves as soldiers in his army, because it actually uses the word for soldier. And I'm going to include the two verses prior so that you can better see the context-based interpretation of the scripture. 2 Timothy 2, 1-4. You then, my son, be strong in the grace that is in Christ Jesus, and the things you have heard me say in the presence of many witnesses, entrust to reliable people who will also be qualified to teach others. Join with me in suffering like a good soldier of Christ Jesus. No one serving as a soldier gets entangled in civilian affairs, but rather tries to please his commanding officer. If you want to know whether or not someone's a half-decent Christian, ask them how many words there are for love in ancient Greek. Then ask them who was the founder of Christianity. The answers are 6 and Paul the Apostle. For those of you that don't know, the New Testament is based on translations of texts originally written in very broken and often poorly written ancient Greek, thus making the true meaning of the text a significant intellectual challenge to discover. According to Christian history, Jesus was the Messiah, but Paul was the apostle who formally organized the texts, beliefs, and believers into a religion. Paul also contributed tremendously to the New Testament with his letters to emerging Christian communities, known as the epistles. Much to the dismay of conservative Christian Americans, 2 Timothy is one of the epistles hotly disputed to have been written by Paul himself. Sunday morning sermons might gloss over this little detail, but according to the academic research I've done, very few scholars who have actually done the tedious work of sourcing biblical texts consider 2 Timothy to have been written by Paul himself. Instead, religious scholars and educated and enlightened Christian leaders acknowledge that 2 Timothy and a handful of other epistles were likely written by students or at least followers of Paul soon after Paul's death in 64 CE. 64 CE is a very important year in Christian history because the Great Fire of Rome took place in July of that year, and the Emperor Nero blamed the Christians for the catastrophe, thus beginning the first formal persecution of the Christians by the Roman government. According to evangelicals, Paul wrote 2 Timothy while in a Roman prison right before he died. Well, according to me, a student of Paul's used Paul's reputation to distribute a message of resistance and resolve amidst a Roman emperor blaming a tragedy of a minority group and, in turn, persecuting that minority group. Wow, imagine that happening in today's world. The text actually lends itself to this interpretation with "be strong" in the opening line, followed by a call to spread the word and some not so subtle advice about preparing to suffer like a soldier or as a soldier for doing so. So far we got suck it up, following Jesus isn't easy, prepare to suffer like a soldier. No one serving as a soldier gets entangled in civilian affairs, but rather tries to please his commanding officer. The word for soldier in ancient Greek used in the original text means a specific type of soldier. The foot soldier, the infantry, the lowest of the low, the front lines, the poor souls most likely to be killed in battle. Also, according to my research, civilian affairs also translates to the affairs of everyday life, daily affairs, or even business transactions. Thus, I interpret that phrase to mean a soldier out in the middle of nowhere fighting a war has the best chance of staying alive and continuing to serve whatever noble cause he's serving by staying focused and not thinking or worrying about anything else other than pleasing his commanding officer. Commanding officer, also translated as the one who enlisted him as a soldier, which many presume to be God. I thought it meant God enlisted the soldiers. So the cut and dry message of the passage might be being a Christian sucks in a lot of societies. So prepare to tough it out as if you were a soldier enlisted by God. Not so different from the 2 Samuel 22 citation, this interpretation of the verses invokes defense, not offense. Now that you have a formidable amount of contextual information about this scripture, let's look at the most important sentence in the entire Bible. This sentence is used by Confederate Christians to justify their identity as soldiers in the army of God. No one serving as a soldier gets entangled in civilian affairs, but rather tries to please his commanding officer. Now let's do some experiential empathetic arithmetic. You're a rural American Christian. The people you see on the most regular basis, aside from the people that you work with, are your fellow believers every Sunday morning. Now, if it's like most rural communities in America, there are probably a fair amount of military service members in attendance. If there aren't, there are no doubt friends and family of military service members in attendance. Trust me when I tell you that military service in these communities significantly elevates one's social status. Soldiers in these towns are talked about as if they are heroes, regardless of whether or not they saw action. So bearing in mind the superlative position the U.S. military has in rustics culture, think about what the average churchgoer feels when they hear the words, "No one serving as a soldier gets entangled in civilian affairs, but rather tries to please his commanding officer, aka God." Rustics who hear this think, "You mean I can be like the soldiers in my town if I just commit myself to this church community and do whatever my pastor says?" There's the importance of the civilian affairs part of the manipulative translation. Whoever wrote that replaced the Greek word for business transactions with civilian affairs, which in American culture could easily be interpreted to mean, if you're a good church-going Christian in America, don't worry about how to be a good citizen, because if you're just a good Christian, you'll be a good citizen. So guess what kind of politics someone who has been fed this ridiculous interpretation of 2 Timothy 2 has? The exact same politics as the head of his church. The exact same politics as everyone else in his congregation. The exact same politics as everyone else living in rural, conservative, Confederate Christian America. Groupthink catalyzed by conservative media personalities and outlets is bad enough. Combined with this kind of religious groupthink, the followers of conservative Confederate Christianity can easily transform from activists to terrorists. And on January 6th, 2021, many of them did. Activism is only one of 3 ways Confederate churches teach their members how to serve God as one of his soldiers, however. Money is obviously another, followed by the easiest and cheapest way of all, of course, voting. Before we move on, I want to make one final observation that looks a little bit like the fallacy of ignorance because it's speculative in nature, but I still find it intellectually valid. If Jesus or Paul or any of the apostles truly wanted Christians of future generations to consider themselves soldiers in the army of God, beyond just the basic premise that being a Christian means taking a physical beating every now and then, or in today's case, taking some jokes on the chin from pop culture every now and then, wouldn't they have talked about and written about soldiers more? Such an ominous and ubiquitous figure in the history of humanity, the soldier. They were surrounded by Roman soldiers their whole lives. Both of them. I bet they hated soldiers. I bet they were like, I don't want my people to be bullies in armor, picking on weaker tribes. I damn sure don't want my people to be like the bullies that crucified my Lord and Savior. Let's face it, the ancient Romans were savages. Practical savages, maybe, but savages nonetheless. It's not moral relativism. The Greeks didn't crucify people. The Romans went way too far, way too often. In the contest of Mediterranean antiquity, the Greeks were the good guys and the Romans the bad guys. Crucifixes lining the road as you enter a city, that is next level intimidation. That's even worse than heads on spikes, because at least those bastards are dead. With these barely alive bastards, I feel guilty I can't get off my horse, climb the crucifix, and cut them free. As I pass cross after cross, I wonder if being crucified is a fate worse than death. And as a city gets bigger and bigger, I can't stop thinking about whether or not I know the laws of this city I'm about to enter. That's all by way of saying, dispelling the notion that Christians should see themselves as soldiers in the army of God isn't so different from the aforementioned understanding of the framers' educations and how they likely viewed the appropriate relationship between church and state. If Jesus and Paul and all the other apostles wanted future believers to see themselves as soldiers, they would have written more about it. They would have written about how Christian soldiers should be different from Roman soldiers. Maybe there would be similarities. I can't imagine there would be, but maybe. I don't know. What I do know is that there would be more about soldiers in the New Testament if it were really that important. So get over it, Jesus freaks. You're not soldiers. Spiritual warfare completes Confederate Christianity's trichotomy of theocracy. And you're going to love where the text takes us on this one. If you thought 2 Timothy 2 has been intellectually raped by the religious right, wait till you find out where this analysis leads. I'll give you a hint. Ishmael. 2 Corinthians 10, 4 through 6. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God. And we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. And we will be ready to punish every act of disobedience once your obedience is complete. After implying that physical weapons are not something Christians should wield in the first sentence, definitely relevant to the soldier's narrative we just discussed, this scripture clearly addresses the intellectual challenges early Christians will face and the subsequent thoughts which will derive from hearing counter-arguments to Christ being the Messiah. There is language of conflict, weapons, demolish, take captive, and so forth, but there is no explicit mention of war, armor, or soldiering. Let's be real. This scripture is nothing more than another stay strong, stay committed message from Paul to the first generation of Christian believers. Hey, Christians, you might feel like you lose some arguments when talking about Jesus, but don't worry. Confidence in God's knowledge will take care of those. Seems pretty practical to me. 1 Corinthians 10:13. No temptation has overtaken you except what is common to mankind. And God is faithful. He will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. But when you are tempted, He will also provide a way out so that you can endure it. There is nothing special about the temptation to sin you feel on a daily basis. No temptation is impossible to resist. Amidst the most intense temptation, God will always provide you with a way to suffer the temptation. In many translations, you'll find suffer and endure used interchangeably. As far as I'm concerned, a way out could mean education, expertise, learning, or just plain conceding to smart people's arguments. Once again, no mention of warfare, weapons, or the like. 1 Peter 5, 8 through 9. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. Resist him, standing firm in your faith, because you know that the family of believers throughout the world is undergoing the same kind of sufferings. First of all, the devil is definitely a man, so that should read lionesses, not lion, because the women do the work in the King of the Jungle's world. Plus, a lion wouldn't roar if it were stalking its prey. So, safe to say, the writer is going for dramatic effect here early. Secondly, resist gives the sentiment of this message away as nothing more than another stay strong message. You're not alone. They're like bumper stickers that invoke the global community of Christians, not unlike something you might see in the workplace that says women stick together in the workforce. There is no mention of warfare or weapons. There is nothing even remotely resembling the advocacy of offensive societal conflict. The message once again seems to be all about dealing with the temptation to sin and breach Christ's code of conduct. Christians would hate that I just used that term because Christianity isn't supposed to be about rules or a code of conduct, but rather a relationship with God made possible by Christ's death and resurrection. But whatever. Any Christian watching this right now already hates me, which means they also must love me, according to Matthew 5, as mentioned in my 2023 Christmas challenge. This next one made an appearance in HBO's Succession, and maybe you'll have fun figuring out why. Romans 8:36 through 39. As it is written, "For your sake we face death all day long. We are considered as sheep to be slaughtered. No! In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. For I am convinced that neither death nor life, neither angels nor demons, neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus our Lord." A personal favorite, since these are my life verses that were given to me probably when I was 7 or something like that. I didn't ask for them, but I did like that they implied I might be more than a conqueror someday. I'm sure the Confederate Christian suckers hear this scripture and think the same thing. All I got to do is love Jesus, and he will make me more than a conqueror, like a conqueror of conquerors. You want to know how the phrase more than conquerors actually translates? More than victorious. The intended meaning is not that one might become a conqueror of conquerors or the best conqueror ever, but rather transcend the need to conquer. A life that seeks to conquer others is not a Christian life. You see, peace, love, hope. My life verses advocate quintessentially progressive values. Ain't that something? Progressives' new nickname for Jesus ought to be the hippie of antiquity. Ephesians 6:11 through 17. My mother used to make me do it every morning before elementary school. She told me, "David, don't forget to get dressed. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Therefore, put on the full armor of God so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground, and after you have done everything, to stand. Stand firm then, with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. In addition to all of this, take up the shield of faith with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. If 2 Timothy 2 convinces conservative Christians that they are soldiers in the army of God, Ephesians 6 convinces them that they should do something about it when the day of evil comes. For they will be armed with God's truth, righteousness, faith, salvation, spirit, and peace. Wait, peace? What the hell? Feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace? You're going to go to war wearing boots of peace? Come on now. Let's think about my mother for a second and her wanting this to be a part of my morning routine. Then let's think about who executes the devil's schemes. Demons. Fallen angels now doing the bidding of the Prince of Darkness. They're everywhere. And they love little suburban white boys. This famous piece of scripture is about the daily struggle Christians will face in a sinful, anti-Christian world. Demons can represent anything that might lead to a Christian sinning or otherwise drifting from God. We've already commented on the classics: demons of temptation, demons of doubt, demons of greed, demons of lust, demons of society calling you crazy. Wake up, get dressed, put on your armor, do the Lord's work, and if the demons come to distract you, you already got God's armor on. So dealing with those demons is no big deal. See, when you put some emotion behind it, this kind of scripture reads like a pregame pep talk from a football coach or a motivational speech from Tony Robbins. For conservative Christians like the ones who raided the Capitol on January 6th, 2021, Ephesians 6 connects the concepts of Christians being soldiers in the army of God to spiritual warfare. Yet there is no word that means soldier in Ephesians 6. My mother's interpretation of these verses is correct. The armor is spiritual armor, metaphorical armor. Just some memorable things to say every day to get you pumped up to stay focused throughout the day and not do something like get drunk and hire a prostitute after work instead of going home to your wife and kids. Now, for what I hope is a moment of profound theological insight, but might just be me doing what conservative Christian ministers do and have done for hundreds of years, manipulate the biblical text to say whatever the hell I want. Spiritual warfare is to Christianity what jihad is to Islam. They both mean inner struggle. They both mean the challenge of staying committed to God's message amidst living in a world that constantly encourages people to sin or otherwise break with God's intention for their life. Yet another similarity between American Confederate conservative Christianity and Islam. Weird. Who would have guessed? When I was pouring drinks on Bourbon Street during Mardi Gras back in 2008, most people were there to have a good time, throw a few back, throw some beads, see some boobs, you know, America. But then there were these white trash killjoys walking around town like packs of hyenas, carrying signs that read, "Repent or burn in hell," and shouting things like, "Don't be a whore," from megaphones. When I witnessed those passionate believers trying to ruin everyone's good time, I thought to myself the same question that came to me when I saw the aforementioned Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. It's one thing to have these hateful thoughts, but what kind of person would put their time and hard-earned money into acting upon them? The answer is the same for the Bible beaters of Mardi Gras as it is for the Nazis of Charlottesville and the Confederates of Michigan. They are losers who want to feel like winners. In the case of the Nolans party crashers, they're not even trying to have a good time anymore. They've forgotten how, if they ever knew. So their good time has now become ruining everyone else's good time. I wonder what those buzzkills would have said had I asked them if their purpose there was evangelical, or if it was to wage spiritual warfare as soldiers in the army of God. I'm pretty sure they would have said both, because to them, according to the Confederate Christianity's unholy trichotomy, evangelism and spiritual warfare are the same thing. That is what manipulative, intellectually lazy interpretations of the Bible have done to conservative Christians across America. The religious right has not only robbed conservatives of enjoying the best parts of American life, but it has made them resentful of those that do. I would even go so far as to say hateful of those that do. Mardi Gras and Nolans in general is an American rite of passage. What kind of loser goes there to ruin it for others? The same kind of people that disapprove of gay marriage. The same kind of people that disapprove of interracial marriage. Southern evangelical wasps. I said it in the very first episode. We party, they pray. This is what I was talking about. Evangelism and spiritual warfare are not the same thing. Evangelism is spiritual salesmanship, while spiritual warfare is spiritual conflict with demons. That's right, demons. If you're a Christian and pray really, really hard and put on God's spiritual armor, God's Spirit will live in you and thus protect you from the demons. What you might not know is that evangelical extremists don't consider demons to be merely symbols for sources of sin. Demons of doubt, demons of deception, demons of lust. To them, demons are people too. Well, to be fair, evangelicals who know their scripture might challenge that they think people are demons. They would, however, adamantly profess that demons possess people on a very frequent basis. To the extent that if you live in a city, you probably crossed paths with a possessed non-believer today. But if you live in rural America, you probably didn't, because you didn't cross paths with anyone you don't already know. It doesn't take a theologian to guess who MAGA Americans think are the demons of America. Democrats. In fact, I checked my parents' mail not too long ago, and right there on the cover of some propaganda from good old fathead himself, Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. The demonic left is coming for our children. Reagan and W's conservative Christianity transformed American evangelism into American Christian culturalism by convincing rustics that America is a Christian nation, and to a certain extent that they should consider themselves soldiers in the army of God. Trump's Confederate Christianity transformed Christian culturalism into what I hope people start calling Confederate Christian nationalism. by convincing rustics that as soldiers in the army of God, they must wage spiritual warfare on the demonic left. A narrative which no doubt flourished during Obama's presidency. And that spiritual warfare might very well transform into physical warfare, which it absolutely did on January 6th, 2021. This is not real Christianity. Even according to their own biblical text, socioculturally aggressive politicized evangelism is not Christian. Evangelism does not mean inserting Christian values into secular governments. Neither does spiritual warfare. Neither Jesus nor his disciples wanted Christians to consider themselves soldiers in the army of God. Neither Jesus nor Paul nor any other apostle wanted Christians to convert spiritual warfare into societal warfare, much less physical warfare. Now, whether I like it or not, no matter how formidable my knowledge of the New Testament is, no matter how well-reasoned my biblically based truth is, no matter how much wisdom I offer conservative Christians as someone who was at one time very committed to a Christ-centered life, the Bible beaters will never listen to me. That's why I call them Bible beaters. They don't just beat their neighbor over the head with their Bible, they beat themselves over their own head with their own Bible, and they learn how to do it every Sunday morning when they listen to some loud, usually overweight preacher talk to them about how everlasting life in the kingdom of heaven is available to them if they act like a Christian American should act. Which of course means voting Republican. The logic of Confederate Christian nationalism is first and foremost, America is a Christian nation, followed by American Christians are soldiers in the army of God, and third and finally, America is under attack by demonic forces, and I must defend her. The Confederate Christian logic is then reinforced with derivative propaganda, often racially toned. Since I am a white Christian American and America is a white Christian nation, my obligation to defend her is greater than non-white, non-Christian Americans. And comparative propaganda, which takes advantage of our culture's esteem for the military. My spiritual obligation to defend America is akin to a military man's physical obligation to defend America. Now take all that direct and indirect messaging and add to it the social context of rural life. Going to church every Sunday morning of your damn life. The sermon implies all this propaganda, but it's the community that does the most important part. The indoctrination, the conformity, the groupthink. The psychological glue that keeps this package of propaganda intact and even growing stronger over time is the positive reinforcement deriving from conservatives thinking inherited beliefs and earned convictions are the same thing. They defend their inherited beliefs by voting Republican because they think their conviction for these beliefs has been earned when it has actually been given to them. And what's worse is that most of them didn't even ask for these inherited beliefs. If they ever did discover the joy of learning, they discovered it much later in life, and Sunday sermons became what should have been their college lectures. Over time, the Confederate conflation continued to grow in their minds, and before they knew it, their religious beliefs became their political beliefs, which means their religion became their citizenship, which means Confederate Christian Americans' patriotism resembles China's patriotism. For in the land of China, the state is their religion. The Bible beater pitch of defending inherited beliefs as if they are earned convictions by way of the Confederate Christian conflation is a hell of a sales pitch, no matter who you are, but particularly so if you're a rural, uneducated white. Do the empathetic arithmetic according to a handful of my Deter dichotomies. They're socially isolated because they're living in a rural area, which, I don't care who you are, makes you lonely. Their individual skills and ability is their livelihood. They're uneducated, so they see the presentation of alternative viewpoints as threats that might make them feel stupid, rather than opportunities to learn and discover new ways of thinking. They're survivors because they either never had the opportunity or simply didn't take advantage of the opportunity when it arrived to get out of their hometown or home state. If they have traveled, it was probably to Disneyland or Disney World, depending on which side of the Mississippi the rustic lives. Because of their lack of education and life experience, they haven't transcended the ignorance of their upbringing, making them intellectually defensive. Since according to human nature, we are psychologically predisposed to protect the known rather than explore the unknown. Rustics of these conditions do not have the education necessary to comprehend society beyond cultural anecdotes that make the rustic feel right, without having to do any real intellectual work. All of this adds up to someone wanting the intellectual credibility of an explorer, having lived the life of a survivor. They know people who are educated and well.
Live from the Messy Millennial Studios, it's the Lumencast to the millions and millions of YouTube This Space enjoyers. Welcome to June 3rd. I hope everybody's squeezing whatever enjoyment, whatever real life they can out of this. It feels like I mean, every week I'm like doom and gloom, but I think we've moved past late stage capitalism and we're into the beginning stages of dystopia. And this is to me, this is like the spookiest part of every dystopian movie because no one knows how to deal with it yet. You don't know exactly, like, life is not normalized. Like the wave hasn't crashed and we don't know what that's going to look like. Like, okay, think about Mad Max, right? You've seen Mad Max. By the time if we're not talking about, we're talking about Thunderdome Mad Max, not. Oh, this is actually a good example of what I'm talking about. So in the original Mad Max with Toe Cutter, the world still kind of relates to our world. I don't think the bombs have dropped yet, if I can remember right. I haven't seen that movie in so long. The bombs haven't dropped. But the world makes sense. It's our world. It's just a little bit more dangerous about like a cop in the Australian outback taking on a gang, right? But by the time we get to Thunderdome, or not Thunderdome, but Mad Max 2, no, Road Warrior. Okay, Road Warrior, then Mad Max, then Thunderdome, then Fury Road, right? Okay, so the time we get to by the time we get to Road Warrior, now the world has completely changed. There's some kind of apocalypse that is talked about. There's no more guzzling. You know, I can drive that tanka, that kind of thing. But it's the space in between that to where some people have lovingly called the cool zone is, I think, where we're at right now. So it's the space and time to where the thing has kicked off, but we haven't got to the part where it's like we know how to deal with it yet. So the cool zone is the time that, you know, historians are going to talk about, but they're going to talk about it and it's going to be very exciting, but they don't want to live through it. And that's where we're at right now. I believe we're at the start of the cool zone. And it's just like, I hope you're getting enjoyment out of this. I hope you are, because I feel very, very soon. And I'm not talking about years. I'm not talking about decades or months. I'm talking about weeks. I think our lives are going to change in a way that is going to be historically significant and that is going to be studied for the rest of human history. I absolutely believe this. Like, I feel like what this feels like to me right now is before COVID, right? Like, when those of us who are watching this space, we're in like, I don't want to call it super users, like internet super users, because it's more than that. We're informed people. We're in the 90th percentile of people who are just aware of anything. Like, we're not on coworker time. We're not on boomer or Gen X parent time. You know, boomers and Gen Xers who are in here, like, you are included in this. Obviously, you're not on boomer and Gen X time if you're in here. But if that makes sense to what I'm saying, like, we are just, I call it's coworker time, coworker music, coworker movies, corporate slop bowl. If you're lucky enough to have a job where you can go get a corporate slop bowl, it's just like when you look your coworkers in the eyes and you're like, what goes on in that head of yours? Like, what makes your decisions every day? Like, what do you think about politics? Like, what do you think about the way the world and the way the economic structures are bound together? Like, and you listen to them talk and you see it's like schizophrenic and it doesn't make any sense. And you realize that you're the weird one. You're the weird one because more people think like they do than you do. And even though you are most likely factually correct and you can point out a million different sources and a million different data points of why you are correct, they just look at you that look when you're, when you like your dog gives you when you lay these things out, this. They look at you like that. It's terrifying. It's a terrifying reality. It's a terrifying kind of come to Jesus moment. It's not that you're smarter than other people. It's just like you are living in a completely different reality. The best I've heard it described, we all, the people who are listening to this right now live in America. I've heard like there's Prime, almost like if you're into comic books, how there's like the Prime universe, and like these coworkers are living in America Prime. They're living in America A. And like we are living in America B. And some people even living in like America C. And there might even be like an America D. I can't really describe that, but like just to run this through so you like kind of understand what I'm talking about. Like, because if you think about it too much, it makes you crazy. So like America A is I go to work. If I'm lucky enough to have a job, I pay my little bills. I'm working for, you can't even say people are working for the weekends anymore. Your average Zoomer, your average Gen Alpha, Gen Z, everybody is working for, they won't even understand what that is, really. The majority of the population. I honestly, for the majority of my life that didn't involve the United States Marine Corps, my enlistment in there, I didn't know what working for the weekend was. And I'm just lucky enough that I kind of, through talent and luck, I would say 70% skill. It's like talent, it's like my talent and then a lot of luck. Now I'm just like, I have a normie job to where I can just work Monday through Friday, put in 40 hours, go home. Doesn't pay much, but it does pay, right? Something. But that is like your coworker who does that is like America Prime. They're working for the weekend. They can tell you whatever professional sports team is in their geographic location. They can tell you the ins and outs of that sports team, their lineage, their history, what their outlook for the future is. They can tell you about individual players. They can tell you all this stuff. They can tell you what was on TV. They're really in, like, these are the people who are still like going to the movie theater. Like, America, Prime America is Marvel movie America, if that makes sense. Those are people getting hyped for Marvel movies and like rom-com slop and like stuff like that, right? And then like America B. So you got those guys, and they are truly apolitical. Like they're apolitical, they're everything. They just want to watch the game on Sunday, and they don't really have any kind of thoughts other than that. They're just kind of flotsam and jetsam through life, right? And then you've got America B. And you've got America B 0.1 and America B 0.2. And I really think this is the split. So now these people are aware of like economics, I don't know, some history, some world events, but then these people are split off into like America B 0.1 and America A 0.1. They're split off into like Fox News enjoyers and MSNBC, MS Now enjoyers. So that's America B. So those are the people who they're aware of some stuff going on, but they definitely have now picked a team. And then after that, like people who dig further, you've got like intellectuals. I would say like if you're people who watch this are definitely America C. So like a Ryan Grimm type guy, who is like, he holds a job, He might even be making a lot of money, but he's aware of like historical stuff. He's aware of like actual socioeconomics. He knows most of the stuff he sees like regurgitated by America B people is nonsense. But he's still like in the system, right? And then you've got America C, which is just feral. You know, then you've got like your kind of super right wingers, Proud Boys, people who've kind of checked out of they've checked out of capitalism, of Western capitalism. Even if they still have to, like, you know, everybody has to play by the rules, but they've checked out. They know it doesn't work. It's like counterculture is what I'm trying to say. America C is like actual leftists, not liberals, socialist, communists, actual Nazis, not just right wingers, those kind of guys, right? And so they are just like radicalized into, and that's where I'm living. I live in America C. I think most people here live in America C. Probably some of y'all live in America B. And yeah, like, let's see here. Johnny Too Late says, type A, why you got to make everything political? Let me see if I can click on this. I suck at internet. Why you got to make this political? Yeah, absolutely. And when you'll try to explain to them why everything is political, it breaks their brain and they don't want to hear that. Their brains kind of melt and crush because now they're at a crossroads, right? I have this discussion with my parents all the time. Well, I used to, right? Before I just kind of gave up on them because either one of two things. Now you're at a crossroads because you have to accept responsibility here. You're like, man, either I accept what this person's telling me and they have data points and facts to back it up, and now I have to change, or I can just deny it and I can keep denying it and I can keep living in like my fantasy land of, you know, meritocracy, trickle down economics, that kind of thing. I mean, to be honest, like the whole idea, I wouldn't say it was taken over, the idea of like the Matrix, but you know, for a long time, for a good decade, at a minimum, the right wing kind of took over the whole, you know, take the red pill, take the blue pill type thing. But this is the closest to the actual like Matrix, actual like Plato's cave. Trying to lure somebody out of Plato's cave is damn near impossible. And I don't think you can do it. Just like to go back to my Matrix reference, I think some people are just too old, too set in their ways. Their lives are too easy. And their life might not even be too good, but it's easy enough for them to just want to be left alone. It's the Mad Prophet. A lot of y'all are really young. You've never seen a movie called Network. It's a super depressing movie. Y'all should watch it. But it's where the I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore comes from. Let's Network mad as hell. Let's take a look at that real quick, and then we'll get into the what I'm talking. So this is a guy talking about, and this just popped in my head actually. This is a guy talking about what I'm saying about America A, prime America, America A, B, and C. And he's trying to wake up the people who live in America A. And he is a newscaster guy. Share screen. Entire screen. Share audio. But yeah, if you ever hear, I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take it anymore. Like, this is where it comes from. Why can't it access my browser? Oh, we're not at the stage. That's how we do it.
I don't have to tell you things are bad. Everybody knows things are bad. It's a depression. Everybody's out of work or scared of losing their job. The dollar buys a nickel's worth. Banks are going bust. Shopkeepers keep a gun under the counter. Punks are running wild in the street, and there's nobody anywhere who seems to know what to do, and there's no end to it. We know the air is unfit to breathe and our food is unfit to eat. We sit watching our TVs while some local newscaster tells us that today we had 15 homicides and 63 violent crimes, as if that's the way it's supposed to be. We know things are bad, worse than bad. They're crazy. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller, and all we say is, please, at least leave us alone in our living rooms. Let me have my toaster and my TV and my steel-belted radios, and I won't say anything. Just leave us alone. Well, I'm not going to leave you alone. I want you to get mad. I don't want you to protest. I don't want you to riot. I don't want you to write to your congressman because I wouldn't know what to tell you to write. I don't know what to do about the depression and the inflation and the Russians and the crime in the street. All I know is that first, you've got to get mad. You've got to say, I'm a human being. God damn it. My life has value. So, I want you.
So, with that being said, like, it's not even that things change. Like, this is a dystopian movie, but it's a dystopian movie. It's a movie that we live in. I don't want to spoil too much, but this movie's super dark. It has a super dark ending. You kids should go watch it. It probably won't even feel like any kind of a like, this is from 1976, and it's not even like a thing of like, oh, can you imagine a world? No, this is just where we're at. Like, this is just where we live. I just realized that I'm sitting here from a messy office on a Wednesday night telling you to do the exact same thing, and also telling you I don't have the answers. Like, I don't. But what I can tell you is, it's not you just need to get mad. I need you to recognize how bad things are going to get. I need you to understand how this is like. For those of you, I'm old enough to have grandparents that went through the Depression and how that fundamentally changed their brain. I am 44 years old and I'm scared because I'm literally trying to get my body back into shape because I don't think I'm going to be physically strong enough to survive what's about to happen. It's terrifying. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me bring up some fun time stuff. So we're going to take our veggies first, and then we'll get to some fun time. But yeah, this is from France 24. We'll watch it. Add the stage. Hopefully the audio. Yeah, the audio is still going. Okay, let's do it. Actually, no, we don't want to do that. My bad. I want to do. That is my bad. I wanted to do. What happened to it? I had it. I got rid of it. Here we go. That's good enough.
The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is extending well beyond oil as some 2,000 ships wait to transport a variety of essential goods around the world. That includes key ingredients for producing fertilizer, causing new concern for farmers and the risk of food shortages for millions of people. MS Now.
I'm gonna grab some water while this plays.
Ines de la Cuetera has more.
Year after year, hard work pays off at Huglow Farms in the countryside of Kent in the UK. A summer burst of strawberries.
These were planted last year in July. We took one crop off them and then we overwintered them, and now they've just started harvest.
But this year, the typically sunny harvest season, clouded by a conflict thousands of miles away. The deadlock in the Strait of Hormuz has seen gas prices rise while fertilizer supplies are dwindling.
Just looking at this crop, we need to get a certain output, and without fertilizers, we wouldn't be able to do that. You know, the flavor wouldn't be as good and the productivity would be lower. So it's just not sustainable.
The impact is being felt by farmers around the world.
This would all go to a mill in the UK and be milled up for flour to go into bread.
But the concerns are even greater for arable farmers.
It's essential. Without fertilizer, we'd have a very pale, very small crop here. It wouldn't yield.
Experts are sounding the alarm. The World Food Program warning that if the crisis doesn't finish by the end of June, 45 million people will be at risk from hunger and starvation worldwide. Those who already don't have enough to eat, likely to pay the price for a standoff they have no control of.
Famine is always preventable. Famine is always a man-made, human-made crisis.
And for countries already experiencing catastrophic levels of food insecurity, even a quick resolution may not be enough to avoid the worst outcomes.
For some, it's already too late. Even if supplies were to start flowing today, it takes time to ship and to bring to market these critical inputs. Even with immediate action, we're already going to see an increase in humanitarian need.
In the U.S., that could mean higher prices at the grocery store, as some farmers may pass the costs on to consumers. Data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows prices in April rose 3.8% from a year earlier, marking an increase from the year-over-year inflation rate of 3.3%. But back on the farm, Tom Sewell says raising prices is not an option, given the strong competition from around the world.
We grow this crop of wheat just like someone in Ukraine or Argentina or Australia or Brazil or whatever. So we can't just say to the consumer, well, we're going to put the price up, because they can go and buy it somewhere else.
While many farmers had already purchased fertilizer for the year before the war broke out, the effects could become more obvious in time. So Tom says wheat farmers are now talking about potentially not planting their fields next year.
The economics of growing a crop of wheat now is so tight that some farmers are saying, well, you know, we could leave it fallow for a year and lose less money than growing a crop and losing a lot of money.
And with no end in sight to the deadlock in the Middle East, the fear is the consequences here will only worsen in the months ahead. Inez de la Quatera, MS Now, Kent, England.
All right, so Steve Ratner, talk a little bit more if you.
Now, the reason why I wanted to bring up Morning Joe and their clip of this, the reason why I wanted to give MSNBC, MS Now, MSDNC, as Trump would say, but he's actually correct when they say MSDNC, any kind of play on my one little hour is because the what should be talked about here is this disgusting creature that you're looking at and her husband, Joe Scarborough, are responsible for these people dying. Anything, not just these people in already food insecure countries. There's food insecure here in America. So if this comes to here, which it's going to, if famine and people starving come to the West, come to America, because this son of a bitch that they cuddled up with. Ooh, I'm echoing. All right. Let me try not to echo. Damn, I thought it was just me. But that they cuddled up with Donald Trump, who started a war of choice with Israel. They are responsible for this. And there has to be atonement for that. And again, I don't know what to tell you to do. All I can do is tell you to take care of yourself and form a tight-knit group of people that y'all can look at each other and look at after each other and do mutual aid. Sorry if I'm echoing. I don't know how to make it stop. But I'll just try to talk softer and be chiller, because maybe that's a sign from the divine that I don't need to be bursting a capillary talking about this stuff, because it's not something that's going to be solved in a day. It's something that it's going to be long term, so we've got to be chill about it. But that's why I brought this up. So now let's dive a bit deeper into it, these smiling ghouls, and see France 24's thing.
Hello and welcome to People in Profit, France 24's weekly look at the world of business and the economy. I'm Brian Quinn. The U.S. and Israel's war on Iran has thrown energy markets into chaos, largely due to the effective shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. The 21-kilometer-wide waterway connects the oil and gas-producing nations of the Persian Gulf to the wider seas. In normal times, tankers in this strait carry some 38% of the world's crude oil, 19% of its natural gas, and, crucially, roughly one-third of the world's seaborne agricultural fertilizer.
And just to be clear, we're already crying about $5 gas, and it's about to be, and we're talking weeks. We're not talking years. We're not talking months. We're talking weeks. We're already crying about $5 gallon gas. Here, it's over $4 in Louisiana. We're protected by some of that because of transportation costs to get from the Gulf are not as expensive as it is obviously to get other places. We're protected by some of that, but we're already crying about that. So forget gas in your car. We're already upset that we're paying a high price for gas. Forget that. What's going to happen when you can't afford food? When you can't walk to the store, you can't walk to your job, walk home and afford food, because there's no fertilizer. What happens then?
fertilizers. In recent days, ship traffic through the strait has fallen by some 97% as the U.S. and Iran trade threats to the region's energy infrastructure. Now, despite signals of potential de-escalation from both Washington and Tehran on Wednesday, the disruption is already causing severe economic fallout, with damage to oil and gas production facilities around the Gulf threatening to turn short-term shock into damage that could last for years. Some of the hardest hit countries are likely to be those with the least resources to confront that damage. To talk us through some of the repercussions, we're joined by Carlos Razo, a senior coordinator at the UN conference.
And be clear, there will be, for us here in America, there will be, it's not going to get to us first. What they're going to talk about is we're going to see it. It's like the Titanic hitting the iceberg. People in these countries like capitalism and Western imperialism have already hollowed out. They're going to be the canary in the coal mine. When they start dropping, when they start dying, understand that we are next. Understand that there's nothing going to save us from that. We are next up to starve.
On trade and development. Carlos, let's start with the issue of fertilizer. Urea is the most widely used nitrogen-based fertilizer in the world. Its price is now nearly 80% higher than this time last year. UNCTAD is reporting that the countries likely to be the most affected by fertilizer shortages are among the poorest. So which countries are we talking about, and why are they so vulnerable?
Thank you very much. I think you're totally right. The prices of urea, one of the most used fertilizers, have skyrocketed since the beginning of the conflict.
Holy shit, is right.
Some of the countries that import by sea fertilizers from this region are in Africa. So some of them include Sudan, Somalia, Kenya, Tanzania, or Mozambique, and they will be severely affected because in the absence of fertilizers, then the production yields of their agricultural production will suffer and will go down, with important consequences for prices.
Iran's attack on Qatar's main liquefied natural gas facility at the Ras Laffan has Qatari officials warning that the damage could take some 5 years to repair and reduce export capacity by 17%. What kind of effect do you think that could have on global fertilizer prices?
I think that would definitely put some upward pressure on fertilizer prices, and not only for the poorest countries in Africa, but around the world. That could also impact prices in Europe, for instance, and certainly in Asia. So that could lead to the increase in the cost of food production, and therefore the prices of food across the globe.
Well, you mentioned Asia there. We've been talking a lot about how Asia is one of the regions most dependent on Gulf fossil fuel production. Due to natural gas blockages in the strait, we've seen countries like India, Bangladesh, Pakistan shutting down their own fertilizer production due to natural gas shortages. How do you think is that likely to affect planting schedules in Asian agricultural regions?
Yeah, definitely. Also because you cannot just get the fertilizer and keep it in your warehouse for the next season. There is a moment where you need to plant and put the fertilizer. So if you don't get the fertilizer on time, then
I just feel like I can't say worldwide because, when we get the sniffles in the West, the rest of the world catches a cold. So it's like here we dictate what goes on in other countries, right? Ever since I was a child, I was born in 1981. I remember the first science books I can remember. We talked about global warming, fluorocarbons, talked about, hey, we need to be maybe thinking about doing nuclear power. We need to be we need to be moving to electric. We need to get off fossil fuels. And I know it wouldn't solve everything if we would have went that route, but it would be taking a lot of pressure off of this if we could have gotten off of fossil fuels. So we've had the time. I understand battery technology for solar wasn't always what it was, but maybe, we can imagine a world, where maybe if more resources were into it, the battery technology would have come along faster, Moore's law and all that. But we've had the time and we've just ignored any kind of we've ignored this, not even the signs. We just ignored what we always knew was coming. And now we're out of time. We're out of time. We're out of time, and people are going to die. And I'm in the conspiracy mind that it's not even a conspiracy when you listen to people like Elon Musk, you listen to people like Peter Thiel. They're fine with this. I think a lot of Alex Jones used to always talk. I was a big Alex Jones fan. I'm not ashamed to admit that. I used to watch him for entertainment. Back when he was good, it was good entertainment. You got a little bit of, he talked about stuff that was real sometimes, like the USS Liberty. And he wasn't trying to sell you nootropics, scam nootropics, or gold 24 hours a day. And he used to talk about like the elite 20 population, the elites. And this is one of those things where it's like, yeah, Bilderberg. And like that's a real thing. Like, yeah, it's just talking about Bilderberg. Like, that's a real thing. ALEC is a real thing. ALEC is it's where CEOs and the heads of companies get together every year and they say this is the legislation that we'd like world governments to push. It's a meeting that happens every single year. Bilderberg happens every single year. Like, you don't fall from the conspiracy coconut tree. These things are real. Bohemian Grove is real. Like, what goes on there? Okay, whatever. We can have that discussion, but it's real and it's weird. And that the richest, most connected people in the world have been talking about depopulation for so long, and I feel like they've got to be rubbing their hands together and go, "This is our chance. Like, this is how it's going to happen." And I feel like because we were so stuck on cheap oil, growing things out of season, wanting to have everything all the time, we've used and abused this planet for so long since the Industrial Revolution, and now here we are out of time, and it's over.
You lose the planting season, and then as we were discussing, that leads to lower agricultural yields. So that's a severe concern for food security, not only in the countries that you mentioned, but across the globe.
Well, Carlos, stay with us because we're about to see that developing nations aren't the only ones to be affected by this fertilizer crisis. Here in Europe, farmers already under severe economic pressure are now facing not just high prices for their agricultural inputs, but shortages as well. Andrew Hillier has the story.
For Dirk Peters, the consequences of the war in Iran have landed on his doorstep. He relies on nitrogen fertilizer to feed his crops.
And I just want to be clear, I'm not
hectares of sprawling farmland.
I tried to pause the stream, not the video. I just want to be clear. I don't think this was the plan, but I think it's a nice side effect. It's a nice side effect for some people, and they're not in a rush to alleviate suffering. This is what I'm trying to say. Yes, but the fertilizer thing is more important than the oil. 100%. Gas means nothing. Fertilizer's everything.
Our crops out in the field need nitrogen now. The sooner, the better, so they can get off to a good start, helping them establish themselves and build up reserves for the harvest later this summer. Dirk needs 850 tons of fertilizer every spring. While some deliveries are still making it, roughly 30% of the global trade in fertilizers, which passes through the Strait of Hormuz, is stuck, and farmers in Germany are starting to feel the impact of supply shortages.
I know farmers who haven't received a single kilogram of nitrogen on their farms yet. They obviously have a huge problem because the entire crop is stunted. The plants aren't developing properly.
And that's another thing. Like, I just want to say, farmers in Germany are feeling the effects of this. You know, farmers in America are about to feel the effects of this. Farmers worldwide are about to feel the effects of this. And it's like the audacity The audacity of going into a war of choice. And I'm not saying, I'm trying to be as charitable as possible. And like, I don't blame you if I'm trying to take my feelings about like Trump, the Republicans, Democrats, American politics out of the equation, right? What I'm trying to say, like, let's take all that away and just, it's a generic world leader who's the president of America. And we all just kind of are just milquetoast towards them, right? Even keeled person. So it's like, we don't have these like aggressive feelings, but the audacity to be charitable, but the audacity to where it's like, I don't expect you to know every single thread on the web of world commerce and how we're all interconnected, because we are. We've been like, we as soon as we started, having really ship travel, not even train travel, we could reach other countries and trade with them, by ship and by truck, and do that in a kind of not meaningful. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm losing all trains of thought. We could do that in a efficient, semi-efficient manner, right? And the idea that you think you're going to start a war of choice with these with people somewhere in the globe who control their own sphere of influence and think that's not going to affect you somehow. Or maybe you're just a psychopath and you just don't care. That's really what I think it is. I mean, obviously we've got Donald Trump saying, I don't care about, economics here in America. Your kids we can't get health care to your kids. We can't get education to your kids. We got to clear out these weapon stockpiles. We got to kill these other people's kids so we can buy more weapons and I can make weapon manufacturers happy. That's the America we live in. And that we're not angry. I feel like a lot of people are angry, but we're just to the point where it's just live in denial, want to be left alone with our, steel belted radials, like the clip of Network. Or it's like, well, am I going to be the one man to storm the Bastille? Like, what am I going to do about it? I think that's where I'm at. I'm like, well, because I get into both sides of this. I go, well, on one side, I'm like, okay, are we storming the Bastille? Because then just tell me where to meet. But I'm not going to be the one guy throwing my life away and nobody else is about it. I enjoy my life. I actually have things to live for. It's not that bad for me yet. There's a couple things, there's a couple reasons why currently I'm protected from this more than most people. But I know I'm not going to be saved. So it's like, what do I do? Or we're like, okay, and all the people who are like, well, electoral politics doesn't work. Electoral politics is a scam. It's a wolf. It's two wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner. We don't have representative democracy, so why get involved in electoral politics? And I go, okay, you're right, 100%. I agree with you. So what is the plan? Again, are we storming the Bastille? Because if you're not doing that, then I guess I'm going to go vote, because that's all I got. And these aren't like things where it's like, oh, I'm trying to sit the fence. It's like I genuinely don't know what to do besides just try to like take care of my own material conditions and the people who I have in a circle of mutual aid. I don't know what to do. If any of y'all figured that out, please email me at robjjohnsonnola@gmail.com and please give me the meaning of life, because I would love to know it.
In their early stages, so they're going to face issues with both yield and quality. To some extent, the war has reached us here.
Lower crop yields will squeeze other sectors too, such as bread, poultry and eggs, heaping more pressure on farmers already feeling the pinch from higher fuel prices.
Overall, across the entire farm, or calculated over the whole year, we need around 120 liters of diesel per hectare. The difference in price between last year and current prices result in additional costs of around 6,000 euros.
Rising costs coming only months after farmers across Europe blocked borders and roads in protest at the EU-Mercosur trade deal. The war in Iran now adds to the uncertainty facing the continent's agricultural sector.
Now, Carlos, this fertilizer issue alone, as we've seen, is leading to fears of food inflation around the world. UNCTAD's latest report, though, shows also a close correlation between the cost of oil and the cost of food. We've so far seen the UK Farmer Union warning that food costs are about to rise there. We've seen cooking gas being rationed in India. What are some of the scenarios being considered as potential outcomes of the war? Not just
India. Now, I'm not trying to be every life matters. If for those of you who are super nerds, I would definitely call myself it's super nerds and into Warhammer 40K. I would say that the faction that I align most with is the Salamanders, who are like, even in this grim dark future where there's only war, every life matters. So every life matters, and I'm not trying to put one person over another, no matter where they live, their geography is on the planet. But India is rationing cooking oil. You understand? What is the population of India? Let's find out. Oh, India. 1.47 billion people in 2026. That's the estimate. So I don't know, that's not going to be all places. That's not going to, India is a huge country that's biodiversity, has ethnic diversity, people live. It's like America, as we would say, it's America on steroids. People live very vastly different lives. There's all kinds of wealth inequality, but you're talking about over 1 billion people who are threatened not being able to cook food to satisfy daily nutrition. And it's affecting India. And you think it's not going to affect you here in bumfungal America. You're out of your mind. It's coming. And what I want to say before we get to something, I guess, fun in this grim dark future, is that the only answers I have for you, this is what I'm doing right now. Get fit. Learn you need to start. If you are eating in a calorie surplus, you need to start and you have any kind of, I don't want to say health. I'm not trying to body shame anybody because I'm fat myself, right? But I'm like getting down. I'm dropping weight because I'm like, you need to start eating in a calorie deficit so your body can live off of fewer calories. You need to start putting on muscle mass. You need to start lifting 3 days a week minimum. Planet Fitness is $10. It's got everything you need. Go. You need to start forming mutual aid networks that you can pool resources with. Your friends that you can trust with your life, your family, people when it goes down. Y'all can band together and share resources and share skills. You need to, if you can, if it's your thing, if it's not your thing, I completely understand. There's no shame. If you can and you're up for it, you need to learn how to use firearms. You need to legally purchase firearms and learn how to use them safely to where either to defend yourself in this mutual aid group or in a STHF scenario, hunt for food. If you can't do that, you need to bring more important skills to the table that are more important than firearms. Can you build things? Learn how to build things. Can you do basic first aid? Because there ain't going to be no doctors you can go to. And I'm not trying to, these are things we should learn anyway as leftists. Like, we should all have a tiny bit of survival dog in us. But we should learn these things anyway, because the majority of y'all are going to go to protests. These protests and these street medics, even if everything turns out hunky-dory just fine and we get gay space capitalism, like, oh, I can't believe I said that, heretic. we get gardening. Yes. I left this. Yes. This is more important than firearms. Firearms are at the last. That's the last step. But some people have certain skills. Like that's my skill. Other people are good at the stuff that actually matters. Gardening. But if everything works out well and we get things completely turn around, none of this ever affects us, and we get complete, in total gay space communism, these are still skills that you're going to want to know, and you're going to want to pass down to the next generation. Our grandparents, or y'all would be your great grandparents. Your great grandparents understood this. My grandparents understood this. Our lives have become a little bit too soft. And even though we're all suffering, we all are. But for the most part, if you can afford to pay your internet bill every month, your caloric needs are being taken care of for the most part. I don't want to put everybody in a box. I'm not saying you should feel ashamed because you can afford internet and afford to be watching me right now. I can afford to do this 1 hour a week. You know what I'm saying? This isn't shameful. It's not a thing, but I'm just saying you don't understand how bad it could get and how the alarm bells are being raised of how bad it could potentially get right now. Let's have a little fun before I
due to fertilizer, but also due to the.
Let's get this out of here. So everybody from the IHAD ladies to the DNC political operatives and propaganda, North Korea DNC of Midas Touch thinks that Donald Trump is on his last legs and he is about to die at any moment. I mean, they are doing. I had a podcast ladies are like doing a death pool, not literally, but they're like on a death watch for this man, and I find it kind of entertaining. This isn't medieval. Excuse me. This isn't medieval Europe. They can't get you for praying for the king's death yet. What you can't do is just do the act. But I find it interesting, and I'm going to spoil it with the last bit of time I have. I'm going to talk about why it's a fun thing to think about if you care about such things. I personally don't care, and why it doesn't matter.
And we are live now with Dr. Vin Gupta, who is the former chief.
I tried to bring in something that wasn't absolutely crazy. I brought in Zateo because I think they actually do real journalism, not like a Midas Touch or whatever. I didn't want to hear, Connor get a job, tell me about, every 2 seconds on like Midas Touch. It's like Donald Trump has pooped his pants again. He won't recover from this. And I'm like, all right, man, whatever. I bet.
Medical officer for Amazon. He's now the medical analyst for NBC News and also MS Now. And we're privileged to have him at this moment when a lot of people are raising questions about the health of President Trump, both mentally and physically. And I want to emphasize, he's not examined President Trump. I'm a civilian, but we both can observe the president in his conduct and have for more than 10 years. So we've got more questions than we have answers, but I think it's worth exploring the questions. So Dr. Gupta, thanks for being with us.
John, great to be here with you. Thank you.
Let me start with the physical aspects. Donald Trump is a large man, has...
Hey, I'm a large man, 6 feet tall, 280. Hey, calm down.
Been overweight.
Hey.
In the last few months that he has experienced swelling in his ankles. The White House says that is from chronic venous insufficiency. We have seen him with heavy bruising on his hands, sometimes covered with makeup, sometimes not. We have seen him with a rash on his neck. We've seen him often falling asleep during public events in the White House, in the Oval Office.
In truth, I tend to get super sleepy during the day too, but it's because I don't eat carbs.
And having multiple visits to Walter Reed, including one today, the third in just a little over a year. And so let me just get you started by asking, does any of that to you add up to something, or are these all idiosyncratic elements that get evaluated on their own?
Well, John, thanks for having me, and it's good to be with you and our viewers. In the world of data that we have available to us, because we're limited by that, and I, to your call out earlier, I haven't examined the president, and so we're in this space where it's thoughtful speculation, thoughtful sort of considerations here based on what we know. You laid out a lot of what we know, which is starting sort of top to bottom here. What we see with our own eyes is difficult to ignore. His just day-to-day performance as president, and often he's falling asleep at these major Oval Office events. He seems like he has a lot of daytime somnolence, and one can say, well, he's 80 and he's in the most demanding job in the world. And sure, I think that's perhaps part of it, age, the fact that there's a lot of stress. But he is the president of the United States, and executive functioning for the president has become, of course, the last 2 years especially, has become a topic of intense scrutiny. And so it's fair to ask basic questions about his fitness, especially his executive functioning, which we'll get to, I'm sure. You mentioned a series of characteristics and just exam findings that we've seen just based on camera footage and close-ups. Do I think that there's something unifying, to answer your question? I don't know. And the data points that you point out, I could list a differential diagnosis to that would explain, say, his lower extremity swelling. He has pretty noted lower extremity swelling. The White House claims that it's chronic venous insufficiency, which for our audience, maybe you have a loved one that has had that, or perhaps you might have that. And sometimes what we worry about is, sure, is that a sign of aging? Potentially. Venous insufficiency happens. Blood doesn't come back from our feet to our heart as effectively as we age. That could be an explanation. But they said that it was chronic. And in 2025, you mentioned he had 3 appointments in the last year. They did not note that this was on his problem list. And so is it acute? Did this just happen? And now is there a reason for that? Is there a heart issue that could explain that? Again,
well, speaking of that, the one systemic thing that I've seen people speculate about, again, we don't know this at all, but when people have observed some symptoms, some people have said some of this is consistent with congestive heart failure.
Right.
Is that true?
If this is an acute, so just say it happened over the last weeks to the last few months, which based on, if we're following the readouts from his physicians, one could claim that that's exactly what's happening. That just, this is the result. This is something that's acute. So happened quickly. Yeah. Bilateral on both sides, swelling of the feet and of the calves, which is what we're seeing in his Oval Office close-ups. Sure, that could indicate that. His readouts of his physical exams have noted that he has had an echocardiogram that is normal. And so I think we should make sure that we emphasize that it's been noted that he's had a normal echocardiogram. We haven't seen
and also after obscuring the reason for it for a long time, and in fact obscuring what the actual procedure was, the White House belatedly said that the scan that he got in October was a full body scan to rule out cardiovascular issues. How does that fit into this picture?
Exactly. And so, I think to the broader issue, is there a unifying diagnosis? I don't think any credible physician can look at the data that's been given and say, well, exactly, we're landing on this diagnosis. I think that would be non-thoughtful speculation. Exactly to your point, though, John, what I worry about, what I suspect is going to happen is I could probably telegraph what we're going to hear in a few hours from the physicians about his physical exam. And it's going to use sweeping statements claiming that he's in excellent and astonishingly good health to it pass his prologue.
In better health than Barack Obama.
Better health than the 44th president, yes. And so what I find interesting, though, and what I find, frankly, debasing of the profession of medicine is that his physicians regularly practice and traffic in editorializing when they are writing about the president's health. They should not be doing that. They should not be editorializing, using sweeping statements. And to your point,
I must disagree here because, okay, let's say the best of time. Let's say it's not Donald. Again, let's take Donald Trump out of the equation. It's just a guy, right? It's just a guy, milquetoast president. Nobody has any strong feelings in any direction about him. The country's just chugging along, not doing anything great, not doing anything bad, whatever. If the president has a health problem, you think you're going to hear it from, some doctor at Walter Reed? Like, that's just not going to happen. Like, those doctors are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like, I don't understand. See, this is that liberal. This is that liberal nonsense. So it's like, what makes you think what comes out of Washington D.C. and what comes out of the White House press room is any different than North Korean propaganda? They're just not most of the time yelling at you. Like, they're not going to be like, yeah, he's on death's door, even if he's on death's door. Like, they're not going to do that. Like, it's just not going to happen until, think of how the Biden administration, Joe Biden has whatever, I don't know if it's onset dementia, whatever's going on in his head, whatever was going on in his head to where it made him unfit for the presidency. Think how long it took, how long the Democratic Party hid that, right? They would have done it. This is just what's going to happen. They can't do anything else. But what I want to say here in the last little bit is, like, if you want to read the tea leaves, just like I said, I used to listen to Alex Jones for fun. And sometimes there'll be some nuggets of truth in there. If you want to read the tea leaves and you want to get into this stuff, be my guest. Go for it, man. Knock yourself out. Have a great time. But understand, if Donald Trump, by the time I stop talking in 1 minute, if he drops dead, that is not going to change one iota of nothing. The military-industrial complex is still in place. We're still in late-stage capitalism. It will be old boss, same as the new boss, and they will be taking their orders from Walter Grumman, Honeywell, and Bibi Netanyahu. And until we rip this whole thing that we call American capitalism out by its roots, and American capitalism on one end, American empire on the other hand, and rip it out completely, we will not, no matter who's at the head, you will not see a change. Donald Trump is not the disease. He is just the symptom. That's it. That's my time. Lumencast on Twitch, YouTube. Good Morning Comrade. Listen to Good Morning Comrade anywhere you listen to podcasts. We go live on Monday on WHIV 102.3 New Orleans. Me and my buddy Jeff. Stay tuned for PEPAGANDA. Go nowhere. Bye.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
All right. You guys may recognize my guest, especially if you are fans of this space. he is a political essayist and overall a pretty rad dude. So I want to bring on my pal, Deter McBizness. Deter, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, but I might not be able to hear the screen share. I don't know yet. We'll find
Okay, yeah. If you can't hear the screen share, we will figure that out. Which I had that problem before.
How's work, dude? You've been covering all the bases today, huh?
Yeah. You know, just your average stream.
I don't know how you can go. I was looking at your live streams. I don't know how you can go 6 or 7, 8 hours, whatever the hell you do. Jesus Christ.
You know, it's most of the time it's I would like to say effortless because I really need to be careful with this. In any other entertainment industry, I know you know this. They tell you not to just say I would do this for free kind of thing, you know,
Right.
where it's just like, no, I love this. I genuinely love doing this. So it comes a little bit easier than it would for most, but
Yeah, if I made real money going for like if I had like an hourly rate like from YouTube, I'd be down to like learn how to do
I don't got
6,
that.
7, 8 hours in a row, but I don't think I could do it off the bat without serious preparation. Although you do a lot of reactions. That's one thing I don't do on my show, is reaction stuff.
Yeah, it
I
helps.
just think it's just like, and it's a creative thing. I just don't enjoy it that much unless it's like, you know, for some reason, like Gavin Newsom, like I reacted to him because I'm in California and I want to make sure all the Californians know, and most of them already do. It's really the rest of the country that's catching up to what he stands for. But yeah, every now I should probably do more reactions, to be honest with you. I have a nice little playlist broken up, but I prefer to kind of like try and be a access point for normies into the progressive wing of the left, you know, and try to break things down and simplify them and not just talk about current events and news, you know, because so many people are doing that.
Hey, well, I mean, I kind of like the way that it, like, I can break it down, because I try to have fun with it. Like, I have my own like 420 fun half where I try to get out of the news and politics. Doesn't always work.
Right.
Watch a lot of like Piers Morgan debates and that kind of stuff. But
Well,
yeah,
we can talk Hollywood if you want at some point. I got plenty of stories to tell you in the Hollywood background that I used to have. But anyway,
do you mind giving my audience a little background?
Sure. Yeah, so my name is Deter McBizness. I am America's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant gone left coastal. I host a YouTube show on Tuesday nights called Left Coast Live with my partner Stat Pat Stateless Patriot. He is from the Central Valley, of California, and I am from the coast of California. I was in LA for 10 years, but I'm in another town now. I grew up in a seriously conservative household, but I was located in the Northeast Boston area. So it was kind of this paradox of having a conservative household featuring Southern evangelical Christianity, not your run-of-the-mill conservative Christianity, but Southern Billy Graham style evangelical.
That's actually what I grew up in. That's my church was based on
Southern.
It was based on the Billy Graham method.
Okay.
They loved some Billy Graham and like.
Oh, dude, he was a prophet according to them. They believed that he was a modern day prophet. They have streets named after him in Charlotte, where my folks used to live. But from her, I got the right wing religious credibility. And then from my dad, I got right wing military and right wing corporate America credibility.
Mm-hmm.
And then I went to school in the South at Vanderbilt, and I got to know really the ruling class of the South, as well as some trash too, who were like smart enough to get scholarships and stuff like that. But you know, people who grew up with Southern
real quick, do you think that they
Yeah.
are, like had a one up in like their family dynamic or something like that, like where they kind of like those I'm second generation Vanderbilt, and my daddy
Yes.
knew this person.
Oh yeah, dude, the Southern frat thing. So everyone's heard about like the SEC, right? Alabama, Florida, Auburn, South Carolina, Tennessee, all these big schools. Vanderbilt's the only private school there. But we still have that Southern frat culture kind of defining our social scene. So the good old boys from Alabama and Arkansas, they don't send their kids to Alabama and Arkansas if they're smart. They send them to Vanderbilt. So I got to know kind of the Southern elites, as well as through spending a lot of time in places like New Orleans, where I lived for a little while, in Charleston, South Carolina, and other parts of the South while I was in school there. And afterwards, after school, I lived down there too, working on movies and working on pouring drinks in Bourbon Street. That was my working class credibility, was when I was a bartender in Bourbon Street. But I was in corporate America immediately after school, and then I moved down to
Actually,
New
hold
Orleans
on.
to work on
with
movies.
That, with your Bourbon Street thing, what do you? Have you heard about the Shia LaBeouf thing? Him getting knocked out by a bartender. In NOLA. Yeah, dude. Apparently, he started some shit with a bartender in NOLA,
He's got such issues. I feel sorry for
he
him.
headbutted the guy, and then he got knocked out. And then because it's like, what is it? It's either Mardi Gras or one of those, but they're having like huge parties down there right now. And they even said, yo, I'm not going to let my boy Shia miss this party. So I bailed him out. And it was just a rando from Twitch or from like a TikTok.
Wow.
Dude. Yeah, Shia is lost. Oh yeah, dude. I
feel sorry for him, man. It's just like some therapists really let him down. It's when you've got that kind of success early in life, you really need to find a good therapist to keep you grounded in reality.
Yeah.
I did in one of the early episodes of Left Coast Live, I talked about the effect of money on people's worldview and their psychology. And they talked to we reacted to this video where it's like, okay, here's what it's like when you have $5 million, $10 million, $50 million, 100, like, and how the lifestyle changes.
What happens with the 100 million? Because I actually brought that up on my stream here not too long ago about how, like, legitimately, how it's like you hit a certain amount of money and it breaks you.
Right.
So,
I think, okay, so it depends on your lifestyle choices. If you stay connected with the outdoors, then and nature, because it's very difficult to trust anyone when you have that money. So you have to kind of stay grounded in, I don't want to say normality, but it kind of is. Like, what's
like
more
Willem
normal
Dafoe.
than nature?
Like Willem Dafoe does. Like, apparently that's what he does. Like, he doesn't even really spend his money. He has, like, apparently 5 outfits, and goes, like, he lives in New York City.
He goes on walkabout. Another guy who's like that is Billy Bob Thornton.
Yeah.
He is from the South, and he will just drive all over the South for like weeks and see old friends and stuff like that. So you got to have something like that to ground you. Some people, it's spirituality. But 100 million, yeah. So what I say about capitalism, the most important thing to know about capitalism is that once you have money, it's a hell of a lot easier, exponentially easier to make money. So when you get really, I think it's like $25 million per person, depending on the size of your family. If you're just a couple and you got $50 million, you don't have to work again, and you can live a lavish lifestyle. What are the most expensive things in these lavish lifestyles? It's travel and a yacht. Like those are the big expenditures if you go big time. And free piece of advice to any multimillionaires out there listening, considering getting a yacht, don't do it. Just charter a boat. Okay. It's cheaper. Just charter a boat.
My dad said my dad was like, moderately successul, but he never got past that, like, just upper middle class stage. But he tried, like, a few times that he got close, he bought a boat, which was, he called it a yacht, but it was just it was like not even a houseboat. It was just like a boat that had like a single room, like, underneath. And it was a nice boat. He got rid of it after 1 year. I was like, why just 1 year? He's just like, you know what boat stands for? About another 1,000.
Bust out another 1,000.
It's just like, oh, I get it. It's just like, I will never buy another boat.
I have a good reality TV suggestion for your audience, because I don't really watch reality TV except for this one show. It's called Wicked Tuna, and it's about these North Shore tuna fishermen, and they all have great Boston, New England accents, and they catch these 500-pound tuna, and it's just like it's like some of the largest fish that you can catch on
yeah.
a rod and reel. And yeah, that's they talk about that acronym, bust out another 1,000, because the fuel costs alone of just getting on a boat and going somewhere and trying to catch a fish is just astronomical.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, for me, it's travel. That's why I need money. It's because I like to travel. But I'm so caught up in what's going on in the world right now and the devolution of American society that I'm just one of those people that, and this is kind of a product of my privilege, is there's something wrong. I'm supposed to do something about it. And the only thing I can fucking do is get on YouTube and be a member of my local DSA and do what I can for the next election, because that's, I think, where my talent lies, but I wish I could do more. I wish I had more power. I do lay claim. This is my, you're on camera, you're going to have some narcissistic qualities, right? What's your value? Why the fuck should I listen to you? I think is always a reasonable question to ask when you're parading through YouTube. I think I know better than most lefties, both how to acquire power and, most importantly, what to do with power once you have it.
I mean, that's, so what keeps you from like being in the consultant like agency for like a leftist politician?
I thought about that. I think I could be a really great public speaking coach, because that was my training. That was what I majored in college, was communication studies. And I think I'd be a good image consultant, because I think like certain politicians, they just don't know how to present themselves in such a way that's both attractive, but like I'm meant to be taken seriously. And I'm also a killer, because the left wants killers now, as we've talked about, in our conversation not too long ago, is we need competitive people to be leaders on the left. So in terms of your question, though, consultant, I would be a consultant for progressives. I would love to consult, but
that's what
I would feel guilty about charging them money. Well, relationships. I mean, I don't have access to those people yet. I'm a smaller channel. Yeah. I mean, I could call in some favors. You're not giving me a bad idea. I could probably leverage some current relationships that I have to try to get access. If you want to give me a short list of people you think who needs help, we can go public with this. Who needs help?
Well, I mean, I would actually say Kat needs a little bit of help.
Oh yeah.
Yes. She thought that she had this huge gotcha with Dan Biss with the trying to call out like how he hasn't really said that the word genocide out there. And to be fair, I'm waiting on his campaign to get back to me, because I took a chance and I just called them and I was like, hey, I kind of want context for this, because the video unfairly didn't really show his response in full, or like she didn't really give him the chance to give the answer, because she like did it's a yes or no, and it's just like, no, that really wasn't a yes or no, especially if there is like the finer nuance. And I brought it up at the beginning of the show where I was just like, okay, so like this idea that because I had an audience member send me a Substack that he wrote in August, where he was talking about like what happened and how like he wants a two-state solution essentially, but he also wants sovereignty for Palestinians and Israelis alike. Like it was the ultimate politics move, especially from like a Israeli Jewish politician. You know what I mean? But as far as Dan Biss goes, I like if AIPAC was 100% backing him, and like if he showed like any of the signs of doing like the what's the state regime media like spin, then I would totally just be like, yeah, fuck this guy. But he's actively been the opposite of that, where I know that like they're putting a lot of money into the opponent Laura Fine, like AIPAC is, to make sure that he isn't the candidate. And Kat for that matter. But I don't know. I think that he's kind of, I hope that he's not one of the just average, Netanyahu puppets, but it doesn't feel that way, because it seems like from his perspective, he's talking about like, yeah, I grew up going to is like, that's just I was born into this, but it wasn't like a political situation. It was literally like he would go to family vacations kind of thing. And then he would just recognize when he was there that that's what radicalized him, was the fact that he saw that there was like, you know, a duopoly there, where he was just like, yeah, for some reason I had way more rights, even as an American visitor, than the people of Palestine. And he was like, he's like, that's what really made me interested in learning more about this. That's also what essentially radicalized him. But I'm also, because he is a politician and because he does have the establishment candidate right now, Jan Skakowski is behind him, I'm a little skeptical. But...
Yeah. I think, look, when Kat first announced, I was really excited. And she seemed to have automatic charisma on camera and talent. But I must say that in the media that I've seen her do, which I know she was on the Bitchuation Room recently, she's a little too singular in her voice. And it's not just about this one issue. And based on what I know about that district, it's actually pretty diverse. Like geographically, it's got some urban areas, it's got some suburban areas. It doesn't have any rural areas, but you know, it's got different needs.
They kind of took into a rural area. They went out like so it ends at a town called Crystal Lake, which I've always found hilarious because there's literally
there is no lake.
No, there's a lake, but it has a Camp Crystal Lake. So, you know, Friday the 13th get wild. I could only, you can only imagine, man, just like every time they're just like, I'm taking a trip to the Crystal Lake. Jason Mascot, let's go, baby. Nice. But it's a really like red area, like, and I mean deep red area where like you can see the shift because it's, I recently went to a protest out there, and as you like go into the town, you drive through like the little neighborhoods, and there it's just like you can see like Trump flags and you know, it just you get and like pickup trucks, all that bullshit. You're just like, this is definitely a different vibe, you know, than the rest of the Illinois 9th. So I was kind of like, oh geez. And they only recently expanded out there. That was kind of what worries me, is like, I think that they just made that adjustment in like 2019.
Well, there's got to be a better system of drawing up these congressional districts, because it's a huge structural problem. And that's one essay that I'm working on. And by the way, if you do check out my channel, please start with my essays. Just pick one.
Oh, absolutely.
That's my best writing.
Actually,
but
I like how you titled your first one here, What is a Wasp? And immediately I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, because you're from the Midwest. It's more of an East Coast thing. Yeah, it stands for White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. We were the ruling class of America for a while. And then, up until the Southern evangelicals took over the Republican Party, starting with Nixon, I want to say.
Oh, don't mention that here. Don't mention that here. Some of the people in my chat, they want to they want to believe that the whole like, oh, well, did you know that Abraham Lincoln was technically a Republican?
Oh,
did you know that the Democrats were the racist one? Oh, dude, I get that all the fucking time.
It's called political realignment. The key name there in that, when you run into that bullshit, is Lee Atwater. Okay. Because people like Ben Shapiro will tell you that the Southern strategy wasn't really a thing, and it doesn't really explain the political realignment that took place after JFK, because JFK got a lot of Southern votes. But Lee Atwater on his deathbed confessed that starting with Nixon, they were going to use race resentment as the engine.
Whoa, he just said it?
I mean, basically, yeah, he just said that. You can look it up. It's online somewhere.
Yeah, no,
you can just Google it. But Lee Atwater, admitted hands down to the Southern strategy.
This guy, I remember him.
Yeah, he's a very important figure on the right. And that's another thing that I think is a source of value, is a very strong source of value, and something that Sam Cedar is very strong on, is understanding the right, is understanding the enemy. I think if progressives are going to overtake the Democratic Party, which I think we both share as a goal, we're going to have to demonstrate ourselves to be superior political athletes to neoliberal establishment figures. And that means demonstrating that we are better at taking out the right. Now, what's the key to beating
How come
your
Jake's
enemy?
not better at that coming from the right?
Because he
then?
doesn't coming from the right.
Yeah, because he was a conservative, like when he started, even TYT.
Yeah, but show me his conservative credentials. First of all, he's a person of color, so that DQs him from knowing the heart and soul of the establishment automatically. Sorry, dude.
Oh, I like how I got pushed into play devil's advocate for this guy. That I was just bringing it up.
No, I mean, you don't know the sociopathy, because you got to understand, until you've been behind closed doors and hear how racist, like hardcore racist, not just the diet racist, not just the people who were like pissed off they didn't get into an Ivy League school because, you know, they're white, or that's why they think that happened. You know, not that kind of diet racist stuff. I'm talking about the hardcore racists that go to the Klan meetings and, you know, or have family members, I should say, is probably the closest I ever got. But like spending time, I think it's a credential. Do you know, have you spent serious time in the Southeast of America? And if you haven't, then
you mean like
you
Florida?
Don't really, northern Florida. Yeah.
No, actually, I did. I did.
So yeah, northern Florida it definitely counts as the Confederacy, and that's another source of rhetorical gold that I don't think the left, the general left, both the neoliberal left, if you can call that the left, we should just call it neoliberal centrism at this point. That's even being generous, but is the Confederacy. The Confederacy lives, and we must conquer it. Where's that message? Where's that? You know, Gavin Newsom, and I don't really like him, but I think he's a good touch point because he's the biggest bully on the block out there in terms of political figures right now. On the that has a D next to his name, but he's talking about going on offense, and he's like, and I'm telling people, like, do you think this guy knows how to take on the Confederate flags and the Bible beaters?
No.
And the gun nuts?
I was actually in Georgia when Obama got elected. I'll never forget that. Me and my pops were at a gas station, and they saw our plates, our Illinois plates, and they were just like, bet you voted for the N-word. We were just like, oh boy, we got to get out of here.
Yep.
And that was the first time my dad actually ever said, he's like, I have never not felt safe, like driving around here. He's like, I want to get the fuck home. He's like, these people,
it's real.
Like, these people are pissed.
Yeah, and what are they really like now? What have they devolved into?
Yeah.
WTF doesn't stand for what you think it does anymore. It stands for white trash fascism, because that is what they are. They're white trash Nazis. They're just ignorant. They're probably less educated than the Nazis were back in the day. But the most important thing to know about racism, coming from the white privileged dude, you know, whatever you want to call me, is to tear down my credibility as you know, the problem demographically in our society, is that we're never going to kill it. Racism is nothing more than a culturally militarized form of ignorance, right? It's just a specific form of ignorance that motivates certain behavior.
Well, control
and
too.
But you got to understand the source. And this is one of my essays, Who Are MAGA Confederate Flag Wavers? Racism is Blame. It's in line with one of my recent essays called Scapegoat Politics, which is that people's lives, a lot of people, especially in rural America, where you don't see a whole lot of people regularly, and the people that you do see are the same people over and over again, they're miserable. You know, they're not happy. They're not going to great restaurants on weekends. They're not going to cool farmers markets on Thursday nights. They don't have a sense of community. Their sense of community is online. And that's why this echo chamber of conservatism has become so dangerous, is because the scapegoating is towards the least powerful in our society. This isn't anything new, what we're going through on a country. It's just Reagan on cocaine. Like, the war on drugs was a war on people, really people of color. And now we're going through it just explicitly. It's just like, oh, it's just out in the open right now. And we're
My
never
que-
going to
I
get
have
rid
a
of
question
this.
about
Well,
that real
let me
quick,
just-
though. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. No,
I
you
was
go
about
ahead.
to say about like with the Reagan thing. Do you actually think
Yeah.
that he?
That he
I'm not trying
knew?
to give him too much credit, but do you think that he believed that, or do you think that he actually believed his bullshit? Because that's the one thing. After watching a bunch of his
Reagan?
shit,
Yeah.
I feel like Reagan actually bought his own bullshit,
Yes.
but it was everybody else using him as a puppet.
Okay, I think your assessment is right on the money.
Okay, cool.
I know a lot. I know a lot about Reagan.
That's
And
what I'm
here's the
asking.
thing. He didn't. He wasn't that bright.
No.
he wasn't. If he
Really?
was, if he was smart, it's actually funny. If he was smarter, he probably would have been a more successful actor, because he actually had a pretty good look for TV and film.
Mhm.
But he didn't succeed as much in front of the camera because he's actually not a very thoughtful person. He wasn't well read. He wasn't an intellectual. He resented the creative types, really.
It seemed like that, yeah.
And so, yes, I think he was caught up in his own self-righteous bullshit, where he wasn't smart enough to kind of get outside the bubble. He lived in that bubble of, conservative privilege back in those days was different. It was a suit and tie. It was dressed up. It had the appearance of legitimacy and professionalism.
Oh, you put a American flag on your lapel and a red tie, you were a Republican. It was
Exactly.
yeah.
It was that simple. And I think a guy like Reagan fit the role perfectly and served the purpose of the special interests. Say what you will about Nixon, but you knew who was running things. you knew who was in charge.
Why would you question that otherwise?
But with Reagan, yeah, I think he surrounded himself with a team. And I actually know a guy who I grew up sailing. How waspy is that?
No shit.
I grew up sailing with someone that worked in the Reagan administration, actually more than one person, but only one guy that I was really close with. And I said, we talked about Reagan all the time. And so this is how I kind of have the personality knowledge, is through this relationship. And I was like, what do you think his most defining quality was? And he's like, he was just so relaxed all the time, no matter what the crisis was. So the man had a surreal amount of confidence in himself, probably to the point of being a narcissist.
Oh, it's like you said, you have to be in order to even want to be a movie star, right?
Yeah, you have to have. So this is the thing. So 1 out of 6, and I do another essay of mine called "A Baby Boomer Political Divorce," derives from my knowledge of family systems defined by narcissistic abuse. 1 out of 6 Americans suffer from narcissistic personality disorder. That's an extreme form of narcissism, right? That's actually a disorder.
Yeah.
But meaning they just cannot empathize. Trump has NPD.
No,
sure.
and I know it got bastardized with like TikTok and stuff because people don't understand the difference between just selfish cunts and narcissism.
Right.
Sorry.
No, it's fine, because I do another essay called "The Right-Wing Magic Trick: How American Exceptionalism Became American Narcissism." We are a very narcissistic culture. We're very impressed with ourselves. But it's funny because the coolest parts of America in terms of the international marketplace are all produced by leftists, where you got Hollywood. It doesn't get any more left than Hollywood. The weirdos, freaks, and geeks of Hollywood are a fantastic bunch. Like all of the creativity coming out of New York, like the real value in our society, like it was Silicon Valley, used to be blue until Trump's recent inauguration. But anyway, getting back to Reagan, I just want to wrap that up. I think the guy was definitely he was a grandiose narcissist, but knew that he wasn't smart enough to work a room the way really talented politicians do. I think he relied on his staff to do all the speech writing and so forth. But it's like every president, getting back to your point about being on camera and so forth, everybody who wants to be on camera, everybody who wants to be the center of attention, to some extent, that's narcissism.
Right.
So everyone, it's like, if you study social psychology, every competitive person, especially people who are competitive, who want to be on camera, who want attention, They have narcissistic qualities.
Mhm.
It's a question of whether or not they are aware of that narcissism. And that is actually what makes for really great politicians. is
Isn't
people
that
who are aware.
technically like riding the line of psychopathy though? Like because of the self-awareness of it?
Well, but they understand that they have, like, for example, well, I mean, just the way we're talking, I think I understand conservatism as well as anyone. I won't say better than anyone else, but I will
Right.
say as well as anyone. So that's even like a little narcissistic to make such a claim.
Right.
But, and I'm like, yeah, it is. But
Well, it
I can
depends on
tell
how you frame it, though. It's like, well, I grew up in it. It's like, yeah, but it's still anecdotal. Like you do have to study past
Exactly.
your own experiences.
And I had to, and I had exactly. That's a great point because I had to actually. My mother's only one touch point into the Southern evangelicals. I didn't actually go to a Southern church until she moved down there, and that was a whole new level. And
Dude, that had to be a trip.
Oh, dude, speaking in tongues and shit. Like,
Oh my God, the Seventh Day Adventists? No way.
Oh yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah. My mom was married to one of those guys. Oh, yeah. The
Yeah, no, it's
like
it's crazy.
Yeah, but it's seizure. It's
But
like,
I think
he's talking to God.
like it's like confident people to think that, I mean, even something I said earlier about knowing how to acquire power and more importantly, knowing how to exercise power. Is that confidence or is that a narcissistic blind spot for me? I don't know. Maybe. But you got to put your balls out there in America if you want something. You know what I mean?
That's a hell of a way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, and I talk about how women
Lead
can
with
have
your
balls too, but like no,
South
but that's
Park,
what the
ride them into
everyone-
battle.
You did a reaction to the most recent New York Times thing, right?
Yep,
And
yep.
you talked to everybody talked about it this week and how because no one picked a moderate, everyone picked a progressive in that focus group.
Mhm.
And one of the respondents says, what's wrong with the Democratic Party? And he's like, can I say no balls? And I'm like, yeah, man, absolutely. You should say
Perfect.
no balls. Yeah. And
No
one of them
balls.
said pussies. I think Jen Welch said they're pussies.
Yeah.
Like, it's time for us to start talking a little straight to the American public and giving people's anger a voice, because anger is a completely natural reaction. This is something I think artistic types struggle with, is that anger is a completely natural reaction to injustice, unfairness, and inequality.
Mhm.
It's completely natural. I'm powerless to do something about this. Of course, you're going to internalize those emotions. Now go work out or go meditate or go beat the shit out of your pillow.
Well,
preferably not,
Unfortunately,
or a
some
conservative.
people fall down conservative or not conservative, but conspiracy rabbit holes and never come out.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't think the left, I guess where I'm going with that is I don't think the left, especially when you see figures like Chuck Schumer out there as and Jeffries, I don't think they're embracing it. I don't think they're embracing the current circumstances of our time and recognizing that this could be our great moment of clarity to use
Actually, to your
Alcoholics
point,
Anonymous thing. Yeah.
to your point about how unpopular they are and the fact that Schumer and Jeffries, I don't like the fact that we're still listening to some of the mainstream media talking points as far as just even we have to go with them, they're the leadership. It's like, no, we changed the leadership at this point if they're this unpopular. You can't do the Mitch McConnell bullshit. And the fact that they're even trying is, number one, insulting. And I think that's why everybody's finally sick of it, because they're just like, you're somehow less popular than Trump. Good job. And they were banking on them becoming more popular just because he was a step on his own dick, which he does, but then they don't get the benefit from it.
My thesis right now and all of my essays are oriented towards the message of replacing baby boomer leadership in the Democratic Party and never looking back. And actually talking about anger, filing an historical grievance with the entire baby boomer generation. And I think I talk about this in another essay where blame, when placed appropriately, is nothing more than problem identification, right?
What do you mean by that?
If there's a safety problem at the Springfield nuclear power plant, who are you going to blame? Homer Simpson. And then you're going to fire his ass for fucking up, and you're going to replace him.
No, you won't. No, you'll fire Lenny before you fire Homer.
Well, yeah, because otherwise there'd be no show, right?
Yep.
But the point is that in that context, like organizations come down to people, and people either create problems, solve problems, are immobilized by problems. And when they create problems, they are the problem. So baby boomers have done nothing but create problems ever since they became the biggest voting bloc, which was 1980. So ever since they've been in charge. Yeah, 1980
okay, so when did
was
we
when they
become
became the biggest.
Because I know that we're technically the biggest voting bloc
two
now.
elections ago. Two elections
ago, we hit it. Wow. So this actually plays into what I was saying earlier about the student walkouts, because I had made a comment about how the reason that mostly Republicans are freaking out about this is because they understand that's the next voting base, and they don't want to see that they're not permeating with the youth. Because like I've kind of, you know, I come off condescending because I don't have children, but I have also brought up where I'm just like, yeah, and this is why a lot of parents right around that time start either disowning their kids, or they start doing the thing where I wish I never had kids.
Right.
You know, but up to that point, you'll never know love until you have your own child.
Yeah, fuck that.
And then you abandon that child the second that they say they're gay, trans, or a leftist.
I was joking with a black friend of mine recently. I was like, the light bulb went off, and I'm like, because I know when I'm talking to another man whose dad beat the shit out of him. Not my dad did. My dad did not beat the shit. Okay. Yeah, no, my dad didn't. Just to be clear, if he's watching, or anybody who knows me that's watching, my dad was not physically abusive towards me. He did yell a lot. And I have a saying about families, right?
Yep.
Don't be a family that has yelling in the house.
Yep.
Because every house that has hitting has yelling as a precursor.
Yeah.
And if you're not a house with yelling, then you're actually behaving appropriately.
My dad abused me with humor.
Yeah, that's good.
He did actually.
That's the best.
He
kind
called
of love.
I look at Eric Foreman and Red Foreman, and I had that exact dynamic with my pops, where he was a good dad. He wanted the best for me, but he called me numbnuts as a term of endearment. And when he used my name for like the first time when I was like 22, I was like, this is weird.
He actually respected you.
It's like, whoa.
You know, people's brains actually, I have a theory that like men aren't really grown up until like late 20s.
I agree.
30, and actually there's science behind your brain developing. You're not really a fully formed brain until
like
you're
24.
26, 26, 27. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Even worse.
So I actually think if you want to get ruthless about it, I don't think you're really a grown up until you hit 30, because then it's like, holy shit, I better decide whether or not I'm going to have a family. And then obviously women have to decide that earlier. They have to go to 27. So women grow up, usually become adults at the latest 27, because they have to start thinking about having kids. But I think you and I share that. My wife and I are not having kids either.
Yep.
And because, partly because we love to travel and we just like the freedom, and our dogs are enough, and we've got nieces and nephews.
That's
and
my baby.
And it's good. Yeah, we love dogs, and we have maybe one will come in and visit us at some point. But yeah, man, it's fine not having kids. In fact, it's like men, when they say they understand love better because they have a child, can shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the most condescending bullshit I have ever heard, man. It really is.
Women who say they understand love better than anybody who doesn't have a kid, I think are right.
Right.
The idea of unconditional love, right? Everyone loves to talk about that if you're kind of spiritual at all. Unconditional love, right? Okay. Well, I theorize that only dogs and mothers are capable of unconditional love.
I agree with
like, I don't think men are actually capable of unconditional love because we're programmed to protect. We're programmed to kind of be in a way violent.
We watched the Necessary Conversation yesterday, where it was just the mom and the son. And without Bob there, I'm not sure if you know the dynamic where it's the two kids with their parents that are insufferably MAGA, and they literally have said Bob said that he's more than comfortable with like ICE coming in, and if they're there protesting, just mowing them down to his own kids. And the mom's even like,
Yeah.
I don't know, but then you see the unconditional love aspect for the kid when Bob's not there.
Right.
It's kind of like, yeah.
Well, because the mother feels loyalty to the husband and the way he looks in front of the kids, so she's not going to speak up. But then when he's out of there, he'd be like, "Whoa, that was what the hell's wrong with?"
Oh, she literally takes the
this
Trump hat
situation?
like she wears this Trump hat anytime that Bob's on. It's like this black Trump hat, but then anytime he's not, no hat.
Right.
Like even just like the optics I've noticed where I'm just like, this is different. But I totally agree with what you say about like the ability to feel unconditional love, because yeah, I mean with men, it does.
We just don't have that connection. Yeah. We can't create life, and I think it's chemical. Like we don't have that. We just can't create. I say if there's going to be a benevolent dictator, it's going to have to be a woman, because they appreciate life more than we do. Now, with that said, I think some progressive lefties need to chill with hating the straight white man, and I think
right.
like,
well, I could already tell that my chat's gonna have some things to say about this one.
Yeah, I know. Well, I want to hear him.
Oh, by the way,
I can't see your chat. By the way,
I know that you partake. We are literally 20 seconds out from doing just a quick smoke break. If you want to also join, just make sure. Just make sure you just kind of tilt off cam. Not allowed to do it on camera. So.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go out. Oh yeah. Oh, with my headphones on. Oh, I'd have to go outside and like take a break from the show.
Oh, it's fine. So. Here, let's do it. All right, just
you want to do it now?
Yeah, just do it now. We'll come back. All right.
Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
So I showed my audience. Actually, here, I showed them just a little snippet here of what you do. Of the first video. It was kind of like a preview, and then I made them sub to your channel. So you should have some more subs.
Yeah, I think I got a few.
Hell yeah, man.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, I got a few. Yeah, thank you guys for subscribing. I really appreciate it. I'm trying to get out there, and I want to be an access point for the normies. It's like I don't know if you want to talk about him, but I really admire Hassan. He was at the DSA convention in Chicago that I went to in August, and I think he's great.
Well,
yeah,
actually, I want to
ton of value.
We did end on a contentious point that.
Oh yeah. Do we want to wrap that up?
Yeah,
that's easy. I want to. Yes. So the straight white man thing, because I know people hear that like, oh, the left isn't kind to straight white men. Fuck that.
Yep.
They can toughen the fuck up. That's true. Okay, I agree with that. But I will say that I think, and I know a lot of women that agree with us, like straight white men are so fucking stubborn and entitled. Whether you like it or not, the best way to get through to them is through another straight white man, right? Like it's what sucks, but it's also true with like the I've Had It podcast success and their rapid growth. Why are they so successful? They're saying the same things a lot of us have been saying on here for 10 years, right? They are an access point to the suburban white women.
Oh.
It's the messenger, right? It's not about the message. It's about the messenger.
It's weird to recognize that, but also not recognize it at the same time. Where I'm like, oh shit, I just need somebody to actually say it.
Yeah. Clip that.
Yeah. Hey, there you go, guys. Anytime you say clip it, there's a guy in my chat that's just like, got it.
Yeah, clip that shit, dude. That was a good one. I'm proud of that work right there. No, because it matters. It's like there's so much of life that like, and it's just even more so in politics, where there are things that aren't the way that they should be. We're all kind of in this business because we know something's wrong and we want to make it better, right? Well, parallel to that is acknowledging what you can't change. And sometimes you can't change people's fragile little egos who need to be catered to. It's a little bit of salesmanship. It's just kind of trying to jump into their shoes and be like, okay, who's this person really going to listen to? I was talking to Ben Dixon about this along racial lines. And because around that time that we collabed, it was a few months ago, it was a while ago, I guess. But that fat, overweight cop down in Florida was threatening protesters. It's like, one of our big, beautiful dogs will take you out if you spit on us, that kind of thing. And I told Ben, I said, I know you want to hurt him, but do you understand that rhetorically I can hurt him harder than you?
Yeah.
I can tear that piece of shit down better than you can, for reasons that I think are fairly obvious, but sometimes difficult to articulate. You know, it's just, he's like, I'm cut from that cloth. Like, I was born on his team.
Right.
And so this is like someone knowing the bully formula and bullying them right back.
I mean,
and kind of doing that dirty work. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Jesus.
It's dark. I know it's fucking dark, but it's like, I'm working on an essay, and this is fun to be on your channel and not on mine, so I'm not spoiling anything. But I did an essay on, I'm writing an essay, and it's as if I'm running for office. And I would say something along the lines of, my revenge is your retribution. And what I mean by that is the difference between revenge and retribution is that revenge is the personal satisfaction that you get from hurting someone that hurt you to a greater extent than they originally hurt you. Retribution is an offsetting of a wrong that was done to someone else deemed appropriate by society, right?
Right.
So society agrees, you murder someone, you either, depending on the state, and this is where I think it's stupid, that like this all like states' rights things we could maybe get into from conservative rhetoric, but it's like, I think there should be a uniform federal law on public execution. Like, let's just have this, can we just settle it so it doesn't matter where you are? Like, if you know, I don't believe in capital punishment, if for no other reason than how expensive it is. But it's like, you know, we have deemed appropriate, we have had anything like abortion. They brought up that old law. My whole argument with abortion is intellectually, like, we had the conversation, it was settled law, like, let's move on.
Right.
Grow up. Like, people on the right love to talk about their First Amendment rights, and it's my freedom of speech to use the R word or to use the other F word to describe gays. You know, that's their freedom of speech. Oh yeah, right. That's and the Supreme Court has supported that hate speech is free speech now in our country. So they obsess over that shit because they want to matter and they want attention and they feel left out, and they should be left out because they have not learned about these conversations that we've had in the past about certain issues. Abortion should never have been overturned.
Right.
What the fuck? How did that happen? How did that happen, Democrats?
Democrat inadequacy, not listening, having way too much faith in, you know, Republicans actually playing fair. I mean, I can literally recognize the moment everything changed. It wasn't even Trump. It was fucking Mitch McConnell. The second that he started doing that, we can't have a Supreme Court justice go in when it's an election year. Very next fucking cycle, we'd be remiss not to put something. Yeah, and honestly, I think it's almost, this is gonna sound bad, but it's like, all right, Democrats, we already know you suck. How come you couldn't pull the hypocrite like card in your favor there? Like, even though, does Merrick Garland deserve to be in that seat? No. He also dropped the ball as AG.
Merrick Garland is feckless. No, I have no confidence in the Democratic. I have no confidence in the Democratic establishment. It's interesting you say that, like, yeah, Mitch McConnell is definitely the Darth Vader, like, or the Emperor, like he's Palpatine, like he's definitely the brains of the Republican establishment for the last 30 years. So I think you're right about that. But the turning point for us as a nation politically, when we really lost all hope,
Citizens United, that was a big one.
I go back even further. Maybe this is my bias, which is presidential history, but I would go back to the election of Bill Clinton in 1992.
Really?
Yeah.
That is unexpected. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely
I'm
elaborate
doing a
on that
lot
a little
of
bit.
I'm doing a lot on Clinton in my current essays. It's because I'm defining neoliberalism. And no, Bill Clinton is the personification of the greatest historical, intellectual, political concession of left-wing politics in American history. And by that I mean he took the party of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and turned it into the party of Bill Clinton. And
yeah.
and he completely abandoned the New Deal premise.
But how much of that was like, again, lobbyists and
them.
like new age kind of bullshit that came from like the Iran-Contra like system?
I think yes. So that's the context that was established by Reagan and George H.W. Bush with the military industrial complex, the end of the Cold War, spiking that in a historical way. But there was also another contextual element, which was baby boomers' stock portfolios, because they were starting to think about saving for retirement.
Yeah.
Again, we're back to the boomers becoming the biggest voting bloc, and thus the center of the conversation. Excuse me.
No worries.
So Bill Clinton kind of had this attitude, and this isn't original, this is just historical knowledge. Like, he had this attitude of like, well, the Republicans are winning, let's be more like them. And then he ushered in these words that just destroyed the Republican Party, the Democratic Party. And I said them in my most recent essay. He said the era of big government is over in one of his State of the Union speeches, to resounding applause. And that exposed his thinking all along, was that he was going to be like the Reagan of the Democratic Party. That's what he wanted to be. And
I mean, it was the era we just came out of, so I mean, logically that kind of tracks, right? Because nobody wanted to be he didn't want to be his predecessor, because that guy was feckless as fuck. So
yeah, and he just conceded on so much. And I say the big 5 sins of Bill Clinton are the racist crime bill, the repeal of Glass-Steagall, which allowed retail banks to become investment banks, welfare reform, which hurt a lot of impoverished communities, the NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement.
All right. Wow.
And then the Telecom Act is my personal favorite, the Fourth Estate.
That was
media
for the last
law.
one.
Yeah, media law is my favorite because I know a lot about it. And it just destroyed the public good that was news and turned it into entertainment. And here we go. The great irony of legislation is that it opened the door for Fox News to crucify his wife for the entire time she was a senator. And then here's the other thing about him being the party of Bill Clinton. What happens when the black people get their turn with Barack Obama? They flip it right back to Bill Clinton with Hillary, right? And this is the essay that I'm working on with the establishment left. It's going to be 4 essays. But the 3 cardinal sins of American political parties are narcissism, ignorance, and hypocrisy. And the Hillary Clinton campaign personifies all 3 of those things.
Oh, fuck yeah. Well, also elitism, I would add to that.
I think that qualifies as a form of narcissism, because they attempt to be the party of the people. And yet, if you look at the presidential nominees ever since Bill Clinton, it's all like white elitists, except for Obama. And even he was an elitist. Obama came from a private school in Hawaii. Like he grew up fairly privileged, definitely privileged for a black person in America, if you just want to use the data. Just saying that about Obama. You always got to be careful with Obama, I feel like, because, and I just talked about this with Clinton, he represents the difference between public memory and history, because according to history, he was a complete failure of a president. But according to public memory, he was a good president, right? Same with Obama. Like, people,
I know that
think of
we're
him
a
as
similar
good
age,
president.
dude. We grew up in the what I call the peace 90s. Like, we didn't have a war to worry about. I mean, outside of Desert Storm, which come on.
So,
Jurassic
so
Park came
historians-
out, and that, and then everything like was peace until 2001.
So it's called America's Long Weekend. It's from when the Berlin Wall fell in 89 to 9/11. That's America's Long Weekend. That's the only time we didn't have war in like the last 100 years or something.
Yeah. And I mean, it felt that way though. Like, as a kid, I felt like and this is where I try to like differentiate between me literally being a kid at the time and not being able to know better, and also like just that the glass of, or the glass, wearing the nostalgia glasses, if I will.
Yeah.
And just being also like, okay, objectively, it was also better, I remember recently I brought up how
it was. Sorry, I just wanted to wrap
go
about
ahead.
that time. It was just, it epitomizes the selfishness and the narcissism of the baby boomer generation, because they didn't have real, like to your point, they did not have real military conflicts that burdened them.
Mm-hmm.
And for the first 2 years of Bill Clinton's presidency, he had majorities in both the House and the Senate. People forget that.
Yep.
And then it flipped after 40 years of dominance by the Democrats
for the first
in
time.
92.
Yeah.
And then here comes Newt Gingrich. But Bill Clinton had the opportunity, just like Obama did when he had both houses, to fucking fix healthcare.
Mm-hmm.
It was so obvious. It was the slam dunk waiting to happen in modern American politics. And both of them fucking whiffed. It pisses me off because I'm spending, over a lot. I'm spending 4 digits, let's just say, worth of money on healthcare every month.
Well, my dad was a small business owner, so like that was one of the first major like issues that I like, political issues that I kind of became aware of just because of my dad's rantings, where he would just be like, God damn it, taxing the fucking the small business man, just can't give me some fucking government insurance, and I gotta fucking cover all these guys. I don't understand how I'm supposed to do this shit. It's just like, whoa. And that's why I was always surprised. I'm like, wow, there isn't really like a government reprieve for this. And then I obviously had no idea what insurance even was until later in life. And then when I figured it out, I was like, oh my God, he was getting fucked.
It's a great cut-in point for leftists. It's like, we don't want it, because that's actually a thing with progressives and, dare I say, democratic socialists, where they think you're against all business.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, we don't want to help. Yeah. Like, look at use Walmart, right?
Yeah.
We wanted the moms and pops to win. And you let Walmart come in and clear out these businesses.
Yep.
So small progressivism is a friend to small business. It's the friend they've always wanted. Mm-hmm. Now there's the salesmanship again. Like,
did you hear some bullshit though? I recently watched a video essay on how, like, now we're dealing with it where kids don't want to take over their families' businesses and farms. Actually, specifically, it was about farming, but then they talked about small businesses in general. But I had heard this earlier where it's just like, there was this weird idea that there was always like these familial lineage businesses were going to be a thing. And then it turned out to be like a huge fallacy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Opinion on that?
I'm not surprised that that's happening. I think with millennials in particular, we value human experiences more than possessions, right? The great George Carlin said, people on the right are interested in property. People on the left are interested in people. And if you can start there, I think you can try to win over people, because no one wants to think of themselves in that dichotomy as prioritizing property over people. But many people do.
I mean,
especially like owning people, like Jeffrey Epstein used to do.
Well, yeah, but that's where you look at Project 2025, and it was so obvious what they're trying to do, trying to commodify prison labor even more, where it's just like, oh my God, like we're literally doing new age slavery.
Yes.
Or
at least, or even just the minimum wage point there, which is just more ubiquitous. I mean, people are getting exploited for the desperation. I saw it in Hollywood all the time. I mean, people just would work and not get paid.
You did comedy. It was the same shit.
Right.
Yeah. Here's your $15 and free drink.
Right. Yeah. Because you're desperate and the supply is huge and the demand is, Friday and Saturday and Sunday nights.
Mm-hmm.
And there's those places have reputations and they also have budgets. And yeah, but if there was socialized medicine, I'd be making an extra $2,000 every month.
Right. Well, that's another talk. See, you got that one though. Like you actually did bring that up, and you're nailing that, because most Americans can identify with that immediately.
Right.
Because, I mean, realistically, you might know the statistics on this. How many of us are actually locked into our work because of our fucking healthcare? I'll be honest, it's pretty much the reason that I have the job I do.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting another job that gives me healthcare.
Yeah.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.